Pump the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the blinding sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never kill. Holding the line, bound by the rough thread of hope. Yeah, we've got blood in the fight, and we won't stop till you're empty of both. Oh, this is our century. All to carry, and we won't let go. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never kill. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never kill. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a Oh, there is a light.
Look at this. He gets it.
Not going to be enough. And lo and behold, LeBlanc wins again. Oh man, Tactician,
it's
this is
still
not
for the
this
Blitz,
is
it's
this
going
is
to
not
the
the thing.
The gigantic Shogas put Shredden across the edge.
Hi and welcome to the Teamfight Tactic EMEA Regional Finals, Week 2. Now that's a mouthful, but we will make do because the action that is coming is absolutely insane. My name is Makes, I'm your host for today, and I'm joined by none other than Impetuous Panda and Gangly. Gangly, how does it feel to finally get to cast the actual good region of the West?
It's funny you say that because I was going to say that it looks like Reiko Mastery wasn't the only Italian who was relegated this set, as I found myself fallen from the graces of the Americas and here in the EMEA broadcast. But you know what? I'm happy to be here with you two.
Thank you, Gangly. We're going to practice that one more time right after the pre-show, just to make sure you actually get this one right. But Panda, you've been, of course, following the competition closely. How is EMEA shaking up to look between all of our regions?
I think we had a great tournament last weekend. We have an even better one coming up right now with obviously the Week 2 players joining the fray. We're looking at a competitive roadmap here. We are done and dusted with pretty much the entirety of this set. It's just the climax now with the regional finals and TAC round, but we had all the different qualification routes through ladder, through the now newly named trials tournaments, the 2-weekend trials, and of course the TPC Cup as well that were really a blast to watch through all the very diverse metas and patches we had this set.
And it felt like it was such a rush for most of the set, right? Everything was just back to back to back to back to back. And for the last 3 weeks, it's been this lull, right? It's kind of calmed down. The meta is settling. We had a couple weeks in between tournaments, and it felt like everybody actually had an opportunity to really buckle down and level up. And that brings us to where we are today, right? This is the pinnacle of competition for our domestic performances. So yeah, I can't wait to see what we have in store for this weekend.
Well, let's talk about the format real quick because we are going to be going through 6 games today without any eliminations, but then at the end of the day, we are going to say goodbye to 8 of our players. Only 24 move on. We'll, of course, keep you informed on how this continues to play out throughout the weekend. Tomorrow is really the day of all of the eliminations, and then, of course, on the final day, we're going to figure out which 5 players are going to be representing us at the Tactician's crown, which we're incredibly excited for, right, Gangly?
Yeah, I mean, TAC Crown it's the dream for most of the players who are competing, right? I mean, you kind of have 2 different buckets of players, those who have made it there before and are still itching to try and find a win, and then the majority of people who haven't actually qualified to TAC Crown yet, and that's the first step. Last week, the goal was make TPC. This week, it's make it to TAC Crown.
That's right. And if you at home want to watch, make sure you mark your calendars July 10th to 12th. That is next weekend. We're going to be starting at 1 p.m. CEST. That's summertime. And we're really excited to see how EMEA is going to fare. But with that, Tana, let's take a look together at all of our Week 2 competitors and the routes that they took to get there, because not all of these players were made equally as they arrive in Week 2.
The biggest introduction here will be towards that middle bottom section, which are just directly Week 2 players who qualified from the TFT Pro Circuit, finishing among the top 16 players in the circuit this set. They have not played in a competitive setting on this patch at all. They've only been scrimming. We talked to Bensak last weekend, and he mentioned that's maybe a downside for these players who are going to be a little bit more rusty. But there was an absolute bloodbath in Week 1 regionals. We had players coming in from the Pro Circuit, from rank ladder, from the play-in stage even, and from the different trials, and we got a few players from each kind of qualification round moving on to Week 2. And as you guys were mentioning, I think the biggest thing with Week 2 is that the shift from the high pressure, do I survive, do I make TPC, is now all about just ambition and about looking at the biggest possible prize in TFT, which is TAC Crown.
What really stands out to me there is how almost everyone who had gone from the bottom half of the TPC, only 2 players qualifying back in, Lococo and 1 other player there, and it says something about the quality of player that the EMEA has in Tier 2. There are so many people nipping at the heels at the TPC, and yeah, that's right, you're right there with them, David. And you give them a chance, they'll take the bite every time they can.
Yeah, absolutely right. Panda surely feeling spoken to here. But
next step for real.
Of course,
That's right.
had a draft again. That is something that we also do for the Tactician's Crown, Gangly. Just for anybody who's maybe watching us for the first time or hasn't heard of the draft before, can you explain how it works?
Yeah, so the way the draft functions is that the top 4 TPC Pro Point earners will each have the opportunity to draft their first and second game lobby for week 1, day 1, week 1 of regionals, or week 2. And that's a great opportunity for players to really make sure that they have every chance to get the easiest lobby possible. Now, things can go awry very quickly if you do not show up to the draft, and that's what happened to Experion. If you do not show up to the draft, your entire lobby will be auto-picked randomly. Now, let's just, we don't have that much time, but if we could just break apart lobby 3, I am looking at 8 players who have made it to Tactician's Crown. Jetasaur, Cup winner, 3 times Tac Crown winner. You have Skip and Wet Jungler, who have each made top 8 in Tactician's Crown. And then you have, 4 players from Mouse Esports. It is actually the lobby of death that Experion has auto-filled himself into.
I will just say, if you enjoy a draft like this, take a nice good look at this, because it might be the last time we have players drafting their lobbies. It seems like every single set, there is some disaster scenario where someone just decides to not show up, and somehow the variance gods decide to make the worst possible outcome come true.
Well, we also had player reactions during that draft. So Gobo being picked just writes #Vamoose, as that is how the Mouse Esports team cheers each other on. And then Enzo, who was, of course, as you see, picking lobby 4, when he picked players, he was saying, I'm going to save you all from lobby 3, or I'm going to pull you into lobby 4 to make sure you're not facing this beast of a lobby. But I also have good news. It's only 2 games. We're going to be reseeding after that. But of course, the tournament start can do a lot to how you mentally approach the game. So that is just something everybody needs to be aware of. And now we do have something else that everybody needs to be aware of, because we want you in chat to vote for who you think is actually the better team. So is it the old guard or is it the rising stars? And we group these guys together. We're going to ask you to spam 1 or spam 2 based on who you think will actually make it to the Tactician's Crown. Gangly, you're championing the classic team. Tell me more about that.
Well, listen, this is stemming from I myself being an old head of TFT. David, on the other, he's a little baby in TFT. This guy didn't even come around till augments were introduced. The real ones have seen the people from the beginning. There's one person above all else on this Team Classic that I would root for, even if you gave me 4 randoms out of Master 0LP EMEA, and that's going to be Dasic. This guy is an absolute demon. He would carry this team regardless, and yes, he had a terrible TPC, actually pretty miserable, but he showed last week what happens when his back is up against the wall. I truly believe that you've got an S-tier legendary talent on this team that beyond a shadow of a doubt will carry TFT Classic. So spam 1 if you believe in TFT Classic.
All right, Panda, what says you about our rising stars?
I'm going to first add some stuff to Team 1. Dasic started in play-ins, definitely washed up. Lakoko in play-ins last set, completely washed up. The OGs are not able to deal with the new talent in EMEA, is all I'm going to say. There's 3 Spanish players on Team 2. I didn't have much of a choice than to root for this team. I'm kind of biased here. But I will say, Safo, last weekend, 10 Meeple. I mean, do you want to see some little green guys on your screen or not? This is the team to vote for. Dalesom, he is one of the most consistent players across the last 2 sets in TFT in the TPC. Pepo Glad, 9th place last regionals. Very quickly forgot him because he didn't make final lobby. Also leader in pro points this set. One of the rising Polish players as well. I mean, the talent is there. I think the results this weekend will showcase to all of you as well.
All right, well, enter your numbers into chat, just spam it, and we'll see who wins to the eye check. I'm seeing both. I'm seeing some people not understanding how it works, spamming 3. It's okay, Twitch chat. One day you will learn the numbers. I believe in you as I believe in our players. Now, we, of course, have a lot of players in these group weekends where they have been to Tactician already. You were talking about Lobby 3. That is just stacked with players that have been there before. before, but we also have a roster of players that have not yet made that step. And we were looking at all of these names on here, namely PeopleGlad, Dalisum, Coinet, and Horo X, who have really shown up in big ways in the past that haven't made it to the crown just yet. So Panda, what do you feel like who's going to make it?
Like I said before, in a maybe more joking manner than I would like to, but I really did mean it. Dalisum has been the most consistent, highest AVP player, I'm pretty sure, in the TPC the last 2 sets in a row, which is crazy to think about with how high the level is in general and how many good players there are. Horo X and PeopleGlad, these are both players who at some point in their careers have finished 9th in a regional finals. And that almost feels worse than making it to day 3 and not making the attack round, because you feel like you're one step away. And what if you had that chance in a final lobby? What would you be able to do, for example? So I'm really cheering for these 2 players. I think that it's a heartbreak in TFT. To finish 9th, everyone forgets about you. No one thinks even for a second about you. The next day, it's all about those 8 players that made it. And everyone just forgets that you were just one single placement away from potentially making the attack round and rewriting a completely different chapter in your career.
I think the thing you're outlining is the exact reason why the person I really want to see do well this weekend is PeopleGlad. I think something that stands out about EMEA is how vast the talent pool is compared to other regions. There are so many players that actually feel relatively equal in skill. And because of that, one of the downsides is that I think a lot of people can kind of get just caught in the ocean of faces. And I actually feel like PeopleGlad, despite prior to this set, felt to a lot of people, especially as an outsider from the region, as like just another EMEA player. And this set, PeopleGlad has turned on the Jets, right? Pro point leader, having 2 top 8 finishes. And what I would like to see is someone like that have finish it out. You're so close to making that deep run. I would like to see Peepo make it all the way to Tactician's crown.
I would like that as well. Of course, personally, I'm going to be biased towards Coinet, but we'll see how all of this works out for our players. For now, they need to get through day 1. And some of our players, they have already been through big competitions. I'm talking about the Opens because we have 3 players in our week 2 here that have made it to the final day at a TFT Open, respectively, at a different TFT Open, which is very cool because we only had 3 so far. So Sappho and Zaza and Jedusor making their respective placements. You can see them down below in that lower third. And we wanted to talk a little bit more about that because even though Zaza unfortunately bottomed out in that day 3 at Vegas, I feel like this time the story is even more grand. He came in from the waitlist, not being able to play in the first place, then gets the call and says, oh, actually, a player cannot make it. I'm just going to be moving in. I'm going to play my way all the way through week 1. We've been calling him the waitlist warrior. We got the emote, and Abel Ba is in chat, and Zaza is on his way to maybe write Magic history again. If he can make it to the Tactician's crown, I think it is redemption arc time, and I would love to see that story come into fruition. From the waitlist to the biggest stage we have is just chef's kiss. Every writer would say we scripted this one, but I promise it's true.
One of the other players that has been in that top 8 position is Jedusor. And what a set Jedu has had, right? I mean, even if you look at the history before this set, you're talking about 3 times at the Tactician's crown, of course, the top 8 here. He's been one of the most prominent talent of this region since ever coming onto the scene. And this set top 8'd all 3 of the cups in the TPC and won one of them. I feel like Jedu's story in this set is less about some breakout because everyone's known that he is one of the most elite players, but it's actually kind of that last 1%, which is always the hardest to get over. How do you go from being one of the best to becoming the best? And it actually feels like this is that part of the journey that Jedu is on. We're getting to experience someone being able to finally cross that final bridge to make an argument and say, you know what? Double 61's not even here this weekend, but you know who is? I am. Jedusor is in a really cool position this weekend. I would love to see him keep going all the way, make a statement before he competes at the Tactician's crown, because he's already got it locked in.
And I will talk about Sappho, a player who I think has really captured a lot of viewers' hearts throughout the last calendar year, really ever since the Paris Open, especially because coming into that final, he was the only European player that qualified from EMEA. All the French viewers were forced to root for Safo in some ways, which maybe was hard. There's a Spain versus France rivalry in TFT and generally in sports. But it was a really special moment. Safo, he's a player who didn't really prep so much coming into the Paris Open. He plays starter sets with lots of like intuition and more vibes and just, you know, kind of the flow of the game. And he just felt like he was in a flow state the entire weekend. Everything worked out for him, and it really was a magical moment that I think gave him so much confidence going forward into the CBC off of his qualification last set and with MKOI as well in 4v4. He has really grown as a player. He used to be too vibe-based, too like whatever happens, happens. I think now he's getting a bit more of that competitive edge in terms of you have to put in the hard work, you have to put in the time to really get to that next level. And it would be historic for either him or Tactician to make it after Revan did last night as well for the Spanish community. So there are a lot of eyes, lots of hope on Safo this weekend.
Yeah, I think that's a big story that's kind of coming into this weekend and of course into the Tactician's crown once again. Those countries that haven't had that miracle run yet or have been really close to it before, maybe making one more breakout run. We've seen it in the past and we would love to see those once again. And you know what? Maybe it is you out there who's watching right now that can get one of these miracle runs someday in the future, because you can register at CompeteTFT.com, get your own compete card, and then maybe make it into tournaments if you feel like, you know, you have a good angle on TFT, you're doing well. Just sign up, try your luck, play in the trials, see how far you can get. I love this about TFT. It's so accessible and it's so fun to see all of the new faces, and of course also the faces that prevail throughout competition. You know, there's something to be said about playing against the greatest of TFT that a lot of players are very, very excited to do so. But some of our greatest are also co-streaming today, Panda.
That's right. If you don't like us, or if you prefer listening in different languages, like French or Spanish or German or any of the European languages, we have co-streamers to, you know, have a better viewing experience if that's what you prefer, or you can stick with us. We'll win you guys over for sure this weekend. And there's also going to be America's co-streamers later on, but it's just a whole weekend of TFT across all 3 different regions and so many different viewing experiences depending on the tone and kind of the vibes you like when you're watching TFT.
Thank you so much for that. I'm, of course, very excited for it as well. But, you know, we have Dalasum in chat. He's asking me who I'm going to curse this weekend. So a little bit of a reference to Safo, who I unfortunately seemingly have cursed. It was not intentional, I will say. But let's ask our resident guest caster here today. Gangly, you're coming in from the Americas. You have seen the playing field. You are familiar with most of our players. Who are you cursing?
Okay, so I'm going to take a strategic approach to this because I am going to attempt a reverse curse. I'm going to say that there's one person in this field that I want to do well, but they have not been doing well for quite a while. Lakoko has been massively underperforming relative to his ceiling that we all know he's capable of. I believe he did have a strong finish at the regional finals last set, but despite that, his TPC has not looked like the Lakoko that came before. And so for this weekend, if I could make one wish, it's that Lakoko could return to prior form. Now, this is a perfect prediction because even if he doesn't, it's actually par for the course for how his last few tournaments have gone. And if he does well, we can now attribute it to the caster blessing. So you're welcome, Lakoko.
What about you, Panda? Can I entice you to maybe bring something here?
I am going to mention a player that I have wished to make it at the very least the final lobby and hopefully TAC Crown for a long time. He's been very close, and that player is Horo X. I think he's been a really cool addition to the EMEA scene. The kind of bridge between EMEA and CN, and him being a coach of a lot of CN players in the past, I think is really interesting. And he's had a lot more interaction with EMEA players throughout the last year. He's been prepping with some players sometimes as well, and he's been so close so many times. He was at the mercy of a bug in set 11. It just kind of some tragic stuff happened throughout his career, and I really think it's his time to shine.
All right, let's see how that works out for both Lakoko and HoroX. But before we do, we're going to be getting our game ready. This is going to be game 1, and we're, of course, hopping. How could it be any different into Lobby 3, that lobby of death that we've been speaking about, that has been randomly assigned. And before us sits the entire Mouse TFT Esport team, as well as Scapeus, Clamu, Jadu, and Experion getting ready for that first game. Now, we mentioned there's a reseeding after 2 games, so this lobby is not going to prevail in its strength throughout the tournament, but it can kind of ruin or make your tournament day if you have a good or a bad start in those first 2 games. So that is something all of our players are certainly looking out for and wanting to do as we are getting ready for that game. Panda, how hard is it to shake off a bad loss early on?
I would say it's tough in week 1, but in week 2, these players are either very experienced seasoned competitors who have dealt with loss and much bigger loss than just like a game 1 bad result in their careers, or they're players who are just maybe even just happy to be here in week 2. They're players who just wanted to guarantee TPC, who don't have that much experience, but are happy to be competing among the elite in the region. And I don't think they'll feel that much pressure for a loss early on. I think they're going to go with the flow and just try and play their best TFT, and whatever happens, happens.
I'm really excited to see that all of our players in place. You know, sometimes when we get the game ready, they just waddle off to do other things, and then we're like, oh, we're starting this game right now. Could you please come back? But all of them are locking in. A lot of it is in the preparation, but we are going to be going into game 1 here at Counterfeit, and Barry Baden talk to us about that first game.
All right, thank you guys so much. It's an incredible time to be here, starting off the 3-day race for the regional title and for the 5 remaining places at the crown. I'm Counterfeit alongside Barry Bannon. As we said, Barry, this is an incredible lobby to be starting off the day with.
I mean, I feel like we can't say it enough. It's just a completely ridiculous. All of these players have been to crown. We've got 2 of our players that have never even faced relegation from TPC, in Travis and Kabixon, and they're on the same roster. Counterfeit. It's just an astonishing start to this regional finals.
And just to reinforce the whole Mouse thing here, of course, the Mouse team will be playing at the Esports World Cup as a group, all 4 of them in this lobby. I mean, and we've also got, you mentioned, in terms of accomplishment as well, we've got Bixen, Wet Jungler, Travis. There are 6 regional champions in this regional who are trying to get the 2-time title, and we've got 3 of them in this lobby, all on that same Mouse team.
Yeah, and we saw Elliot unfortunately not make it through to week 2, our chance at a repeat regional winner. As you've said, we've got the 3 players that are fighting for their chance to get that second title, and I think it's been touched on as we do get into our first arguments here. The expectations for some of these players are different. Some players are happy to be here, but in this lobby, none of these players have such low expectations. They are all striving to make it at least to crown.
As we've mentioned before, of course, we'll be switching to a different lobby for game 2, but these players will stay with each other for these first opening games, where we'll get the initial idea of what their progression through the tournament will be looking like. We'll be starting things off with Prismatic, though, and in a lobby this glittering, Barry, we should have nothing else.
Well, Experion, just completely tailored opener. Darkstar +1, here's the 3 other units you need. So a player that will be quite satisfied with this opener. And Prismatic's going to spice things up quite a bit. I think we've seen the meta be varied so far. Lots of different things are viable. The likes of Darkstar are good with +1s. Jungler, another player here, picking up an emblem. So many different lines are enabled by a lot of these +1s, Peter.
Yeah, and of course, as we saw through the whole of week 1 as well, because we haven't had a chance to talk too much about the meta as of yet, we know things are very wide open. So perhaps in this case, our players, even players like Org, looking for some kind of direction early on that will scare other people away from even trying to contest them.
Yes, certainly will be. And I think we've seen streaks be so important last week, because we do get Exalted Adventure, which has been pretty much an insta-click for so many players. It feels like many combinations are good. Not a crazy overlap here. That Jax, Jinx, Gragas line that has been less played certainly will be the way to take this, but not really having the items for it here. But Exalted Adventure players, they're picking those up without hesitation pretty much every time.
You can see, of course, Orc very quickly moving into making sure that he's making overtures towards the lost streak. Jed, you saw with the Tactician's Kitchen picking up the Sniper emblem and a very early Misfortune and Sonic as well. So a strong early board. We've certainly seen, of course, Jin be so much a part of the late game strategy for so many of our players.
Yeah, we certainly have. And I think Jed is a really strong opener here, leaving himself. Hasn't yet slammed items, but does have the option to slam pretty much any combination there. And I touched on it a little bit before, and I do want to bring it back into focus. It feels like time and time again last week, players that had the 5 streak, be it win or loss, ended up being in that top 2. It feels like some of these legendary suit boards are just so expensive that it's been more important than ever right now. And I think that tends to be the case when you have such a balanced meta that those legendary suit boards should shine above the rest. So these streaks are going to be so important. If any player can keep it going, they'll set themselves up very nicely.
Yeah, as we look across the boards here, you mentioned you're seeing a lot of emblems coming in. We're seeing a few items and, of course, some push towards reroll as well. Only from what I can see, Travis so far with the augment that really pushes him towards that really late game board with the upward mobility. Everybody else getting stuff they can use in more or less immediately.
As we do get into the middle of stage 2 here, 2 players keeping their 3 streak going so far. And I just wonder what the mindset is, Peter, for these Mowers players. You've been practicing all season long in familiar scenarios. You know exactly the playstyle of each other. You know almost where they'll be taking their games from this spot. And it's just a very unique start to your regional finals, especially if you're one of these players that are coming in for week 2, you've been watching week 1, and then all of a sudden you're just with your entire practice partners. And it feels like the reason you have these study groups is to give yourself potentially an advantage. Maybe as a group you discover something that hasn't been utilized or hasn't been optimized by other groups. Well, your whole group is here, so any advantage you've gained, not going to be too impactful.
Yeah, I mean, this is, we're in a really interesting spot here where, we could be living in a world where, say, all of MAUs go into top 4 because they all are playing so well together. But it's kind of, if we're talking about the 4v4 style, there normally needs to be players who are playing for wins and players who are playing for the rest of the team and playing a more sacrificial style. So far, we're looking like most of MAUs are towards the bottom end of the table. Only Wet Jungler managing to keep his HP up.
I think we'll all be focused on the most selfish approaches. We do see Travis with the upward mobility, has the early 3 time breaker in, a player that really does want to keep this 3 loss going. No anima in this first lobby, which is something throughout the rest of the weekend we'll have to keep an eye on. Definitely the most impactful opener throughout week 1. We saw it basically be just so defining in some of these lobbies. So this time around, not the case. But Travis, with a similar game plan of trying to go potentially fast 8, fast 9.
Yeah, well, certainly we've got players like Kabixen who are, as we see here, who are picking up the buried treasures. I think just managed to get the Primordian in for a little bit more power up against Scapeus, who did take the lucky chest. I would have expected to see Scapeus with the early items be able to get some early momentum going, but so far, if he did have a lost streak, he just broke it. His board looks decent, but not outstanding.
Enough. He had enough. All calculated. Scapeus, you can see in the corner, a little bit surprised as we were to pick up that round there, but Experion and Jedusor both keep their 5 win going. So for the rest of the lobby, they're disappointed that they did not actually go head to head there.
So coming out of stage 2, Experion and Jedusor both managing to keep their win streaks intact. Down on the bottom end, Travis, the only one able to keep his loss streak intact. So we'll see what the rest of things look. Remember, of course, we are in the 2-cost lobby. We don't have guarantees of prismatics for the entire game. We just started off there.
Let's see what Experion does opt to slam here. Really in a comfortable position. Does go for the JG coming through. So already getting additional emblems coming through. When you're win streaking off the back of one of your prismatics that scales into the late game and still has more value coming down the line, certainly going to be in a very, very happy position.
Well, talk to me a little bit about, as of course we've got the extra emblems coming in, which maybe won't be as relevant as they could be. It will be Fountain, our Stargazer for this one. In terms of late game boards, we mentioned, Experience got the view to be able to run it really far for the game. Jedusor, also has the snipers as well. Presumably we'll be wanting a Jin of his own long term. So it does feel like we've got some pretty strong early candidates here in our first lobby.
Yeah, Experience setup feels really, really nice. I think even if it's just with the Fountain, just ends up being a 3-piece, you're splashing in later and you're getting a little bit extra value from it. But just having that Dark Star +1 and this opener, having the slams you can get through, I think Experience is going to be sitting really, really comfortable. And that's what you kind of want in this first game. You don't want to have to be in a position where you're fighting for your life. If you can come in and just get a really comfortable game on a familiar line, it can certainly just set you up and set the momentum up for the rest of the day. Just help you settle in, potentially get the nerves out the way early.
Well, if you did have any nerves, having a second Prismatic add to the field is going to just make that a little bit worse. As Experian tries to make sure that he keeps hold of that early momentum. Again, Jedusor, both of them undefeated so far. I'm kind of, really interested to see. Jedusor, of course, it's now got an absolutely massive board, so the extra, rather 3 extra slots thanks to his augments.
Cursed Crown picked up on the back of already being on a streak. We got the +1 through the Tactician's Kitchen. So Experian thinking, just thinking, I'm going to run over this lobby. But coming up against our other win streaker here, a real test for his board. I think you'd be disappointed to see the Cursed Crown player instantly load in if you are Experian on the other side, and we just see Jedusor runs over this board with absolute ease. And we've seen Cursed Crown actually last week picked up as well. You might think it's a little bit of a risky pickup, but you do put the lobby on such a timer. You're just bullying these players that, like the likes of Travis, who are potentially thinking Fast 9, I have to do everything in one turn. Jedusor can just easily bully these players and give them a lot less freedom and room to work with.
Yeah, I mean, Jedusor's certainly been on a tear this season, and he's looking to dominate this lobby down to Skipeus at the bottom, of course, a player who has been on a bit of a cold streak recently in terms of regionals. But we can see with the trait tree being picked up, Skipeus very much playing into his stereotypical style, which is he can deal with absolutely anything, so give him the highest variance possible.
Yeah, it does feel like Skipeus is a player that, as you've said, a few sets ago, the premier in TFT and EMEA, just one of the players that, when we had a little bit of lull, really stepped forward and represented the region so well. This is a player that's been to 2 crowns, 3 years apart as well, Peter. So just such longevity, and to be back here, qualified for the TPC already. I think a player that'll be obviously aiming for that crown, but securing his pro circuit position next season, he'll be very satisfied with that already.
Yeah, he's just missed out. Skipeus has just missed out on TPC, I believe, twice in a row. So hopefully get to see him climb up. Certainly a very confident player when he's on form, as we come to the midpoint of stage 3. Jedusor still in control at the top with his win streak. Travis managing to maintain a full loss streak this entire time and 100 gold in the bank.
Okay, Jedusor might be in control, but things could very quickly spiral. He is Cursed Crown, so you might be thinking, okay, look, things are fine, we're 100 HP, but he had to aggressively roll to build his board. He's stuck level 6 pretty much for a while now, and yes, he's got a lot of slots, but his levels and his odds are going to be quite a lot lower, so he's not sitting comfortable, Peter, let's say. He's winning for now, but we know things can pretty quickly just completely fall away.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big statement to go this aggressive in your first lobby, but so far it seems to be working out pretty well. Again, checking in on our Mao's friends. See, they're all in the 4th and below so far. Of course, we know Travis and Kabixen are really waiting to go off big in this game, and they'll face each other. Notice for Travis, of course, with the hedge fund in place with the optimal mobility. Barry, if you wanted that big late game board, you couldn't ask for better ingredients.
Yeah, already has a copy of LeBlanc, so slamming that Rage Blade down. I think we've seen this AP flex playstyle kind of live and die by how flexible your AP carry is going to be. We've seen people tunnel too much on, I want to get Sona bad online, that's potentially the highest cap. But we've actually seen the LeBlanc variant win out in lobbies, so I think Travis knows he can't be too risky here. He does want to slam some items, try save some HP, but as you've said, 13 rerolls in the bank already, sitting on 100 gold. He's going to take this 10 loss, and then I imagine 4-1 is going to be a very big turn for Travis.
I mean, at least he doesn't need to deal with anybody else trying to grief the lost tree. Pretty seriously grief it, I'd imagine, before we go to stage 4. But we'll see if that remains in place. Jedusor, again, will be trying to keep his wins going. We do see Wet Jungler starting to move up a little bit in terms of power. So see if Jedusor up against Clamu this round shouldn't be too much of an issue to keep the streak going.
Shouldn't be, but Clamu is level 7. He's got the +1 coming through as well, so he's quite a strong board he's coming up against here, and should be okay, but we do see on Clamu's side that is a pretty big frontliner, and I think for Jedusor just a little bit of a scare. He's got this win out the way easy, and but it is an indication that some of these players are going to be getting pretty strong quickly, and then Jedusor could be in a little bit of danger.
So Jedusor keeps the win streak, Travis keeps the loss streak. They're definitely on a collision course longer term, but as you said, with the Cursed Crown, when Jedusor does start taking losses, that he should tumble quickly. I mean, based on what we're seeing here, how long do you think he can go?
I think the worry is the next 2 turns. Being a prismatic lobby, the players are going to be getting very, very strong. And the fact Travis actually has 2 lives, a 10 loss in double prismatic when you have people having +1s or +3s even, having an extra life to work with could be also important. So Jedusor kind of has to keep playing aggressive here. As we see, instantly slams the level, doesn't want to try get to level 8, but Travis is already level 9 and he's already rolling a bunch of gold.
Yeah, selling everything. We knew the Vex items were there for a while, but I mean, this is the moment Travis has been waiting for. The KO Coliseum EMEA regional champion, the winner of, I believe, the first ever TPC Cup. I mean, we were expecting big things from him, and this board is delivering.
He needs to get his item slammed down. The familiar Fast 9 spot where you have Aatrox 1, you have a Kali 1 on the board time and time again. As he said, the items have came through. Needs these Fiora items though, because that is the big upgrade he did hit. Unfortunately, as of just yet, doesn't get them slammed down. Coming up against Experian here though, who is still carrying that Nami 1 and items on top of Lysandra. So a good tag for Travis. There's definitely players a little bit more scarier he could have came head to head with. See, a little bit of shake of the wrist there. He had a big turn. He had to slam levels, slam roll downs. He's still got a lot to hit as well, but potentially on the verge of just getting out of hand in this lobby.
All right, so we've got our last augment coming in. It will be gold, so it's not a full prismatic this time around as you'd expect. So I do want to point out as well, Travis, now he's off of his loss streak and onto his win streak. In terms of his recent regionals performance, he won a couple of regionals ago. He came second last regionals. Nobody else in the history of EMEA has managed to be as dominant at regionals over the recent times, or across any time. So really expect to see him potentially even try it for the regional championship this weekend.
Yeah, it feels like in the TPC era, Travis has potentially been the starter of EMEA, which I think before this period of time maybe would not have been the case. And we do see that he hit a lot of upgrades there. Got his Graves in early, starting to get upgrades online. His items have came through the gold augment, so should be sitting very pretty. Now in jungler, on this Space Groove line, we know how solid it can be. Is lacking a little bit from his augments. I feel like Space Groove, yes, there's quite a lot of carries you can run, but no raw combat strength coming through might end up costing him. For the time being, I think jungler knows that this board, when he looks around the lobby at some of the other situations, isn't long to contest the very upper echelons, and is just trying to play as aggressive and save as much HP as he can.
It was a little unfortunate to look across to see his teammate Kabixen also running basically the same units as him, but maybe that will change long term. Of course, we've got plenty of people to keep up with. Scapeus, of course, with the trait tree from before. So Nova, Challenger, and Bastion. He's spent all of his money here at level 8 to try and bring himself some stability.
And really was looking for a Kindred. I mean, not picking up at least one copy. Rolled all the way down. A pretty rough spot to be in. I mean, we know how strong some players are. Has nothing really looking like any immediate power spike coming through. So definitely a rough spot to be in. Kabixen here, items are looking good. Kind of got everything he's needed. Going against Org on the other side, who was our Exalted Adventure player, and that was Jinx Pike, so a nice link up he got from that straight away, gave him very clear direction. and was finally able to get this board online.
We certainly know that the Jinx board has been very reliable, as Kibixen will take a heavy hit, keeping our eyes on the right-hand side. Jedusor still undefeated, coming close to the midpoint of stage 4. It gets a little close towards the tail end. One more cast will do it! And the bubble! Jedusor finally takes a drop, but he's already done a ton of damage.
I mean, Curse Crown will take a 1-unit loss, you know, that it could be a lot worse. It's sitting on 50 gold as well, so I think he knew that potentially could slip up in a few rounds here. Scipeus, though, now down to 1 life, so on a 3-loss streak, we knew he hadn't really put anything together. Still hasn't found 1 copy of Kindred, so really, really rough spot to be in. Travis, though, on the other hand, our Fast 9 player has completely stabilized this ball. He's got the Fiora online as well, so he's healing a little bit. I mean, this is just it. He's arrived at Exodia, exactly what he was looking for. Everything's arrived. Items are looking really good, and should be sitting very pretty to go all the way to level 10.
This is crazy. So many 2-stars. Scipeus' story could not be any more different, though. He did take a big swing, bringing out the trait tree, but the Kindred is finally found. But I think you're right that it feels like certainly some of the more advanced players of lobby are already in a position where I don't know if this board is going to be strong enough to keep Scipeus alive, even in the short term.
We come up against Clamu, who is playing this level 8 AP flex board. Does have the Nunu 2, which has been the real make or break for this composition. That has been the defining factor. Still, though, not enough here for Scipeus, despite finding that Kindred. Just the Kindred 1 goes down here and is already eliminated, and I think a real rough spot to be in. Right from the get-go, you lose the coin toss and your first augment, and you're thinking, okay, this is off to a bad start here, and things just unfortunately never materialized.
And that's going to be a real disappointment as well. You know, it felt like such a powerful lobby. Somebody was going to get the worst of it. But Scipeus out very early on. We know, as you said, Travis is very likely to stay in for the long term, so we should settle in here to see where the HP ends up falling away. Clamu, haven't talked a ton about so far, running the Shepherd board. Of course, we know this is an extremely reliable board as well.
Extremely reliable board to pick up. Once you get the Carmen LeBlanc 2, as I said, the Nunus already came through, so Clamu is sitting in a pretty good position. Coming up against Jedusor on the other side, though, who has just a bunch of units on this board. As of now, though, still just carrying that MF, still carrying that Victor, so not yet at his power spike, and he's really struggling to take down this Nunu, and we do see the power of this double AP threat in the backline, just taking down this board with ease. Travis picked up another win, but did Peter lose the previous round against Org, so that legendary Super Exodia, not as strong as maybe we initially thought.
Well, of course, we know the Jinx board has absolutely punched above its weight again and again and again. So I think all of our players need to be pretty careful to not run across being punished. You check in, you see, the 3-star you mentioned on the Pike as well. Just so much unexpected damage. This board could get a little bit stronger, but Org is out of cash. So he's a threat right now, but perhaps not permanently in the lobby.
And the lesser spotted double golden remover. In case your golden remover ran out for some reason and it stopped working, we do have a spare. So no worry in terms of moving his items around. But as you've said, has a lot of backline access, and it feels like with this Pike really can scam pretty much any round. But his front line, not the best right now, and I think until he gets that Morgana, still very vulnerable of getting run over.
Yeah, and I wonder, certainly we've got the extra XP trickling in from the Ari, but I think from the rest of the lobby, we're seeing boards coming together. Jedusor spending out heavily here at level 8 with, of course, the Sniper Emblem from very early on. Does, I think finding the Jhin to get the 4 Sniper online is big, but up against Travis, it feels like Travis's board is still more developed.
Yeah, we do just have the Xayah 1 as the main carry. We are stuck just rolling for 4 costs. Yes, we have +3, so we have a lot of slots on this board, but you are coming up against this massive legendary soup. Good TGs coming through this time as well for Travis on top of the Fiora, just a little bit extra help. Does take down Jedusor pretty easily, and this Curse Crown player is starting to bleed, as we did kind of expect may be the case.
Well, as you said, he went from being very high up in the standings to losing around 20 or so in that round. Very scary stuff. But Jedusor did make his choice. Kibixen will be now stepping up. The 7 Space Groove online. We've got the 3-star Samira. We don't have the 3-star on. At least we've got the Blitzcrank online, but it's not as strong as it could be, and it may not have too many more chances to get there.
No, we've just leveled for Replicator. That's all we've got in. We don't even have the Nami 2, and unfortunately in a position where he was stuck rolling on 7 just for this Samira, and now in a position where really we've seen these types of boards fall off quite a bit.
Well, Experience on the other side with the Darkstar board. The ASOL with the Radiant Death Cap is just absolutely horrific. That is ridiculous.
Just makes quick work of it, and we do see Org here, who did just lose around to Clamu, so players really trading blows here, and unfortunately, despite the fact he got this Exalted Adventure, pretty nice setup. We touched on it, that front line was just non-existent. Does drop down Kabixen into 7th, Org at least getting that 6th place.
So that's 2 Mo's members out. Travis and Wet Jungler left in the mix representing the squad. At least Wet Jungler has managed to move up with that Space Groove board to tied 1st place with Experian for the time being. But for Clamu, we'll see how much more is left. Again, we've been seeing our lobby spend very aggressively. Double Sona on this board. It feels like it's decent, but not incredible.
It feels like so many players are just looking for the same units, whether it's the front line that this AP Flex board needs, or the likes of Karma just splashed in almost everywhere. Going up against Jedasar on the other side here, who does finally have that Xayah 2-star. There's a bunch of units on this board, so many traits, but will this double AP threat be able to deal with it?
You see how much the focus damage is there from Wet Jungler's AP board. The front line will collapse a little bit early, so again, for Jedusor, every win is huge. And it actually will make it into the top 4. So ultimately, 2 Mavs players do make it through, 2 in the bottom 4. Experian, and of course, Travis, keeping things alive for the time being. For Jedusor, Wet Jungler, it feels like they've got a pretty good grasp on the top, unless Travis can break through.
And Travis is now back on that 4-win streak, so I do think he's healed back up again to 2 lives. And the only round he did drop was to Org. We didn't see the fight, but you've got to imagine Pyke did some Pyke things in that particular round and was able to get onto potentially this Vex early on. Because since then, it's been pretty clean sailing again for Travis. So I do feel like potentially he will get maybe 2 out of hand for this lobby.
All right, 2 regional champions in our top 4. I do have to wonder what can possibly deal with just the raw amount of damage coming from the Aurelion. So I can see he just cut through everything. Even if he drops, there's still other carries from Experian to back him up even further.
Travis just doesn't really have enough frontline. He's got so many damage dealers, but 2 items on top of that Rast right now. Really not a great position to be in. And with so many people in the lobby looking for the likes of Nunu, it does feel like that is what's lacking for Travis right now. So if he can potentially get to that upgrade, then should be okay. Jungler here on this Space Groove line didn't opt to reroll like our other Space Groove player. Actually did push towards a higher level, playing around the likes of Nami, and has now got to a pretty solid position in this top 4. I think a difficult game for Jungler to play here. He knew that he wasn't able to play the best version of Space Groove, but has made it work.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent enough ball. We'll see how it does against Travis's pile of legendaries. As you said, Travis not fully there as of yet. At least a Nunu in place for Wet Jungler to buy a decent amount of time, but backline carries not quite going to level up. And Wet Jungler drops down very close to being knocked out in 4th.
Jedasor picks up the win as well, so back on that 4 streak, so still thriving on with his Cursed Crown, but is very much in elimination range, even though he might be looking pretty at the top of the lobby. So really anyone's game here. It does feel like if Travis can upgrade that front line and finally get himself a really big tank, then he just maybe has too much damage for everyone else to deal with. But as of now, his front line lacking an awful lot, and we saw when he came up against Experian, just wasn't able to deal with the likes of this Cho.
I do wonder, looking at Experian's board here, we've got the Karma, we've got the Aurelion Soul, but the rest of the backline, not too much more than that. We will get the extra emblem coming in, which will be Vanguard, which will be wonderful for Experian just to get a little bit more punch behind this board. Wet Jungler finding the upgrade on the Shen. I think we're due for at least 1 elimination once this round is done.
Jungler just swapping around here, trying to make sure you can get that on to tank for as long as possible and potentially get his Blitzcrank in a good position to maybe remove one of the big frontliners. It does feel like Experience frontline lacking a little bit at least. We'll see if this ASOL is going to be able to punch through enough.
It will go straight onto the Nunu. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a Dragon's Claw, and you can see the laser will cut through to the other tanks as well very quickly. I just don't think there's enough DPS. Experience Ball was not made for times like this. Let's see. Oh no, sorry. Let's see who else gets... No, only one knockout. My apologies. Genusaur and a Wet Jungler out in third and fourth. We knew, Barry, that Genusaur taking the Cursed Crown meant it was more or less inevitable.
I mean, just eliminated there, even though you had a bunch of HP to work with. We are now in stage 6, so was not enough by any means. And Experience emblems that have came through have been really, really nice. But basically been able to make, well, has made use of all of them here. So despite the fact his frontline, you may be thinking, okay, we don't actually have like a massive tank. We're just getting so much value from our augments, from our emblems coming through, and has been able to put up a hell of a fight. But Travis on this legendary suit board, he has now made it all the way to level 10.
And this time, at least some of the more chaff units are getting taken out by the Red Soul early on. But you have the Fiora onto the back line. But again, the DPS isn't being taken out. And it looks like the may just not be an answer to this Aurelion Sol. He is hitting with the power of 1,000 suns. And it seems like Experience Board is just getting stronger.
Yeah, certainly is. Travis at least got a very, very good TG this time around, but it's the same old problem. We're sitting on the Nunu one, we're sitting on the Morgana one. Just needs that big upgrade. And despite the fact it's Experian, you might not look at this and think, okay, there's not a real big tank. As we've touched on, he won the coin toss, he got the Radiant item coming through, his flexibles being perfect, he's getting so much value, and it has just put him in a position where he just, I mean, look at those trades, Peter, it is outrageous.
We just literally don't have enough room on the board to describe how good this one is. But Experian, he's literally the craftsman of the convergence.
Yeah.
He makes trophies. Maybe he'll need to start thinking about making a trophy for himself. You can see he throws up the hands. He gets the first on-stream lobby victory against Archaeo Colosseum regional champion. Experian starting things off right.
Yeah, Experian with a really, really good performance there. He had a very favourable, flexible game, it feels like, and things did line up very nicely for him, but not the easiest game to see out still, and really did make it work.
All right, guys, well, we're going to try and move things as fast as we can, but our desk is raring to go to break down that game mod and look forward to the rest of the day. So I'll hand you guys into them. I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you guys so much for that very first game. And I mean, what else could we have asked for than to start that first tournament game with a double prismatic out of the gate here? Our players kind of tossed for surprises, but we had some notes on how it all went down. And of course, we'll have to talk about the winner of this match, Experian, playing around the flexible gangly. You were really impressed with his ability to hit.
Yeah, his ability to spawn everything he needs suddenly out of thin air. Listen, that's how TFT goes, though. I think Experian took flexible with a board on stage 2 that he knew it could fit multiple different outs into it, and he did high roll, right? He hit the Darkstar emblem on stage 2, had early forced Darkstar, and then going into stage 3, said, you know what, I'm already pressing the tempo, let me go with a Golden Gamble, hits the Radiant treasure chest, and then in stage 4, gets the Shepherd emblem as well. Everything that fits seamlessly into this board, and what it allowed him to do is effectively play 3 combat augments, right? You have flexible, which is enabling you to have the vertical Darkstar, Golden Gamble, which is giving you that core item on your carry, and then Cybernetic uplink to use with the rest of your items to make everything on your board a threat. Yes, Experion did high roll, but he piloted it to the way he needed to do. That's the way TFT goes, and I thought it was a very well played game on rails for Experion.
We have to mention, obviously, the draft again, because it was Experian who didn't show up. He comes in, he says, you know, I don't care who I play against. He dominates the lobby, but the player who, understandably so, I think expectedly so, was most salty about Experian not showing up was Travis. And I thought, if Travis goes safe here, the world is going to implode. But he actually went second. So it was a very fun kind of, you know, Travis is a very manic Experian, but It was a nice fight, 1v1 at the end. And Travis played a really cool game. I think he felt some extra pressure with his open 4 kind of strategy in stage 2 and 3 from Jedusor. The fact that it's a Curse Crown player, you're just taking more damage on your losses, which means that he came into stage 4 having to have a really good stable for 1 turn. And he executed. He went straight to fast 9. Travis actually in the past has complained to me for mislabeling him as a fast 9 player. He said, I never just open 4 into fast 9, but he actually did exactly that.
He's like,
in
I'm
this
flexible.
game.
I do whatever is needed, okay?
He's
Get it
learning,
right,
he's learning.
Panda.
And he did a really good job. He got a bit lucky with the Graves 2-1-4-2. He got a bit lucky with Swordsmith into perfect Graves items, having a dual carry. But all in all, I think he assembled a high-risk game that ended up in that top 2, which I think is where we expected it to be.
Yeah, I honestly love seeing players be so creative, whether it is playing around a fortunate, flexible, or playing around this Cursed Crown where you do need that plan for sure. But I was also a little bit sad for players that are known for cooking, and then in the end it doesn't work out. Skip taking that 8th place there, trying to get the board online with a comp you kind of often find yourself defaulting into, but it just wasn't good enough against the power curve of the rest of the lobby. And it's just, when you see something like this, you're like, oh, I'm hoping Skip can cook something up. He's the player that always finds these creative boards, but not this time, Gangly.
Yeah, it felt like for everything that went right for Experion, it went wrong for Skip, and in similar ways, right? He also opens with the Golden Gamble, and he doesn't get the Radiant item, kind of hoping that it would give him some direction or to lean into reroll. And then he does get bailed out slightly on 3-2, where he gets a Challenger and a Nova emblem, saying, okay, you know what? I can go level 8. As long as I hit my unit, I might be able to make it work. And unfortunately, as we saw, he goes level 8, just doesn't have enough gold to make it happen, and goes out in 8th. But there's one player I wanted to draw attention to who found themselves in the top 4, and it felt like off a pretty humble game, which was Wet Jungler. We have seen over the last few weeks this Space Groove comp kind of switch from being gated behind Emblem, whereas now I've actually seen a lot of players play Space Groove saying, if I can make it to 9, this comp comes alive. I don't actually need to play around Emblem, I just need to play around tempo. And I thought Wet Jungler recognized his spot really well to say, I'm not one of the high rollers in the lobby, but because there are a lot of loss streakers and people who are sacking tempo on stage 3, I'm going to be able to save enough HP to get a board on level 8 and then go straight to 9, and he did it perfectly. I think you take your 4th there every chance you get.
I want to touch on Og really quickly as well. I think he's a player that had a really good start to the game, a really good setup with the Pike Jinx as well for the Exalted Adventure. But the moment that it was 3-2 prismatics, I think all of a sudden his game was a lot harder to play. I think you really want to have this huge amount of power coming out from Exalted Adventure and a huge spike in stage 3. And if it was a Silver Ogre, for example, you would just be so far ahead of the lobby when you hit your 3 stars. But in the end, I think Og just couldn't really match the boards in stage 4 when Travis came online, when Jedusor was knocking on everyone's door at the start of stage 4 and end of stage 3 as well. And Og just couldn't really hang, especially with Pike, where I think the less units you have on your board, the better, because Pike can get to your backline and execute them. And then Jedusor has 12 units on his board. Like, wait, he's not going to get through all of this.
In general, I find that Exalted Adventure does really well when you can play with a very straight cadence. When you're winning, and when you're losing, you're losing. We saw him play to that with the loss streak on stage 2, and on 3-2 you want to be able to hit your board and streak for the rest of 3-2, and everything you're saying, Panda, is true there. Because of all of the resources that went into the lobby on stage 3, it's just impossible. You're not streaking on a 2-star board when you have a guy with 9 units on his board sitting on one side, and you got 4 Dark Star, Shepherd Emblem, and a Radiant item from Experion. It's just not happening. All things considered, I think Og knew on stage 3 that it's probably not a top 4, but it's okay because you opt into the line knowing that you have the opportunity to go top 4 in a lot of those games, and just because it didn't go your way this time doesn't mean that you actually made the wrong decision.
Yeah, I'm really curious on how that is going to affect our players moving forward. Of course, we are waiting for all of our lobbies to finish right now. One is still playing, but the first couple of results are trickling in across the board. Of course, I'm not going to leak anything, but if you want to check it out, you can just look at the score sheet in chat. It is pinned. That's also where you find all of our co-streamers, where you find all of the information. And we are seeing the first couple of results entered in there. Of course, still missing a lot of the first places still, as those are the last ones that are being finished off right now. But I feel like from this very first game, we already saw a nice spread from the meta right now. We haven't talked about that too much going into pre-show, and I feel like we're in an awesome meta. I think the balancing is really, really good. There's a lot of wide open options you can go to if you know your conditions. Would you agree with that, Gangly?
I would, completely. I think even within the lines that people are contesting each other, we saw in the last game, both Kubikson and Wet Jungler playing along the Space Groove line, but in two different variations. We saw Kubi try to play on level 7, play for the Orin 3, Samira 3. It was a pretty flippy line, actually. I was very surprised to see that taken from Kubikson, and it might have also had to do with, similar to what we were talking about with Og, you scout around on stage 3 and you realize there's just no way you're winning any fights, and so I believe he took Hedge Fund and then opted into re-rolling on stage 3. I don't know for certain if that was something that was planned for from the beginning or if that was a reactionary take, but to me, it felt kind of desperate. Like you look around the lobby and see that your win share is kind of falling and falling, and you're trying to say, hey, maybe there's some high roll out where I find Orin 3, Samira 3 early. But in regards to the meta, I do still think that it showcases how even in the contested lines, you can find ways, creative ways, to not contest each other in the same cadence of the game.
That's right. Well, we'll see more of that going forward, but for now we have our standings ready after game 1 here at EMEA Regionals. Panda's rubbing his hand.
No
This
Spanish
is
players, let's
starting
go, good
from
start.
the bottom up. So those are the players that have taken an 8th and a 7th place. Some of these, of course, we saw in that first game, but let's see how the middle field played out, Panda.
We're seeing here, of course, the players who went 6th or 5th in their lobbies. Gobo, the Vamus, not quite enough to get him into that top 4 for this game 1. But for players like Gobo, players like Clamu, I think a lot of mental fortitude to bounce back from this into game 2.
Looks like your curses were working out. Horo X there, down in the
Don't mention it.
standings. The impetuous Panda curse still going strong, but here are players that have managed to get those higher placements. I'm sure you're happy to see Dalisum up here. Of course, we know of Wet Jungler. Enzo, who was saving everybody from Lobby 3, was also able to get a decent placement here. But Gangly, here are top point earners after game 1.
Right. Of these players who have gone first in the first game, Experian, Hardiman, Safo, and Nuri. Nuri, I think, being one of the more surprising picks, maybe perhaps more of a breakout set. And while he hasn't necessarily shown the longevity in competitive TFT that a lot of these players have shown, he's earned his spot here. And so I think starting with a first is exactly what you want to see today.
In case you missed it, Nuri, I think, has had a lot of confidence coming to this week because he actually won a game last week on 100 HP. He has the Deathblade augments to Sword Overflow, so he just had Deathblades that were like 200% AT on like 5 units. It was not pretty for those of the competitors.
But it was pretty fun to watch. So there's always something you can find in those games. Of course, those lobbies that you saw going into game 1 are going to persevere into game 2 as well. No changes yet, but all of those points matter and carry over throughout the tournament. So that is something that will continue to be relevant. And of course, the big storyline for now is going to be fighting off elimination that waits at the end of the day. The bottom 8 players will be cut off. Now, we have 1 game, let me level with you. There's 5 more, plenty of choices and chances to make it out of that lower bracket if your chosen player finds themselves there right now. But we're going to be seeing how that next game will play out for our players. I'm not sure we have decided on our lobby yet. We'll need to see where we're actually being sent, but in case you're missing it, you can see all of our standings down below once more as well to see where everyone placed.
You can even see on this ticker here these players that have started with a first. The one player who I want to highlight very briefly before we get into our next game, I really want to see Tardiman make it back to Tactician's crown. He has been one of my favorite players to watch, not just from a gameplay perspective, but also because of how expressive he is. There's not that many characters in TFT that really feel like they come alive on the big stage, and Tardiman to me is absolutely one of those, and I hope we get to see him just, for selfish reasons.
I thought you would cheer for him because he is also a self-confessed player with a little bit APM like you, Gangly. that was the connection, but
Right, yeah. There's that too.
Okay, friendly fire on
Two
the casting
geniuses
desk.
with the same curse, unfortunately.
I was going to say, I'm sure you know a lot about that, Panda, but I'm not going to go there. So we know our lobby going forward. It is going to be a lobby 2, and we're straight in there. Our casters are ready, and they're going to take you into the game here, Counterfeit and Barry Baden.
Thank you so much, Makes. We've gone from one glittering lobby to another. Here with Barry, of course, in our previous game, as was mentioned on the desk, we saw all sorts of craziness. We're getting to see I think this is a really good lobby to represent particularly what we were seeing from week 1. We mentioned that we could have some of our players coming through, but doing, of course, to bring it front and center, some of our players who did well in the regular season. Pepperglad will be one of our players who's already got a spot at Crown.
Yeah, Pepperglad, it was touched on in the pre-show at the start of the day. This is a player that just constantly here, just constantly chipping away. It feels like time and time again we see them crop up, but just not had that massive performance as of yet. And I think that kind of shows the depth of the field in EMEA. I think maybe the reason why we haven't necessarily had as much success as at the Crown is we don't have just a field of 3 superstars who just go win. They're so much better than everybody else. It does mean it's so competitive, though. You look across this lobby, players like Yakumorai really stood out in week 1. A player who's constantly been here as well, as you said, Pepperglad. So I feel like the depth of field in EMEA is almost stronger than ever.
Yeah, and I think that's a really wonderful thing as we'll go into our first augment here. Will be gold this time. It is Howling Abyss. And it's going to be our, I believe, Huntress Stargazer as well, just doing all of our bits and pieces here. HorrorX, of course, a player who has been drawing a lot of attention. Maybe he will decide he does want to push down that Darkstar lane immediately.
Keeping himself open here. You can see he hasn't quite made his decision just yet. I think we'll be looking around, seeing if it is open. Don't want to play that line contested at all. It feels like without a +1, already kind of difficult. But I think Horror had a glance around, realised should have a pretty free hit at this. And yeah, this is a player that in the past few sets has really established himself as just a consistent performer. Panda touched on him being the bridge from CN to EMEA, and it feels like even coaching both teams out of CN in the past and rosters put together in EMEA as well. So garnered the respect of both regions, which is really impressive to do. Checking in here with a player who has had a really solid set. Dallasum, most consistent performer out of Spain right now. Starting off really strong on this 2 tanky pickup, and we do have to double Nar for the time being, but we know that's probably not going to be the case. It will likely be the familiar 2 tanky Samira on, which is just gold augments are just so shaping right now. They just clear direction very early on.
All right, we'll check on some of our other players. Of course, Slim Shady, we saw playing before. Not a player we've necessarily got a ton of information about as of yet, but making it to week 2 means, of course, for anybody you see playing across this weekend, they'll be playing in the TFT Pro circuit next season, so you'll get a chance to see a little bit more of what they're made of. We've got the Vanguard emblem in place here. Really fascinating to see what he ends up doing with that.
Yeah, very flexible. It feels like that's the go-to front line for any of these AP boards, so a lot of different ways you can take this. Pepperglad here, Cluttered Mind, been a popular pickup as well, just gives you the ability to have pretty strong boards early while also having this potential to fast 8, fast 9, so will be a player off the back of that solid 3rd in his first game, will be quite content with this. In terms of, if you're just tuning in, we aren't going to be advancing anybody out of the end of today, but we will be losing our bottom 8 players. So players know that as long as they're in the mix consistently throughout this first day of the second week, they're going to be able to potentially recover tomorrow, Peter, but avoiding that getting cut straight away is the main focus right now.
Of course, we know that no matter how decorated you may be, there's no safety to be found here in regionals. We've already had some incredible names being knocked out very early on. So, particularly for our players who are, say, coming into this lobby with a lower points totals, players like Vermin Death, players like Yako, they need really to try and reset their tournament here as much as they can.
And last week just showed that. It was a bloodbath of our TPC players. The majority of people who have progressed through to this second week have came through Tier 2. We lost so many of these veteran names coming out of TPC. Obviously, most notably being Double. That has been the main talking point. But when you looked across the field, actually, it was pretty much all of them. Very few made it through. And we got to this position where a lot of these Tier 2 players... We see the likes of Azu, who had a really good week 1, a player we've seen time and time again in the past, now stepping up to TPC. And all of these players that have came through Tier 2 have had that first week's practice, they've got some extra reps in a competitive setting under their belt, and now that they've made it through that point, it could just prove vital.
Yeah, what's been said, as you're saying, there's just those extra opportunities to really refine down your craft, because honestly, week 1 was absolutely brutal in terms of the games. You know, everybody fighting for their lives, everybody trying to pull out every trick they have. But as we get deeper into this here game too, of course, we mentioned we've got the Thresh, we've got the Varus in place as well, so we should be expecting to see the reroll in particular pick up a little bit of steam, and Arzu has got a line in for that, a challenger emblem presented.
Yeah, Azu feels like when you have Varus loaded in, a lot of players will lean towards it. Does actually go for Thresh here, so not completely committed to it. Tatterman here, a player that's going likely for this Vygar printer, getting these 2 extra duplicators from Varus just to help you along the way. So, 2 very shaping gods, it feels like. Varus can just completely change the shape of a lobby. It can open so many players up to play in these reroll lines. So on the other side, Dallas and already on 4 copies of Nah. So even though 2 tanky hasn't necessarily been the way you would take this, he's just playing what he's been given for the time being. And certainly has put together a really strong opener.
And I mean, we'll certainly be expecting big things from him. You know, if you look at the ladder, you'll be very familiar with his name. I think last time I checked, he was still up at the very top of the ladder. So in terms of just raw skill, he's absolutely a player to be watching out for. Does win out in that round, so takes one more step towards putting together the board that he will need later on.
Yeah, and coming into this, 5th in the TPC overall pro points, so a really, really solid season. Off the back of Peppo Glad, though, who is actually the overall leader in pro points this season. So 2 players that have consistently performed at the highest tier. So if you're the likes of Yakumara, as we are checking in with here, coming in from Tier 2, this is kind of a real test. You're coming up against some of the players that have had the best performances in the pro circuit this season. So kind of giving you a real push forward. Not just the top half, which we knew we'd be getting, but the top 5 players from the top 4 positions. So players that have really, really had a strong set. And we have arrived at a point where the meta is so open that if you've done well in the past, you're probably going to do pretty well now, because things that have been good are still good, Pete.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a little demonstration of that here. That's looking to try and keep his win streak into the PV round. I think these double Nas, 1 2-star, 1 1-star, should... Oh, I was feeling a little bit more confident for a second. We'll see how the cast comes through. I think he's just about good enough. Yakimurai will bring to the very edge. The last cast is not there. Dalasum, you can see, relieved to keep that streak intact.
And the Nas were just too tanky. Like, not a lot of damage coming out, a really slow round, but just look at the HP bars on these little guys. They put up a hell of a fight. Still is holding these Space Groove units, though. So despite the fact this is the early board he's put together, he knows that it's not really where he's likely going to take this, and just going for his strongest board and best item holders for the time being, and making the most of just such a solid combat augment that elsewhere players are leaning towards some of these econ early approaches. You know that with 2 tanky, almost guaranteed to streak as long as you have something to slam.
Alright, so Dalasum remains in control. Vomadeth down at the bottom on 2 points will be keeping the loss streak intact. He's a player we saw previously with Savings Account and Meeple. We haven't seen necessarily a ton of Meeple being played, so far this weekend, but in this lobby, Tartman and Vomadeth both on the line.
Yeah, certainly are, and it feels like Tadaman has just got the patient study. He's just gonna, with the double dupes going through Varus, print this Vygar very, very early, and then just be able to push on off the back of it. Horo here went for this early Darkstar approach. We know this is the most popular way to play it, playing around Lissandra and Shaw early. Did have to roll quite a bit to be able to get himself online here, but at least has got the Cho coming through, just slamming anything he can on top of it for now, just trying to pick up some stacks. These items will be getting moved over to Lissandra later, we don't need to worry about that. Unfortunately for Horror though, not many copies of Liss, and has rolled quite deep.
Yes, you can see Yakimarai over on the other side. One of the reasons why Horror is struggling to get the board together. Note, of course, with the Loot Singularity, if you haven't used it before, you get more stacks at 4 than you would at 2. So ideally, Horror would be running away with the early going, but if he can't put a strong enough board together, he can't get those stacks quickly.
The Constructor Champion, after you've just rolled, always sad to see. I think I could have got it for free, but opting not to do it here, just going for this super tanky Cho'Gath instead, hoping that that will be enough here, but does definitely need a few more Lissandras to come along. But has a little dupe, so should be more than okay. But Dallasum at the top of the lobby, running away with things really on this 2 tanky, just sitting in such a comfortable position, slowly starting to pick up these Space Groove units so that he can make that transition when he needs to, but for the time being, just very comfortable.
Yeah, and we've certainly seen boards like this before where people just can't put together a strong enough board and fall off before they get online. Very much not an issue for the Dallasum. Slim Shady decides to throw caution to the wind, though. 4 points, so he had a decent game, first of all. Apparently not satisfied with what he was running. He's going to cosmically restart, and now he is drowning in emblems.
Yes, certainly is. It does mean for a few rounds he's going to be pretty easy pickings for everybody else, so we'll have to keep an eye on him because he's going to have a pretty do-or-die turn where he starts to put things together. But as you said, wasn't satisfied with what he'd seen. Healthy enough to be able to kind of pick this up, and it's not in too rough of a position. So should be able to stabilize fairly comfortably.
Dallasum, we'll just check. We can see in the top right that he's still ticking away in his round. It looks like, yes, he will keep his win streak intact. Do want to note as well, just further on Dallasum again, because this looks like a very good lobby for him. Came top 4 in the previous game, is on course for a very good game. He is one of the institutions of the scene that, to my understanding, has never been too crowned, despite, of course, players like Revan breaking through for the Spanish scene. So we're keeping a close eye on him as today progresses to see if perhaps this might be his event.
It feels like Dallasum in the Spanish scene has been the player that every time a Spanish player has had a good performance, be it at a crown or one of our LAN events, they've said, oh, Dallasum was really helping me prepare, and he's always the player that's been helping the players who've had the performance. So it does feel like this set, having such a strong showing in TPC, finally maybe the time for Dallasum to have his shining moment himself. But Tardaman here does finally have this Vigard. Didn't even get to the point where he needed to print, just automatically had that coming in off the back of the Varus pickup. So sitting in a very, very good position here. Healthy, rich, patient study, should be more than comfortable to go up on this.
Yeah, checking out. Let's see if he can keep the streak intact. It doesn't seem like anybody's really able to do anything. He's transitioning really well into his level 7 board, or at least will be once he's level 7. Of course, Varus will probably make that a little bit easier. Not quite ideal to be able to get a few extra duplicators to accelerate that process, but I suppose, honestly, in this game, Dallasum's so far ahead of the curve, maybe he doesn't even need to worry about getting his board online quickly.
No, it feels like he's taken advantage of the fact that he's just got so much raw combat strength. As we see, Farnian has now got that online. So just frontline, even though he doesn't yet have 2 tanky, 3 really good items, sitting in such a comfortable position. We do see Pepperglad, 8 out of 9 on his Leona printer, so another player who's nearly at his power spike. So a few players will be starting to come online. Azu, we knew he was on this reroll line pretty early. Actually, no, is opting to push it up to level 7, so maybe playing around the likes of Kindred instead.
Yeah, that's really fascinating, because this hasn't been a lobby that's been especially contested with each other. I'm looking across, I believe that only Arzu is running this kind of line, but we are seeing a lot of people building up a lot of Shepherd boards, so maybe there is going to be some push towards, with Thresh in the lobby, these incredible late game boards coming through. See how Tartman is doing here.
Cosmic restart into Bard counterfeit. That's the approach. You just go to level 7, you click roll. He didn't use any of his rolls at 6, he just bought his shops. and then just go to 7, click roll once or twice. Oh, bad. There we go. Happy. Problem solved.
Oh, and Director, our observers let us know that actually, yes, we missed out in the mix there. It's not just Bard, it's Morgana too as well. So hey, you know, throw everything to the wind. Sometimes the wind will bring you back a gift.
Okay, fair enough. We've rolled a little bit. You know, we've at least rolled a few times. Of course, Morgana 2 on 7 and Bard has already spawned in. You know, just why would it not have? But we do check in here with Omen Death on this 9-loss streak. A player who himself is going to have a pretty big turn where he hits quite a lot pretty quickly. Leaning towards the Space Groove line though, has the +1. Maybe looking to play around the Nami Riven duo carry version, but when there's another player on Space Groove, you're low on HP, so you have to hit pretty quickly. Loading up against this particular board from Slim Shady as well, not what you want to see. And I think Roman Death might have a pretty difficult game here.
Yeah, the backline just isn't there. We've already got another player with the Vega 3 in place already, I believe, so certainly shouldn't be expecting to see too many more of those. I suppose good news for Roman Death is he keeps his loss streak intact into PvE. Well, that'll be 2 full stages, but we are going to need to see Vermin turn this into something big pretty darn soon.
Dalisum has lost the last 2 rounds, so he has bled. A savings account procced from Roman Death, so has so much gold to work with. 5 rerolls in the bank. Already started to sell things off. Knows he has to be really quick here. And yeah, I think it makes sense to do a little bit of rolling on this turn. We can't afford to do everything on the next round.
Of course, Roman Death, you know, a player we hope to see do well. I mean, 2 points in the first game is obviously, you know, if you run that into an 8th place afterwards and you're already in the danger zone for the rest of the day. 6 games to play total in day 1, as you mentioned before, Barry. Just 8 eliminations, but you know, if you take the 8th into 7th or 7th into 8th, or you know, potentially even double 8th, that's a very realistic possibility.
Yeah, certainly hard to turn around, but picking up what he needs here, already having a copy of Blitz coming through, gets the early Nami, Shen's on the board as well. So he's finding quite a lot, and I think knowing that there's going to be a player rerolling the likes of On Samira, wanting to get to the On 2 at least, so he can put together some kind of front line. I think it makes sense that Roman Death went early here. Just figuring out his items.
Pretty good shot. All right, we'll take what we can get against Horror, of course, who's been farming up the loot singularity all game long. Does have the 3-star Lysandra for a little bit more punch. I think Roman Death hopefully has enough to be able to start getting some wins in, but it's maybe not going to be as comfortable as he would like.
Yeah, on the other side, that Listen Show is an awful lot to deal with. I think Nami maybe does just have enough. Horror here goes down. Roman Death, though, not exactly comfortable. Does have quite a lot of pairs he could still hit, though. And the most important thing is if he can get to this Nami, because it is really all of his damage.
Yes, I mean, at least we got some good stuff in shop. Gilded Steel might be another option to push a little bit more damage in. Glass Cannon as well to get more mileage out. Goes for the Gilded Steel, finds the Vex and the Grave. So Roman Death gonna need to make something out of this because he certainly does not have a ton of money to his name.
Does already have the Blitz at least, though, so doesn't need to worry about splashing one of them in. Skipped over Riven, so maybe isn't actually opting to go for that instead and just going for this 7 Space Groove. Knowing that he really needs his front line, so I think itemizing this Kench is his main focus right now.
Yes, and certainly the extra health from Space Groove is going to help a little bit. If we look on the right-hand side, of course, you can see Roman Death is way below the rest of the pack. You know, around 40 at minimum from everybody else. We'll see how much fight they've got on them. Yaku, on the other side, of course, has been building up slowly a Dark Star. More on the Shepherd side of things from him. Looks like he's got a very strong board brewing later on, but he hasn't quite got there yet.
No, still sitting on a bunch of gold, so not too disheartened to lose this one. Slim Shady getting a nice matchup off the back of these 5 cost loading in. Already had the Bard, so it didn't come through from his augment. We already had this one, and has been picking up a little bit extra gold off the back of it as well. So we knew that after that level 7 roll down, he'd stabilized quite a bit, would be able to comfortably get himself to 8, and maybe even is considering just going all the way to 9. But Horror here, this Lysandra and Show proving quite a lot to deal with for some of these players.
Of course, we're still a long way away from Dark Star 6, but I do want to bring in, of course, for Horror, we saw the Mao's EWC team playing in the previous lobby. You mentioned that Horror, a coach himself, he's a coach for the Chinese All Gamers 4v4 squad, who will also be playing at that event. So we get to see him applying his theory in this game, and so far, it's looking pretty decent.
Yeah, he's a player that's been highly respected by players across CN and EMEA alike, and really established himself in the pro circuit and feels like just a regular at this point. Tataman here on this 7-win streak. This Vigor, we didn't even need to print it. It just spawned in. It just arrived, and then since that point, with patient study, all the way to level 9, makes quick work of this Yakuma Marai board. And sitting in a really comfortable position here. Won his first lobby in a commanding position here, and could be putting down a statement opening to this regional finals week 2.
I think Tartman in particular, if we talk about players we want as EMEA at the Tactician's crown, he's been there, I believe, 3 times total, and has never finished below a 20th place. So he's absolutely one of the heavy hitters of the scene. And we can see 8 points means that he won his first lobby, and he's looking pretty good here in the second one as well.
Yeah, looking really good. Potentially has the option as well. If he picks up Thresh here, the boon, if you're in a position to win streak, you can scale almost infinitely off the back of it. So will have just been considering that. And is just sitting in such a good position.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a great board. Of course, we've got the Vagar 3, which has been doing work in the early going, the Shepherd as well. Yeah, rather than 7 people, just a 5, and a very healthy 6-round win streak. Horror, though, has managed to get up to Dark Star 5. Not, of course, got the Jin as yet. And Arzu, we haven't talked about him for a little while. On the Brawler Marauder board, we haven't seen this, I believe, at all so far, but certainly was a major force in week 1.
Yeah, certainly had its place. Augments are looking pretty good for it. Does have the Challenger Emblem on top of the Yi for now. Hasn't found 1 copy of Kindred, though, so it's still items on top of MF. I think he knows, though, that this Yi can certainly run over some of these unupgraded boards, just make quick works of these front lines. When a lot of players are angling level 9, Tatman we see has got there, but still hasn't used all of his gold yet. Yi should have a pretty good time here, but unfortunately has wandered away from the Vigor just a little bit, and does drop down there. But Arzu, still sitting on 60 gold, himself has a lot of ways he can take this.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly, as you said, very much there to prey on some of the boards which can let the Challenger go off as much as possible and just really just rip through the board. Valison, though, a far cry from where he was previously, has dropped a lot of HP across the last part of the game. We do have the Space Groove more or less here, though maybe not as many Samiras and Alls as we could have.
Yeah, certainly not as many, and that is because of Vomandeth, who we are now checking in with. One of our players who has been also on the Space Groove line. Picked up 2 wins in his last couple of rounds, but hasn't went flawlessly through the stage, so he's just sitting on 12 HP. And despite the fact that is the case, knows that really doesn't have a lot to work with at level 8, needs to get to 9, and is playing risky here, and is hoping to be able to get to the end of this stage and then go up on the back of this. So playing the game on a knife's edge.
Yes, as exactly said, Valison will be very happy if we do see Vomandeth taken out early on. It does not look likely in this round, though, because as you can see on Yaku's side of things, these boards are starting to get too tanky for his early game board to be able to deal with.
Vomandeth now will be able to get to level 9, can hopefully try to potentially find something like a Blitz 2, or get one of these legendary units in and get the Space Groove emblem on top of them. We've seen Riven often be the unit that people are angling towards. Skipped over it early, is holding a Shen as potential next in, so does need a little bit more damage from this board, it feels like, but in terms of survivability, should be looking pretty good.
Well, in terms of general survivability in the lobby, Slim Shady has started to dip down a little bit, so it's not out of the question Vomandeth could make it out of 8th place and maybe towards the 6th. I mean, even above there, people are starting to drop HP. Tartman's still ruling the roost up on 70, but it's seeming like a more achievable task for Vomandeth than it did previously.
Yeah, certainly is. Picked up Thresh's boon as well, so just need a few rounds maybe to get himself going. see Dallas on the side with a pop-up, 6 of each of his units. So we'll be hoping to see Death drop down, just make his life a little bit easier. We will see if this win streak can keep going or if he's facing elimination.
The ironic part, of course, is that Death isn't even really using the units that Dalasan wants to be using in a major way, but we'll see. Haro, again, we've seen before, has made his board a little bit stronger. We've now got the Karma in the mix as well as the Lysandra 3, so there's a little bit more punch. 2 backline carriers against 1. The Cho'Gath is relatively strong, but I don't think it's good enough this time.
That Kench is just too much to deal with. 7 Space Groove, just so much HP coming through. So Death does keep this going. Salim Shady also, it looks like, picked up a win there, so has stabilized. We do see Azu is closing in on Yi 3 here. So we heard the pings going down. Does have the Kindred 2 as well on the board, but this is his win condition. However, everybody in the lobby is aware of it. Despite the fact he's trying to hide one of those E's on the board, he's just tucking him in there underneath those brawlers. He's like, no, don't worry about this, but the players are more than aware.
I mean, you've got to give it a try, don't you? I mean, Arzu otherwise is kind of caught in the middle. He's got no more money left in the tank, and I think he's going to start dropping down soon. I mean, Slim Shady, of course, we have flashbacks to the Aurelian Soul from the previous game. I think this time round it's not got quite as much punch behind it. We see the Tam's Kench just absorbs the damage. I think Slim Shady could be in a little bit of trouble here because there's not a ton of Arzu damage himself, but his tanks and, of course, the Master Yi will get the job done.
We do have word that no one as of yet has picked up a Yi, so the pings were coming through, but that doesn't mean that immediately Yi just spawns in everyone's shop. So Azu does have a little bit of time, but he needs to pick it up pretty quickly because very soon people will be in a position to deny that. And it doesn't matter, it's already here.
Oh my
E3 has been hit
gosh!
just like that. Doesn't matter if everybody else was pinging it, doesn't matter if the rats were trying to play denial. Azu has arrived at this spot. He knew as well, he was desperation rolling, in between the round, goals coming through, roll, and he has hit.
Gosh, and Arzu, one of those players who had an incredible early start to his career, but really dropped off, and has only recently started to re-emerge. I mean, yeah, of course, there's always a degree of variance. You can see Arzu trying to shake off those nerves.
Arms up, we're done.
Yeah, these are the times you need to high roll. You've got a first place. Sorry, you got a second place in your first game. You've now got a first place for your second game. Arzu is really well set up for the rest of the tournament.
And he was our points leader last week as well. So just like that, we know why. First out of week 1, and easy, just like that. That's the hidden tech. Just make sure you're on the uncontested line and you can hit, and it's as simple as that. But Salim Shady, a player that unfortunately, despite the fact he hit pretty early on, unfortunately was not able to ever really get anything going. Stuck at level 8, drops out into 8th place. Dalisum on the 2 tanky line, when you're contested Space Groove, potentially just not able to arrive at that power spike, and we've seen still a ways away from hitting and facing elimination himself.
And we've been talking a little bit about, being able to take control of a lobby early on and ride that to victory. Dalasan was absolutely in control for such a long time, but no way to control what your opponents are doing. Other players will take advantage. Pepperclad with the Shepherd board looking pretty good. We've got the LeBlanc up and firing. We've got the Sona up and firing as well. It's about as good as you can get, and I think Dalasan might be at the end of the line in this lobby.
Certainly can be. 1 away as well. We can see tantalizingly close. If he's able to pick up a win here, so many players are in elimination range themselves, though. And with the Grim Reaper Yi in the lobby, you know that players will be dropping down. So potentially just this 1 round win from Pepperclad could be also important, could just gain him so many positions. Dalisum, unfortunately, will be dropping out. We see Death's streak. After all that, and likely just came head-to-head with the Yi and also eliminated. So despite the fact he was tearing through the lobby in a really comfortable position, as we touched on, there is this one looming threat that will just come and tear you down.
But Yaku's out in 6th place after an 8th in the previous game. That's very bad for him. Death does make it out in 5th, with Dalisum in 7th place, basically resetting his day. He got 2nd in the first game. So we're kind of left in a situation here where potentially we've got a big game here for Tartman and Arzu, Pepperclad as well. They all had a strong first game. They've all at least got a top 4 in game 2.
Yes, certainly have. And as we know, one player that is quite a bit stronger than everyone else, there's a little bit of a battle for second place going on here. Cartman sitting pretty comfortable in HP, but I think all these players will be satisfied with their starts to the day. I know Horo, off the back of that 6th place, just getting some points on the board here, will be very satisfied with it and able to pick up a win there as well. So 2 players in Azu and Horo picking up these wins, another elimination. We do now have our top 3.
Yeah, I think Pepperclad relatively happy with how that one played out overall, considering the circumstances. But I think particularly for something that wild like the Master E3 to happen this early on in the first day of our second week of regionals, it's a test for our players, I'll put it that way, to not be immediately saying, oh, that was incredibly unlucky to have that happen.
Okay, well, what I will say is we've got a E3, which is, okay, fair enough, just play for your rounds. And then a player that naturaled Vargar, didn't have to print it or anything, and then was able to go all the way to level 10. Last time round, we saw Experian with best in slot flexible, just spawning in everything he needed. So it's all about playing around these high rolls, Peter. It feels like knowing the line that is uncontested or potentially gives you the possibility to just edge out something absurd. And you might think, okay, E3 spawned in, but he knew early on no one else will be playing this line, and we've actually seen quite a lot of E3 as the win condition.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. We've been seeing our players across both the lobbies so far just pouring all of their gold into their board and not really keeping back a ton for aggressively contesting anybody else or worrying about what anybody else is doing. Haro will be up against Tartman's board in this time round, so we'll keep Arzu out of the picture. She said the battle for second place is well underway. The Dark Stars are on firing all cylinders. So Tartman takes the big hit down to 17-8, which means that Arzu is just waiting to scoop him up.
Yeah, and both players will be loading in against Arzu, but one of them will be getting the ghost, and Horo does have that extra life to work with, so it should be pretty comfortable. Tartman himself is going for it. He knows he needs to hit a 3-star 5 cost. That is his potential win condition here. He knows that anything else is just a 3rd place, and he is rolling. Sold everything quickly. Is digging deep for this Blitzcrank. Unfortunately, though, not able to roll it all. He's done well, to be fair. He rolled pretty much everything. Unfortunately, did not get to this 3-star 5 cost. A brave and valiant attempt by Tartman, and will now be dropping down into 3rd place. But he knew his position was predetermined unless he could pull off a miracle like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth a shot, isn't it? But when you
always is.
You got nothing left in the tank. Haro, we'll see. Yeah, well, of course, as you'd expect, get beaten up by the ghost as well. So I think we've got a chance to talk a little bit, about Arzu. Again, he's a player who's back on the ascendancy. He was playing the tier 2 before. I believe in his first trials, he finished 303rd. And in his second trials, he finished 6th. So he's very much in the ascendancy. And I think this game is going to be one he'll remember for quite some time.
It's so difficult to get through this tier 2. You only have those 2 trial weekends to really put down a marker. You might not be feeling the patch. You might just not be feeling yourself. But Arzu has been in positions like this time and time again. One of our strongest representatives out of the MENA region, repeatedly coming through. And we saw Bricks, gave him the shout out last week. So proud to see him here. And now in a position to really have such a solid start to the day. He is just chipping away. Nothing that this board from Horex can do. And that is a comfortable win from Arzu. And now he is sitting very pretty indeed.
All it took was a 3-star Yi. Arzu from 2nd place into 1st place. You can see very pleased with how things have been progressing from there, and with very good reason. I mean, honestly, it's such an incredible thing to give yourself that cushion of points going forward, knowing that no matter how the rest of the day goes, you don't necessarily need to be playing 1st or 8th.
No, certainly doesn't need to be playing 1st or 8th, and now he's got that cushion to work with. We will just be going to a break, and then our analyst desk will be able to break down everything we saw in that absolutely crazy lobby.
Hi, and welcome back here at the EMEA Regional Finals Week 2. We're ready to break down a game where there was a lot of ratting, a lot of chaos, and some highs and some lows. It all, of course, comes back to Arzu. That's what everybody wants to talk about, this Yi3, and how did we get here, Panda?
Well, we only got here because Dazik was not in the lobby to rat our poor competitors and for the fourth time in regionals stop someone from getting their 3-star. But more importantly, I think Arzu just opened the most important booster pack of his career potentially in terms of how important it is for the momentum in this game too, and this next victory after second place in game 1. Got some Yis from that booster pack quickly enough where no one really was able to stop him. There were players that had gold to roll. There were players that could take that responsibility, but it's an uncontested line. We saw Bensak talking about it at the end of last week, where he, in the last game to qualify to week 2, he just had a very good game with this Nova Flex, Kindred, Yi line because no one else is buying these units.
Yeah, I would consider this almost like a backdoor win out, where when you look at the nature of that lobby, I mean, none of us are really considering Arzu to be one of the contenders for a win, right? You had a lot of players whose boards looked like they were primed to easily win out. You're talking about Tardaman, Horo X, Pipo Glad as well, had that fast 9 board with the LeBlanc and the Shepherds, and there were a lot of people that looked like they were just kind of set up, and so usually you're in that spot and you're thinking, okay, well, how do I secure a 4th? And what Arzu there is he recognized Booster Pack 1 gives me econ so that I can guarantee to upgrade all of my board, but at the same time also has the ability to give you this backdoor 3-star Master Yi. And so Peppo taking booster pack there not only secured his spot in that middle of the pack placement, but also gave him the opportunity to high roll. And so I thought the vision to see that top 1 out was perfect.
Yeah, I really like that from Peppo as well. Of course, you mentioned in passing there, Panda, the Horo export, a player we're really excited for as well, has been consistently kind of creeping up in power, creeping up in performance, and almost feels like he is due in some type of way without trying to jinx anything early here. But it's certainly a player I always find myself looking at and going like, yeah, this looks good. There's really not much you can kind of criticize on how he plays a game.
Over the past month, this Cholisandra board has been just one of the most stable ways to play the game if you have the right spot for it. It was Treasure Hunt in the past. Loot Singularity has always been pretty high for CM players in particular. They were playing it a lot throughout the last third TPC and their regionals and just all their tournaments near the latter half of this set. And Horek showed why. I think just a very consistent comp. If you get the Cho'Gath, it's just a great tank, 1 3-star with Solo Tank in particular as well on 3-2. And Lysandra just clears boards. She takes some time to get through everything, but she just deals so much damage to these once the attacks go down on the opponent's side of the board.
One of those boards that it feels like the front line itself is also the back line because the damage will eventually get there. It's just about whether or not they have enough time. But someone in the bot 4 from that game I wanted to talk about was Dalesum. He's a player that we did outline in the pre-show, someone we were really excited to see. But he took a pretty interesting line into 2 tanky, and it actually kind of exposed one of the weaknesses of that line. It's extremely powerful, but he took triple combat, or at least no econ. He had no econ augments from the 3. And what happened was, well, he made it to stage 4, he had a strong board, but ultimately he didn't have enough econ to get the final 3-star board online, and because of that, takes a bot 4 in a line that a lot of people would consider extremely powerful when it's in a prime position. So an unfortunate bot 4 for Dalesum.
Yeah, that's true, but we'll see how that shakes out on the entire playing field because our standings are ready, so let's take a look together. We're once again going to be starting from the bottom up, and I do not like what I'm seeing there. We're gonna need some more boss in chat to get our waitlist warrior up there, prevailed through week 1 with an average of a 2nd placement and is starting off with a very rough patch.
And we're looking here at the second page now. A lot of big names like Dasic, like Scapeus, like Bensak, who has bounced back a tiny bit on the 3rd place now. Started off with an 8th after really being one of the stars of week 1 in particular. The Mouse players also evening out a bit. Travis ending up with an 8th in that 2nd game of that group of death, or lobby of death.
This 9th through 16th is always this place of comfortable players, right? They're not dominating. They probably feel like their games are not overly high roll, but they probably feel like they're piloting well. But this is the page where it feels like it really starts to turn on, because I feel like momentum is such a real thing in TFT, and you have to imagine the players sitting at the top here are feeling that.
For sure. I mean, if you're YU Mat Pro, you're kind of punching the air right now, being in this upper echelon after having an unfortunate first game, getting that 1st place, that catapults you into those top 8 players. But of course, for a player like Hypno, who we are going to be finding in our lobby here for game 3 as well, this just feels familiar. He was sitting on the upper point end for basically all of week 1. He's a very, very strong performing player. And of course, anybody that comes through the ladder, you always need to be a little bit respectful of these players. They're grinding so many hours on high level. That's not the same as competitive, but it is definitely something you should put respect onto. And I mean, we're seeing it pay off here as well. But of course, some more interesting players in our lobby, like Travis, that you were mentioning, Panda.
Really cool spread of players. In particular, I'm looking at the Polish side of things with Pepoglad being kind of one of the rising stars in the end of last set regionals, and now this set as well, being the pro point leader. And Biawi List potentially being Pepoglad 4 sets ago, being this player who is starting to get good results, is now performing at a high level in these elite competitions, did really well in week 1, and could maybe follow that same path that Pepoglad had as one of those rising stars in Poland, who breaks out of just being a B tier, inconsistent player into now performing at a high level frequently.
Just starting us off here with some nice and easy gaming, nothing too crazy to get this one starting, as players are picking up a bunch of pairs, something if you're a player that's newer to TFT or still learning, something you can take away from. I just explained this to someone recently. Whenever you see a pair in your shop, just pick it up. Maybe you get a free upgrade in one of the shops that comes after that. But that is something that we will look out for. We also know that we're in a gold subscription game, so we will have an influx of resources here. And if that wasn't enough, we're also going to get Thresh once again as your gods next to Soraka. So be ready for a little bit of chaos.
One thing to watch out for with gold stuff on average, boards are going to cap higher. You just have much more resources to get to the Fast 9, to get those Fast 9 AP boards, the Nova boards working out. I will be quite wary of things like the Jinx comp, for example. I think it's the kind of comp that does really well in low resource lobbies, but the moment there are just higher cap boards in general, in stage 4, it just really falls over. Unless you have an augment like Nuzka no Pivot, which could be a very strong option for it. So there's a few lines into it, but you have to be a tiny bit careful.
Insta-pick of the spreading roots there from Hypno. Very commonplace, and once again, we're actually seeing the second time on broadcast where someone has 3 Darkstar and picks up an emblem augment, immediately finds the 4th Darkstar. So you know what? The EMEA players, you all are eating pretty good today.
Well, I told you would learn something new here, so I'm
Right.
happy you're taking notes of how EMEA plays this game, Gangly. Happy to help, but of course, as our players are picking up their choices here, we're just going to be hopping through the boards to show you everything. Pepo and Lakoko still thinking about it as they're finishing out. We also get a glimpse at the Arbiter. So when an Arbiter attacks 3 times, you have a 5% chance to gain a Leona at the end of combat, is the one that Dasig has chosen here.
I'd like to flag that this is, I believe, this was a 1-component opener. and on gold subscription with so much econ coming in through the stage 1 PvE, it means that there are players that are actually potentially going to have the opportunity to hit 30 gold very early as 2-3, I believe is possible. Travis is someone who I'd like to keep an eye on, as he is the calculated loss player. He's the one player in the lobby that has kind of dedicated his game to focusing on econ and capping extremely high, something we saw him do even earlier on the day.
Because it isn't only a one component opener, I think players like Gawilis have done a very good job of picking the replication, especially for the game he seems to be wanting to play, which is Jinx reroll. It's what I mentioned. I think he's going to really have to dominate the lobby in stage 3, and replication will really help in terms of having a 3-item Jinx potentially on 3-2. I'm also concerned about Jedusor. You're only on one component. You are going to sacrifice one of your components in your item economy to make a spatula or an emblem at some point in stage 2 and 3. Or you're going to fall too far behind when it comes to itemizing your units, and can you find an item augment in 3-2 potentially?
I think that's a really, really good point. I know players are obviously highly prioritizing emblems in the current state of meta because it enables so many things. We're also seeing that the Stargazer here is the altar, so something Jedusor is, at least for now, playing into could just keep it going and feed the altar, so to say, to maybe get a payout there if that is the route he wants to take. But I think for now we're just trying to play strongest board in terms of what we can find and then see what options are actually opening up for that emblem in the end.
Also remember that this is Thresh as one of the gods, so there are some additional outs to get either an additional spatula or even just other components dropped. I think there's a world where you get the resources that you're missing from the random boons or the mystery loot from the Thresh god. So it could be a sign of one of the players signaling, hey, maybe the opener itself isn't giving me what I'm looking for, but the god selection could.
The immediate pings. Once the anima rolls in, it literally was on the board for 2 seconds, and someone just came over and started letting everyone else in the lobby know. Dasic now says, you know what, there wasn't enough pings, let me add a few more to the audio pool for our competitors here. Gonna be very strong for Zyko if he gets this anima unchecked. We saw it all throughout week 1. Even starting at this point is completely fine. 2-3, even 2-5 is fine for anima. If it is an 8 or 9 loss streak coming to stage 4, he's going to be one of the scarier players in the lobby.
For sure, if he can get there in the long run. I believe he might not be the only player that is on Anima though, so could be that Travis is also, yep, there we are. On the left side, you can see that Travis also has Anima enabled as a trade on his board just now. So let's see between Zyko and Travis if somebody is going to back off or if they will butt heads as these players are coming back from their god selection.
We did see that Travis won the first fight of this game on 2-1. I have a feeling that was actually against Zyko because Zyko, for the first few stages until he had 3 anima in, was just sitting with a Jinx on his board. So there's a world where these two don't actually match up again for quite some time.
So if you're
Before
ready,
the anima cash outs,
look forward to it.
The most likely out that we saw throughout week 1 was, of course, moving into the mech space, with the Mighty Mech just doing a very good job of using a ton of the different anima items, as well as the Ace-Soul. We'll see if that'll be the case between Travis and Zyko here, and if both players go for the same line.
Might be time to bring back the Victor Aurora reroll from the old days of the set as another potential anima out if you're trying to not contest the mech cash out, but we'll see. We'll have to see.
You can keep your tech for the
Sure.
American players, Gangly. Thank you.
Yeah, Gangly. Let's not tempt our players with a bad time. We are
All right.
getting information from our lovely observer as those Thresh selections have come in. Most of them have been 3 cost and 4 gold for Pepoglad, Lakoko, Dasic. Jedu got a 2 cost plus a lesser champion duplicator, and Travis got a golden item remover and 4 gold. Whereas Zyko also got the 3 cost and 4 gold.
Wait a minute.
So very tame selections on the Thresh.
What do we see here? Gangly, another Darkstar player, high rolling on stage 2, and Ace-Soul has already been found with the Darkstar
That's
emblem onto
crazy.
him. I mean, is it just shades of
That's how it's
experience
done.
game 1 that we saw? Golden Gamble coming in 3-2. You heard it here first.
That's right.
That is ridiculous. The fact that he was able to get that emblem after already having 3 Darkstar and now also just gets the ASOL. I mean, I don't know. What are we feeding these players? What is happening?
Okay, but also, have you ever been in this position and then you think to yourself, God, I hope I don't mess this up, because everything has been given to you, but there's a lot of game left. You can't actually just believe that it's all over yet, right? There's plenty of things that can happen. So I don't know. Hypno's obviously feeling good, but you can't fall asleep at the wheel.
A bit surprised he's immediately slammed the JG. I think I would have waited to see all his item components. I would maybe be open to slamming Rabadons first, especially if you're open to Jewel Lotus on your 3-2 augment.
Yeah.
It make things a little bit awkward.
We'll see what he actually finds in that next augment coming after this PvP round. And whether or not that Jewel Lotus is going to be offered in the first place. I also feel like Rabadons is a more straightforward slam, but of course, GG does give you more instantaneous power, as on the lower levels this crit just can do so much. So I kind of see arguments for both sides, but I am with you. I think I would have preferred a Rabadon slam here as we are moving through. I'm just taking a look towards the bottom end of the leaderboard here as our 2 higher players meet, and Hypno trying to protect that 100 HP streak. Psycho and Travis still running Anima, both still looking for those lost streaks. Let's hope they aren't actually running into each other.
Also a really nice time for Hypno to be fighting Bialylis. Bialylis obviously playing the Jinx is going to be trying to spike on the next round on 3-2, and so Hypno is going to have that streak protected.
Silver augments across the board for our competitors now. Pepelglad immediately goes for a branching out. Well, not just Pepelglad.
Oh, my
3
goodness.
different
Wow.
players are looking to Gamba in this game number 3, looking to find some direction for their game plans moving forward.
Shepard found.
So, yeah, let's take stock. We have Shepard here on Lakoko. I like Shepard. I think Shepard as a flex trait, if you're able to fit it in, is very valuable beyond Baijin. Very, very good unit. And hopping over to Pepelglad.
Conduit found,
Finds-
Arbiter found for Peppo. And then the third was Travis. Wait, he found Anima. Are we going to see the 6 Anima game? Is it happening?
I mean, that would be an out.
I truly hope not.
I actually haven't seen 6 Anima yet. I do know, what was it, 2 patches ago? They did buff it, or maybe 3 patches ago, to get the loot every round instead of on win. Maybe it's got some legs, but I have a feeling it's probably not going to be seen today. He also had 2 Reforgers, I believe, right? So.
Yeah, so
He had a
it's most likely
lot
just
of-
be a Reforge later on in stage. Once he gets to the anima cash out, it'll be a very high APM turn for Travis in terms of reforging not just the emblem, but potentially the cash out item as well, and figuring out where he goes with that.
Checking in with Jadu, still playing around. That Stargazer is building it out nicely and seems to have decided to stick with it. We'll see how this one is going to continue. A little bit of an interesting slam on, or well, lack of slams on those items, as we are in a game that just has so little components. Finds himself with an adaptive helm and nothing else.
Yeah, I think Jedu is recognizing that the complexion of the lobby is not going to allow him to win that much on stage 3, so it's better to just take the losses, play for best in slot items from Xayah. We've seen so many times throughout the set how much stronger a Xayah is with those best in slot items of the red buff Kraken. And so having some of those components, if he wants to lean into that line, it feels to me more like we're just trying to play around best in slot.
It is a little bit dangerous, though, for someone like Jedu, considering there are 2 anima players. If they both make it out, if they both cash out, they're going to be very, very strong in stage 4. You don't want to lose HP without need in stage 3. If you end up in stage 4 with around 30 HP, you have bad matchmaking, you don't quite stabilize on your board on a more kind of lower cap setup compared to the anima players, you could be in big trouble.
Yeah, it's something Jedu, I'm sure, is also aware of, but it looks like maybe he hasn't found an answer to that problem just yet. But A lot of our players once again selecting Thrash in that God stage there. I believe I only saw 2 of them going for Soraka. So we're going to find an influx of components for players like Zeku who end up getting those component anvils from that God stage, which of course in this lobby, that's awesome. And Dasik is getting yet another one, but let's see.
All right, so
Who wins?
Zaiku finds the Aurelian Soul and wants to hold on to it because it's what he's planning to cash in on. And so you can see he was considering selling it, and in the end just says, oh, you know what, if I fight Travis, I fight Travis. He buys a bunch of things from the shop and immediately fights Travis. Now he's going to be stuck on this 350 cash out. This game looks a lot harder for Zyko now.
Kind of left it up to chance, but immediately gets punished on the turn that he could have here. For Travis, great news. I think he can make his board a little bit stronger now that he's faced Psycho. He has him out of this pool. He can try and maybe kill a unit or 2 on this last round of stage 3, considering he's on 26 HP. Does want to enter stage 4 ideally, where if he takes a small loss, it can still be, you're not in your last life, but we'll see if Travis can make that happen.
You know what would really feel bad if you're a player that picked Thrash on this round and you don't get the component anvil that, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4 of our players got there. So a huge influx of power on the item front for Bialy, for Lakoko, for Dasik, and Hypno, whereas Paperclap received 4 rerolls and Zyko received that training dummy that we just saw on the board there. But let's check in with Bialy, who's one of the players that got components here, as he is currently taking down Travis just a peg. He's chasing Jinx and Belvis still, but is still off a couple of those copies.
Great stage 3 for Bialy. This is what he has to do on this Jinx board. Because, a higher cap lobby that we predict this lobby might be for game 3. Does also face the Anima player right before he becomes very, very strong in stage 4. So really good matchmaking for Bialy. There's on his way now to Jinx and to Belvis, just a few copies off. And he's a player who has to try and win still some fights in stage 4, especially 4-1 and 4-2, if he wants to have a good chance of top 4ing this game.
Big roll down coming from Travis. Wants to do some of the turn now so he does not get too dizzy on the next. Finds 1 Mighty Mech, 1 Aurelian Soul. A couple of the core pieces there, still plenty of room. Also has the Bard pair sitting on the bench. Could clog up some of that econ though if you can't actually upgrade it. I think it's really important that you find this 2-star Mighty Mech ASAP.
Has to be a priority here. Is going to get, of course, some extra money from that gold subscription. A little bit of an inverse on the item selections. Usually players opt to slam those last, but the bench space so valuable here that he decides to just clear it up first to have enough room to make this transition here. But like you mentioned, we're looking for the mechs in particular, and they are hard to come by. Aurelian Soul finally comes in.
Gotta make sure you
It's really big because of the Dark Star player as well, and Zyko also trying to go for Acel. And yes, very smart with that mention, Gangly. We did see a few players in EMEA in week 1 who slammed a bit too hard on 4-1 and ended up winning, and it was quite hard for them to cash out.
I will say though, Lakoko is level 8 on the other side, so with 16 cash remaining for your Anima cash out, that does mean that even if you win this fight, you will get to 400 exactly. So Travis in a very rare position where you can have the maximum perfect interval to get the cash on win or loss.
As you can see, we are in a game pause right now. That is because a player has disconnected and therefore the game has been paused. Of course, we'll try to wait out for them to reconnect. At the end of the day, that is not always easy for them. So let's hope that that is going to be possible in the next couple of seconds. That allows these players to just take a minute here as the PvP round has already started to look around, take a breather, and get that hydration break in.
I'm looking at Travis's shop right now. I'm actually curious how you handle the Morgana in shop. I think most of the time you really want to be able to pick this up. He's been trying to hold on to this Bard pair. I'm not sure if he's going to sell either the Karma or one of the Bards or yeah, because that's a Ross 2 on the bench as well, so he's not selling that. Or if you ever just like lock the shop because you're selling out of your Anima units next turn, Either way, it never feels great to go down to true zero when there is a unit in your shop. I'm not exactly sure how I would handle this. I think I would be tempted to just to sell one of the bards.
Selling a bard though before this 4-2 augment can be punishing sometimes, depending on what augments you offer with the random 5 costs, and just maybe a free bard 2, for example, as well. Just by being level 8. Although you have already hit your ASOL 2, which is where most of your power and items will be no matter what. I do wonder what Zyko's rolldown is going to look like. I mentioned it before. Travis, despite Zyko having an ASOL already, rolling now with Calcos especially and all the free econ he got over Zyko, who had an artifact from stage 2-1, which really wasn't doing much for him during his loss streak. Already has ASOL 2 on Travis's side. Hypno has at least one from stage 2 onwards. So it will be quite hard. And if Zyko cannot hit his ASOL 2, he is going to die, most likely in stage 4, no matter what.
He also still has a couple of turns that he'll need to play before he gets his Anima cash out. Remember, he was stuck on that 350, and so I think he's won the last 2 fights, so he's probably around 370-ish, which is probably perfect to have 2 losses, meaning he'll go down to 8 HP and have to win out the rest of the game.
Let's see if Zyko is able to come back from that, but in the meantime, we are bringing up the lower third here to show you the lobby complexion. Of course, a reminder for everybody at home that is watching, the TFT overlay is in place on the Twitch stream as well, so you can check that out, hop between boards, just see where players are at in the moment. Also quickly want to note something, as we've been talking a lot about the Anima players, we've been talking a lot about the bottom end of the standings. Let's take a look at the top there, where Hypno is still sitting on 100 HP, it's 4-1, and he just rolled down entirely to 0 gold.
And it's still sitting on ASOL 1, so some good news for the rest of the lobby, considering he hasn't quite spiked in a way where he can just stop rolling now and go straight to 9 and just take over the lobby, like we saw from Experian in Game 1. Eyes on Dasik and Jedizor as well on their 4-2 roll down. It'll be really, really important to see what they end up hitting, and if they miss entirely, they could be quite weak compared to the rest of the lobby. Looking at Dasik likely playing into LeBlanc, I have to imagine, with the art he had earlier, and Jedu will see what he can do in terms of the Stargazer line.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would put Dasik and Jedu both in these positions where it feels like they're just fighting for placements. I don't necessarily feel like either of them are in a spot that feels overly powerful. Dasik kind of feels like he's a bit at the whim of how his roll down goes, and Jedu has already kind of halfway done it, right? Sitting at 20 gold on level 8, doesn't have any of the Zayas, has a 1-star, Nunu, has some pieces there, but nothing that really feels like you're going to be able to streak through stage 4. And sitting at 43 HP, he doesn't have the ability to lose stage 4. He needs to find a handful of wins here amidst a lobby that, like you mentioned earlier, David, you have Zyko and Travis both trying to spike extremely hard. Hypno, like Makes was talking about, rolling to 0 to secure his spot in this top 4 as well. I just don't know what angle Jedu has to consistently get a top 4 from this spot.
I agree. I think he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Maybe he can high roll his way out of it. Honestly, that's probably what you're hoping for in this moment. I'm not sure Zyko is as much of a threat as Travis based on everything we've been talking about. Zyko's still a little bit further away from that cash out. Yes, he's been winning, but the board isn't super strong just to the eye test, whereas Travis is looking to really accelerate here once he can get that frontline upgrade in. That is going to be a scary board.
I think Travis is still potential mostly because we have to see what his Forward Forgers do for him in terms of his emblem, in terms of his... It can be obviously extremely high roll. And we'll have to see what his cash out is. If he gets Ice Blast armor, for example, on the Mighty Man, could be huge. But yeah, still I think a lot of uncertainty. This is the turning point of this lobby. The rest of the roll down on 4-2, the Anima players cashing out and what they end up hitting and stabilizing on. And as you're mentioning, Gangly, the rest of the lobby adapting, having to really hone in on everyone's position in this lobby and identify in a realistic manner, hey, I can't play for first, I can't play for top 4, I have to really hone in on either my top 5, top 6, or my second or third, depending where you are.
in those players that are fighting for that kind of top 4, get your points and get out, I think Bialylis has played what I would consider a textbook game of Jinx from the very beginning. I think you had a great call out even as early as stage 2 about the replication, and we saw in stage 3 spiking really hard to be able to win all of stage 3, and even now is going to be able to hit that last bit of a spike on stage 4 before most likely eventually bleeding out.
Well, if you want to spend this pause doing something more fun, you can now vote in our Twitch poll that is up. Who places higher from the current spot? Hypno, Bialylis, Dasic, Lakoko, or Pepoglat? So the players that are currently sitting in the top 5 there. That's a physical limitation as Twitch polls only go to 5 slots, but we are going to be resuming game. It looks like the internet DC is back in chat, and our players are going to be continuing here in stage 4 of game 3 at the EMEA regionals. A little bit of a pause there, but we all had moments where the internet has gone down in the past, so I'm sure we can relate. But now pressure's on. Travis needs to make a lot of moves. Augments are also coming in. What can he create?
Very important. Travis did most of his roll down on 4-1 because this will be a very hard turn for a player who's on 4 HP now, doesn't have the aura or the setup for it, will not be healing, has to make sure to have clean turns all throughout. Jinx 3, maybe not the most appealing option right now. It's going to be a decent damage leader if he wants to add it to the board with the Battle Bunny crossbow. Or no, just full reforge.
Just reforge everything? Yeah, that's what I was curious to see. Oh, there, I think we saw, I thought that was the frontline one coming up. That's another not great.
He doesn't
That's
care.
another not great animal item. Yeah. What is he digging for specifically? I guess one of the more. No, okay. I thought it was maybe one of the more top tier frontline animal items, but it's not quite that either.
He just keeps on digging. 2 more forgers to
that's a good
go.
one.
We're happy with the Darkstar emblem. And I think we're happy with everything else now as well. 1 reforger left in the tank. Still a lot of APM needed to be done here. We're still sitting on that Jinx 3 on the bench. Let's hope he makes it in time and is able to win this round against Pepo.
I think executed well enough. Got the best possible anima item you could have hoped for. The Dark Plus 1 not insanely impactful one way or another. I think it's hard to find an augment that really is going to be that much better. Or an emblem rather is going to be that much better. And you're going to have some decent stats as well from the Dark Plus 1.
Yep, agreed, absolutely. And the Jinx 3 ends up being a decent amount of econ. We get to make 30 here, make our way to 9. We already have our 4 costs upgraded. There's not that much more we can go for, and not that many more places we can go on level 8 from here. So I think Travis, as long as he can win out the stage, is looking like he's in a pretty good spot.
Well, speaking of pretty good spots, we just saw a glimpse there of Hypno's board. He is still 100 HP, and he's also the player that chat has voted as most likely to place highest from where that game pause was. So let's see if he's able to live up to chat's expectations. But here is the outcome from Zyko's cash out as well. How are we feeling about this one?
It's looking really dicey. Has a duplicator he has not used yet. Wanted to greed it and not use it on the A-Soul. Hoping something better upon the Jinx cash out as well. Did not reforge items, did not sell the Jinx. Is trying to use it on the board, but all in all, I think Zyko just had a pretty rough game up until this point. The streak being broken by Travis. We'll be winning this fight, but it's going to be a hard road ahead. Look at the bench for Coco as well. A mech and an A-Soul. Hypno had 2 mechs as well. You have to pivot off of the mech frontline for Zyko. It's just really awkward overall.
You can see that Zyko is trying to get off of that, full focusing so much on the mech, and instead is open to playing things like the Morgana and the Nunu, has the Graves too as well. So I think there's a world where Zyko can build a board, maybe if he had 20 or 30 gold more, and just say, let me just build some sort of functional front line. And I do have damage there. I've got the Battle Bunny crossbow, I've got a Jinx 3. There are some sort of Nova pieces that can tie all of this together. The problem is he's just run out of money, and it's gonna be really hard to get there efficiently.
So he just, if I saw correctly, picked the Blitzcrank from God Pengu as selection, and he already has 1 Blitzcrank on his board. We know he has a golden duplicator that could be an answer to the lack of frontline that we're currently seeing on his board here. It's sitting in that orb that is the Blitzcrank pair he has. He's going to actually abandon the plan of playing around the A-Soul, finds that Blitzcrank, rolls down. Can he get the upgrade naturally? Or is he going to commit to it? He is.
The Graves unprotected there. Don't love that on the right side. They're going to be taking some aggro potentially by the LeBlanc right away. We'll still be the Morgana for the positioning there. But all in all, we'll see if it'll be enough. I do like the pivot, as you mentioned, Gangly, from not trying to 3-big contest the line where he's just behind everyone else on, and instead trying to find a new path forward.
Definitely some room to go from here, but a lot of people are getting strong now. I think we probably feel pretty confident about the next few fights, but once we fight Travis, it's going to be a much harder battle. And even this one actually looks much closer than I thought it was going to be. Jinx should be able to close it out, though. As we see Jetasaur as well falling to Death's Door, like we mentioned during that small break. Just really not in a position where it feels like he's able to win out. At this point in time, though, does have a lot of those pieces. Does have the Xayah 2, does have Tahm Kench 2, finds a Jhin as well. It just feels like this might be too little too late.
I agree. I mean, we spotted this quite early on, right? Already in basically stage 3, his board looked very lackluster. He wasn't able to get a win or a lose streak. He was kind of just ping-ponging up and down. And we predicted that once the Anima players were going to catch up, he would be the first one in a line of fire. And that's exactly where Jedu finds himself right now. Psycho on the other board is definitely still the preferred Anima player between the two of them. Maybe this very, very chunky Kench can help in buying time if that Jinx is unable to chew through it, and it looks like that might just be the case. Xayah taking down the backline there. Xayah will be able to find the Blitzcrank, but he reaches her first, and with that, Jedu is going to take an 8th place here.
Such a close fight.
Close.
Even with the TG on the Graves being less than ideal, Gunblade Rabadon's not really what you're hoping for from the Graves there, but the Blitzcrank, just the 3 different carries, doing enough there for Zyko's board to win the fight. Peppo also looking to be struggling here.
Similar spot that we've seen from some of the other players playing this Space Groove line, where it just feels like a very humble game trying to get your placements. Peppo was able to go 9, but when you just look around to the rest of the lobby, it does feel like there's just so many people who are taxing players who don't have everything fully online. Zyko is still struggling, though, trying to figure out what pieces go on this board, trying to solve the puzzle.
Well, gold for now is going to help to try and find something. Does he know what he wants is the question. Goes up
really
to,
wants to just
Space Groove 5.
Space Groove line. Yeah, I'm a little surprised that we don't even consider at least going to Challenger and playing around Nova as well. But I guess maybe just believing that when you have the upgraded Blitz, you need to have 5 Space Groove, which is considered to be a really powerful interval for this synergy.
And Zyko, I think the moment he saw this board spawn ahead of him, he knows that he is probably in big, big trouble. The Ornn's hanging on for a pretty long time, but this Ace is doing so much damage. We saw it from Experian in Game 1. We're seeing it from Hypno in Game 3. The Dark Star setup, when you high roll just a tiny bit, just starts snowballing the lobby with Ace in particular, chewing through any kind of an optimized front line.
And this one must hurt even more, as Hypno was one of the 2 players that were contesting Zyko on his original game plan, of course, that took out the Acel copies, the frontline copies of the Mighty Mech that he really wanted, and so unable to get it together, and then being knocked out by the person that basically bullied you off the line. A little bit of a heartbreaker there, but is going to be a 7th place for the French champion. But let's see how Lakoko is going to prevail. This is a player that we always have high expectations for, and in recent times he hasn't been able to reach all of them all the time. Still a player with a lot of pedigree, finds himself now on just 20 HP, so will be able to live yet another round as he goes up against DC.
Seven Shepherd is such a powerful synergy, but I have heard a lot of people talk about it as one that should be more transitional. As you get into the late game, it does feel pretty bad that you're holding on to this Teemo and the Lissandra on your board where the rest of their synergies aren't doing all that much. And I think we are seeing it from Lococo. A 5-loss streak that does feel like this Shepherd +1 is just not giving him enough juice to really get over the hump.
And Travis just about to go level 9, it looks like. Lococo
Oh,
does
so
find a
good.
Sona 2. And transfer over the... I'm not sure if he even wants to transfer over the items since he has a Rage Blade for the LeBlanc already. Will just be the Morello potentially on the Sona here.
Loading in against Bialy List. This is the Primordian board. The Jinx board had so much strength early on, but as you get into the later stages, we were talking about the gold subscription and how that influx of money would strengthen other boards. But this one is going to finish the deed as Lococo is knocked down. That concludes our bottom 4. Let's see if Travis is going to be joining them. Looks like the answer is no.
Basic finding his way into the top 4. Another one of those players that we highlighted during the break there that felt like he would really have to earn that slot in the bot 4. And given the complexion of the players remaining and the health parity that we're seeing, it does feel like Dasic is destined to go forth this game. And you know what? I think you are perfectly happy with that outcome.
Especially considering how the game started shaping up from stage 3 into stage 4 in particular, where you saw Bialy still so healthy. You saw the 2 Anima players, at least Travis, definitely looked like he was going to have a very strong game in coming to stage 4 as well. And you were kind of not clear on your game plan. You were kind of like Jedusor, where you were looking at your board and you were looking at your gold and saying, I hope I hit, otherwise I'm in huge trouble. So from that point of almost desperation, I think Dasic is very happy with his top 4 here.
Let's see if Travis is able to hang in there some longer, and it looks like the answer to that is going to be yes, as he takes down Bialy List just a little bit. Hypno also losing that round, so well, actually he won. Bialy List is the one that lost there. As Overlay baits me once again. You know, we have one every game. As we are moving closer to the dragon. And our players in the bottom there, Dasic, Travis, trying to claw for every single point they can get.
And this exact complexion of top 4 players, I think we saw so often in week 1. The Jinx player, who is going to finish 3rd most likely, will just bleed out to both Hypno and Travis, and Dasic ending up 4th. We saw it time and time again, this exact combination of Anima cash out, taking over in the late game, and you know, the Jinx player in particular being one of the ones to bleed out in stage 5 and 6.
There was a lot of damage on the side of Bialy's board, though, so he's up against Hypno off on the wing, so we'll check in after this fight. But for now, this does feel like this might be the swan song of Dasic for this game. The front line does fall, but we still have Morgana that's going to cast there. Yeah, just not quite enough. Dasic will take his 4th place, get his 5 points, get out, and Bialy List will take that hit. And you have to imagine, with 25 health between Bialy and Hypno, and Travis acting as the boogeyman, it's probably going to go exactly how Panda predicted, with Bialy bleeding out into a 3rd. And again, that is what a textbook Jinx game should look like, though, right? I think you're very happy knowing that you played for this, and it kind of all went according to plan.
Yeah, I agree with this. I mean, everybody else was really chasing those forecasts, as is quite typical for the current meta for the most part. And so Bialy just saying, actually, you guys play that game. I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to find that strength early on. I'm going to play around it. Despite the cash out being that Jinx 3 for the Anima players, he thankfully had it before them already, so was well protected. But of course, in the end, this board will not be able to contend just too much with the power of boards like Travis's, and Travis is chasing here as well.
It's just too much frontline to chew through. I mean, this mech will soak up damage from all of these carries from Bialy for so long, similar to with the Darkstar holes and just so many frontline units as well for the Darkstar board as well. It's just really hard for Bialy to do much. But this is a matchup that can really give us a clue on who might be the victor in this game number 3. Travis versus Hypno, Asol versus Asol, but in 2 very different shells. Is the Anima cash out going to be the strong trend that we saw in week 1? Or will it be Darkstar yet again? And Travis is out in 3rd. Bialy List scams a 2nd in this game number 3. He has to be so happy to be the top Polish player in this lobby.
I mean, you could just see the frustration coming from Travis there, right? He knows that his board has the ability to win out there. He actually opts to greed a little bit on the frontline side and play 6 bards on his board. different 2-star bards in the back line there, but the front line couldn't hold up against the Aurelion Soul, and yeah, he ended up giving an additional placement to Bialy. This is the best case scenario for our Jinx player.
Okay, guys, hear me out. I know it seems impossible, but what if Bialy somehow finds himself a first?
What if I won regionals? Wait, but like, what if
well,
I did?
Listen, some of those things are more likely than the other. I'm not going to go into which of these is
I
likely.
think it's
It's about as likely, maybe. That fight didn't look that bad, I guess, but no, I don't quite see a world where Bialy's taking this one. I don't think he's trying to either.
level 9 spike though.
Yeah,
Let's see.
going now. Hypno also rolling down just a little bit, but not much gold after he has reached level 9 to actually put something together. So both of our players trying to make what should be last adjustments on their boards here, rolling to 0 on both sides. Is it going to be any change in the matchup of David versus Goliath here on our game number 3? Bialy not really finding anything of massive change as his priority is to try one more time to take down the sheer power of this Dark Star board Hypno was assembling from the very, very start. And once again, the story is all too familiar. He's going to be failing at that, but getting a second place that, as we mentioned, is absolutely something you're going to be very happy with on this Jinx board. And Hypno going to be taking this lobby.
We can kind of predict it, right, Gangly? I mean, the moment we saw that opener, very similar to Experience, this is one of those lines that when you start hitting, when things are going well for you, there are many ways to just continue snowballing the lobby, and we saw that from Hypno. Pretty much never took his foot off the gas. A little bit in stage 4 when everyone else started spiking, Travis in particular, but then took over the game again in stage 5.
And I want to give a little bit more love to Dasic for that top 4. We talked about it a little bit, but really one of the players that felt like earned their spot in the top 4. Every point that he got was scraped from the earth. So you know what? Take your points, Dasic. You got plenty more games to go from here.
We have our analysts ready to tell you more about this game. So Counterfeit and Barry Batten, what did you see?
Well, mates, we saw ASOLs everywhere. Fortunately, we've got the in line on everything that happened in that previous game. Barry, of course, let's open up with our headline here. Hypno came to this one of the points leaders in the lobby and absolutely crushed everyone. They were talking about on the cast, these are the moments you're waiting for.
Yeah, he didn't have to wait very long to get himself going in that game. He just spawned in with an ASOL and a Darkstar emblem. So in terms of waiting for your moment, 2 rounds or 3 rounds and then you're off. But he really did push on from that point. He just had this clear game plan, so much direction early on, and just tempo. We saw the little blip where he was on his way to 9, and Travis's board was quite strong and faltered a little bit. But as soon as he got there to level 10, Hypno just making quick work of things. And I think we saw our 2 ASOL players reach a cap that the rest of the lobby just wasn't able to do. Bialy, solid Jinx game, getting into that top 3, top 2 even, would be more than satisfied with that.
Yeah, honestly, Bialy, if you weren't here for week 1, definitely a player who's very much a dark horse player coming into things, does not have a big history behind him, but is really punching above his weight, because it's one thing to be a good TFT player, it's another thing to be a good TFT player when you're playing against names and experience here that are just astronomically strong.
Yeah, I mean, you look around this lobby and there's so much experience. So Bialy and Hypno, really, who's relatively new compared to some of these other players, will both be really satisfied with that. I think when you look at this lobby, the AP flexible lines, Dasic, Lakoko, even Pepoglad really playing around this space groove, finishing where they often do. But the tail of this lobby, Peter, was those 2 Anima players who would be able to get to the point where they could get this big cash out. We saw, unfortunately, despite the fact that Zyko got a little bit creative and actually was kind of putting something together, only had the 1 life, so therefore knew that, unfortunately, his time would be up as soon as he went head-to-head with Travis.
I think in that case, it really felt like a game where not coming dead last is all it's all about. But we are being told that we've got our next lobby coming up. So we'll be taking a quick look in there. Of course, as the day progresses, we'll be keeping you guys updated as to how everyone is coming in. So we'll hand you off and let's get started with Game 4.
Thank you guys so much. And yep, we're immediately back into action. That's exactly how we like it. After that game was a little bit of a lengthier one, we're back in here, and this is the lobby that we are seeing. We're actually, we're getting everything we wanted, Panda. You're gonna watch Sappho and Kiosko. I'm gonna get Nuri and Lusher here in this game number 4 to take a couple of notes of how our players are doing. We're also gonna be getting an artifact anvil as well as a Kale and Soraka selection. So finally, no Thresh.
Everything we wanted, maybe not everything our players wanted. Artifact Anvil, an encounter that is a bit divisive for some players. It's really hard to develop a game plan from stage 2 onward and then have an Anvil that doesn't quite synergize with it, or you can't really make the most out of that game plan. So we'll see how players adapt because of this encounter.
The lines that come to mind for me when I think of the artifact encounter, 2 main ones. One, it opens up a little bit more reroll. There are some reroll lines that are enabled by artifacts. Second of which, though, is mech for 2 reasons. One, the mech units can use artifacts quite well, but also where the problem that Panda is outlining here of devising a plan from stage 2 and then you realize you can't actually react to it, playing Lost Streak into mech does actually give you more flexibility on how you want to build your board. There's a world where you get an artifact that you didn't think you could use, and you can pivot into a world where it makes much more sense for your board.
I like that theory. Of course, augments are going to be mattering here as well, and it is going to be silver augments to start us off, so nothing super game transforming for the start here. But if you get something like a Caretakers, as we're seeing on the side of Lusher, that could very well be a choice maker for you here.
Stargazer is going to be the mountain, so there is some interesting possibility for some competitor. We're seeing the Milio here from the Caretaker's ally. For a Lusher, that's definitely a line that can play into Lulu. Lulu with artifacts can be quite strong as well, more so with Donkor. And we'll see what players trying to find a way into the Stargazer line as a whole if they have it from 2-1.
Nuri and Bensak both very clearly leaning into more of a Lost Streak game plan. Nuri with Expedition, it does mean you're going to be sacking a lot of econs. Maybe not Lost Streak in particular, but it's going to be sacrificing some resources from the early game. This is an augment that we've seen very commonly played with mech. One of the benefits of playing this with the Artifact Anvil is that you get to kind of get this multiplicative value of a Radiant item alongside an Artifact, which can be very powerful as long as you get there. Bentak also taking Patience is a virtue, meaning that he'll be sacrificing some board strength to guarantee rolls or economy for later on in the game.
Yep, that's right. You can see it here. So hopping across boards, just checking in with everybody on the side of Selim Shady. You can see he's kind of thinking about maybe going down the route of this Cho Liss, or maybe even this Cho Ezreal reroll, which we got a very rare glimpse of in week 1 as well. But for now, still missing a bunch of those extra copies that would be needed to bring this together. In general, just on the levels here, you can kind of see where this lobby is leaning. Nuri, Bensek, Horo X, and Gyosko all still on level 3, whereas the rest of the players are on 4, and Scapeus actually pushing levels, going to 5 here from the start and saying, I'm going to try to play upside after the day of the tournament hasn't been doing too well for him, is sitting kind of in the middle here of our points.
Very close lane here for Sappho with the early Lulu, already posturing towards this Stargazer. Both trying to play for the mountain and getting the emblems as early as possible, but also maybe dissuading any other players from going into the Lulu line. You do not want to play it contested, and if he high rolls a Donkor, it's a very strong line to play into.
Who's also considering holding on to some of that stuff at the bench, but last second Sappho sold everything, made it up to 20, so I think really trying to lock in his position along that line, saying, this is my lane, stay out of it.
Gyosko here also thinking about this Cho Liz board potentially, as he's also still looking for that direction. We mentioned the artifact anvil that is going to come up later. and how players are trying to stay as open as they can for it. I think that's precisely why you're seeing the type of boards that you're seeing right now. Players are just sacrificing, saying, okay, I'm going to go for econ. I'm going to try to set myself up for success when the time comes. But first, we're going to be going to our God stage here. And again, it is going to be Kale Soraka.
And this could be a really strong spike for Giosko. The combination of power-up augments on 3-2 into the artifact anvil into a big roll down, potentially for those 3 stars, he could really take over the entire lobby in stage 3, which is really what you want with Cho Lissandra, right? To get the Cho stacks, and once you hit the 3 stars, you just kind of coast your way onto stage 4 and eventually make it to 8.
Also has a bit of a safety net too. With Cho Lissandra, you have a handful of artifacts that are quite good on both of them. Lissandra notably extremely powerful with Dawn Core. I believe Talisman is very good on Cho'Gath. I'm sure there are a bunch of others as well though. So anything, again, it's one of the powers of playing reroll in the artifact anvil portals. It really does give you more flexibility even within a more narrow line.
The lobby's almost like
early.
holding its breath until the artifact ammo comes out, and then when it does, all hell breaks loose, and then everyone starts really honing in on their game plan and knowing exactly how to execute.
That's exactly how that is going to go, but we have a couple more stages to go until then. And Bensek finding a somewhat early Ornn here to try and play around that. Just such a good unit with the extra item coming up to get you through those early stages. Many of the players are currently trying to fit him in wherever they can, as we do get a chance to also check in with Nuri on the other side of Scapeus, who's going to be taking a loss here for starters, as Scapeus again is just playing around the levels, playing around tempo, trying to build out that win streak.
I love watching Scapeus. He's been one of my favorite players to watch since the early days of TFT. He's someone who really does just trust his intuition more than anything else in the game, and sometimes that does lead him to having a different or warped view of the game compared to other top players, but also makes him so fun to watch, right? He narrowly missed TPC for the last few sets, and this set, once again, has been trying to make it back, and he made it there. I think I'm not alone in being a fan of watching Scapeus in the TPC.
He also has the Shunga colorway on his headset. I think he's missing the cat ears though. But I mean, they might be there. We can't actually see.
Right.
Honestly, I love it. I also love watching Scapeus. I'm very much with you, Gangly. I think he's a super, super fun and inspiring player to just follow and see wherever he ends up. Often he's a player where you look at the board that he's created and you're like, this shouldn't be winning. And somehow it does. And this time around, though, this board should be winning, and it does. So everything is fine here. However, Bensek, who we saw on the other side there, Gangly, seemingly basically opening just 2 units on the board.
Yeah, and it actually surprised me quite a bit considering he had some units on his board that would have allowed him to not need to use any of his shops throughout stage 3. I think my gut tells me that based on how Giosko was also 5 loss, that Bensek was concerned about his loss streak and he really wanted to preserve it, which does hurt quite a bit to have to sell the units that you did have on your board when running patience is a virtue. And the real question I have, because it's actually not super clear to me what direction he's heading, but at what point in the game are you trying to spike if you're Bensek right now?
And this version of Patience is very different to what it was in the past, where you would just, not play the game for 2 stages and then have 28 rolls on start of stage 4 and just take over with a comp like what Corgi was at the start of this set, for example. Any kind of very strong 4-cost comp where you're guaranteed to be strong if you hit everything. But now Patience is a bit different. Players have been using it for 1-cost reroll in particular because of the burst amount of rolls you get on 2-1. We'll see what Bensek ends up doing in the lobby, where I think a lot of the strong reroll lines are already called out from some of the players here, with the Lulu, for example, and the Cho Lissandra we saw.
Yeah, basically all of the lower tier rerolls have been accounted for. I think the one that's not really claimed is the Ornn Samira, which we of course usually like to see with the 2 tanky, but We'll need to check whether or not that next augment might be the one that gives somebody the chance to go into that. But other than that, we're seeing it all. You mentioned it, the Lulu, you mentioned the Cholazandra, you mentioned the Primordians. They're all out, so Bensek will need to find a better answer. And we also saw that he was using the rolls he had gotten there. So he wasn't actually preserving them, he was rolling them down. Instead, he was preserving Econ to try and not bleed as much is my assumption here, but he is now on a 6-loss streak as we go into Golden Augment. So maybe this is the saving he needed.
There's a world where we get another portable forge and someone ends up with another artifact, but Gyosko did play around the augmented power, and so he's going to have the prismatic here. Interesting options. I mean, I don't know if he really has the board state for a Cursed Crown take right now, but could potentially roll down pretty heavily if he feels it's possible.
He says yes.
We're going to see. Going to have to invest a little bit into this board to make sure that we don't take any crazy losses here or there.
And it looks like he is just going to be playing around the Jinx reroll. With the Jinx 2 he found early, he ditched the Cholisandra path. Jinx wants to win all her stage 3 fights and some of the stage 4 fights, which pairs quite well with what Cursed Crown wants to do. Gyosko will be taxing everyone in this lobby in a huge way. Doesn't have any Jinx items though, which is a little bit concerning, considering how, yeah, we're quite far away from having the Jinx fully itemized, and she is really a lot of the power on this board.
Econ is going to be the problem here, right? One of the most obvious issues when you have 2 extra slots on your board is that you have to fill them with units. And when you are playing a composition that wants to 3-star your... Whoa, this is not good. The unkillable Ornn lives forever. Gyosko taking a hit immediately after taking Cursed Crown, just going to lose 20 health on 3-2.
That is actually brutal, as we are going to be going into the artifacts, of course, and we'll try our best to keep you updated on what everybody has. Gyosko, for now, for sure has a puzzle he needs to solve, but players are making choices. Wits End for Scapeus.
Lots of artifacts coming through. Nothing stands out to me as the, oh my goodness, they won the game off of this. Actually feels like pretty neutral picks, all things considered.
Gold Collector on the other side there for Sappho, who we know is playing around the Lulu, is going to be taking a loss here as well. But on the overall, our lobby is very rich, so that is something to keep in mind, as players have been mostly holding Econ, have been pushing levels where they could to try and be open for this artifact, to try and play into this artifact. So I'm assuming after this is probably where we're going to be seeing some more directional choices.
I think Sappho likely is moving off of the Lulu. We saw on 3-1 the fight between Sappho and Lusher. Lusher with the Milio from Caretaker also had the Lulu board set up. Salim Shady also has Pantheon 2, Milio 2. It's going to be very hard for Sappho to execute on Lulu contested. I think he's going to try and push into Xayah line, which is where we see the Gold Collector come in.
Also worth noting, Bensak still on the loss streak, right? Despite using those rolls that we saw at the beginning of Stage 3, has not really found a way to stabilize that board yet.
I think he also just wasn't really bailed out by his augment in the way that I was hoping he would be. So I think he was trying to look for an answer, finds himself on Anima for now, but is that really where you can take this? Of course, not having had Anima in from the very start does cap on where that cash out can be. 8 losses already in there. We're going to be trying to lock down that Alawi to really make sure that he can continue that loss without needing to play absolutely weakest board, but also every single loss here is going to put him down further without getting that huge reward at the end of a 400 cash out. So I am continuing to worry for Bensek's board, I will say.
And we're seeing the difference with this version of Patience now. 1 free roll for Bensak coming into stage 4. very different than what it was in the past, and have a very hard time stabilizing without the huge anima cash out. Looks like he's going to try and play into Nami, but it's going to get pretty dicey in terms of his role on quite a few players also utilizing Ornn and maybe going to Space Group in stage 4.
I mean, I think you probably are fine, would be fine taking a 200, but I don't think this is the 200 you're trying to take. So yeah, Bensak thinks about it for a minute and says, the game looks tough enough. We might as well try one more time. And 24 out of 33 for Expedition for Nuri. 9 more. I had to do some quick math, but we got there.
Appreciate you for doing the math for us, Gangly, as neither Panda nor I are allowed to do that kind of math on podcast, but as a guest, you, of course, can get away with it.
I have permission to do math.
No, you don't.
I've earned it across my lengthy career casting TFT.
In that case, I would have earned it too. What do you mean?
Yeah,
No.
Oh, Mom, Dad, stop fighting. We got Nuri on board. He's got 3 more turns until he can actually get this cash out. So he's actually going to take a win here, which is pretty good for him, right? It's not like he has the anima cash out. He's losing not because he needs to, but because his board is bad, which is unlike what Bensak is doing, who's purposely losing. So I think Nuri is completely fine taking a win here and then trying to find his way after his next 2 rounds, which will most likely be losses.
All right, here is the real cash out now for Bensak. Is it good enough, though? I'm not sure of that.
We'll see what he ends up playing into. Doesn't really want to play into Acel with a Shojin build. It's going to be either Nami or some kind of AP flex. The Guiding Hex here as well on the Aurora. This roll down will...
There's actually a world where this could have been the Aurora Victor game. I'm just saying.
No comment on my side.
Hello? Is this thing on?
Unfortunately, yes, it is on.
I was thinking about it. I was saying if maybe there was a world, and then I decided no, there's no world. So that's not something Bensak is going to pursue, which we're very happy about. But in the end, he does find himself into a Space Groove composition here.
Big oof.
I think you mentioned it, Panda.
He's
He's looking
rough.
for the Nami, doesn't find it. So backline is looking fraudulent. No really other way to put this. And he's on 15 HP.
Is going to play the Acel in the end, but we saw him skipping over the Vexes, the Sonas, any other AP5 costs, so really committing to just the Space Group line. We saw him get punished for it. No Namis, no Econ, no HP. For Bensak, it was an 8th place in game 1, and then he bounced back with 2 second places in games 2 and 3, but it's looking like it's going to be potentially a bottom 4 again for the French player.
Augment's coming up next. Maybe the chance to find some last resorts for players.
Reinforcement Nami.
like
Let's go,
Bensak.
Bensak. You got this.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, that would belt you out just a little bit. Would bail you out a little bit. Is going to be
It's
golden
gold.
augments. There's a chance. Is not going to pick up that reinforcement.
Group hug coming in for Yosko. Trying to make sure that he just does not lose any fights that he can avoid. Of course, obviously having the Cursed Crown being a 39 HP means that he is just 2 lives away from losing. He's going to be earthbound.
Still no Nami is really
Flashes
a
the
tragedy
thumbs up.
here for Bensak. It's 2 lives at least. You have 1 more turn, but this is just not where you want your game to be coming to stage 4. For Nuri, he did pick up the reinforcement. I really like this. He was getting a lot of power from Expedition. He just needed a way to stabilize and make use of all the resources that he would get from the cash outs onto the mech Acel board, and reinforcement really helped with that.
Like that as well. What I don't like is that we're probably going to be watching elimination very soon, if not this round, as Bensak already with the thumbs up flash says nobody else is holding a Nami. I rolled down so much gold. I should have this Nami. She was nowhere to be found. And what follows next? You guys know how this story ends. Bensak is going to be knocked down just a peg. Will hang in there on 4 HP remaining. but the rest of the lobby is also not too healthy. A lot of this comes back to Scapeos playing spoiler, playing early tempo early on, and just pressuring into the rest of the lobby. We are on stage 4-3. He's still on 100 HP and trying to keep that tempo going, so also rolling down to 0 right now.
There was a world where Bensek could have maybe died there because he was facing Giosko, the Curse Crown player, but thankfully he killed off enough units. The board was not too strong from Giosko, who's also sitting on the lower end of HP totals, taking a lot of damage from Curse Crown in stage 3 and stage 4.
This is Nuri's board, so we get to see, with the reinforcement, the Mighty Mech 2 was found. We are still sitting on just Aurelion Soul 1, so we might be lacking damage a little bit, but we have a little bit of backup coming in through the Blitzcrank 1 as well. So there's a couple pieces, but Stalfo just having the Zaya 1, you have to imagine for right now that this Aurelion Soul 1 is going to be enough to eventually whittle down the Zaya, because I just don't think this Mighty Mech's ever dying.
Zaya was reworked
like
to do a little bit more
else's.
damage to a tank, but not going to be enough to take down this Giga Mighty Mech.
Last selection here for some of the players that is going to be the decision maker on which of the gods' blessings they're actually going to be end up receiving. As we're also checking in with some of our rerolls. So Lusher still needs a couple more copies of that Lulu. We're on stage 4-4, so really you want to have her by now. Isn't really able to get there. He also doesn't have a lot of gold to go with it.
I'm really worried for both Spanish players. Safo in particular, he's a player who very often, if he's contested on a line, he'll pivot off of it, try and find creative ways to still make his game work. And he was bullied off of the Lulu line by Lusher, and it's just hard to come back into it. And Giosko is what we saw there. Curse Crown into immediately losing a fight on stage 3 just sets your game up for failure, really, from the get-go.
Giosko's board is looking a little tough, not being able to find any of the 3 stars there. But on Safo's board, we did find the Zaya 2, so that's a very meaningful upgrade. And with the mountain coming in through the Stargazers, we're able to get those emblems on some key units, most notably the Tom Kench 2 on the right-hand side there is going to be tanking up quite a bit. With the Gold Collector now, I actually feel that Safo's in a position where he can pretty safely just try and go 9. 33 HP is probably a little bit lower than you would like to be. With 20 gold, it's going to take us a few more turns. If you could get to level 9 at 5-1, 5-2, I think you'd feel really good. I just don't think Safo is set up right now to get there quite then. This might be more of like a 5-5.
And well, we were talking about it. It did happen in the other matchup. Giosko there getting eliminated. We saw the Cursed Crown selection. We saw the immediate loss after. We saw him just being a little bit unfortunate on getting those unit upgrades, and in the end just not good enough. Here is going to be a 7th place, but some of those players are very close to maybe joining both Giosko and Bensek in the lower 4 here. We're talking about Lusher, 2 copies away. Can he beat Nuri's board?
Not as strong in the front line, it looks like. None of the 3 stars have come in yet. Not the Pantheon or the Maokai. The Lulu's still missing just the ability he got from caretakers anyway. Yeah, a little bit of a low roll game it looks like from Lusher. Just not enough econ to pair alongside the caretakers to hit his units.
Goal here is just kill as many units as you can. Looks like we should be able to get all of the other units surrounding the mech. The Blitzcrank will survive as well. So a little bit of extra damage that you had hoped didn't come through. But you've got your treasure dragon now. Maybe a little bit more gold can be found. Really what you're needing here. I don't think we're looking for triple components. We've got plenty of items here.
Can we check out Scapeus for a second? Because this man has been cooking up in the background. Everyone's been doing their own thing. He's just been getting value from uplink by playing into the Stargazer with the mountain emblems enabling a more mana regen. He's not playing a Stargazer board at all. He's playing a Shepherd board. Wits End pickup for the LeBlanc. Really interesting game plan here from Scapeus.
And he was streaking 100 HP up until now. We just got word that the person that defeated him, snapped that streak, is actually Salam Shady right below him. And I want to take this moment and just comment on the point totals for both Lusher, Salam Shady, and then Scapeos, who's adjacent here. All of these players need high finishes to make it out of the lower end of the bracket right now. 6, 7 points are not good enough, and 11 puts you right on the cusp as of right now. So they really need to find those high results to set themselves up for success and to avoid that elimination that waits after game 6. Now, Scapeo's looking like he has done everything humanly possible to do that this game. Hopefully he can keep that going. I like the cooking on the LeBlanc there as well, but of course missing the upgrades like you mentioned, Panda. Those 2 stars are going to be so valuable for him. And I do see them, just not on his board.
Yeah, looking like Horo's got all the pieces that Skip is just wishing he desperately had. But good news for Skip is that his front line, despite his back line not having as many upgrades as Horo, the front line's able to hold up, stall long enough for him to take another shot at Horo. Losher's finally going to find this Lulu 3, but again, it comes at the cost of selling all of the units you were hoping to upgrade in the front line. So I don't know how long our stall comp is going to stall if we don't actually have the 3-star Pantheon, the 3-star Maokai, the 3-star Jax, these pieces that really help this fight go long.
I think just trying to aim for a 5th place here, just trying to outplace Nuri. Nuri did lose his last fight despite being having a pretty strong setup. Still on the Acel 1 though is the biggest thing for Nuri. So the battle of the Germans here in this 5th and 6th place position, Scapeus will see if he is really the Grim Reaper of this lobby, if he can take down and eliminate even more players. We're seeing a massive Nunu Sun come through, just the 2 backgrounders left alive, and this should be a fight win for Scapeus here.
So close. If he was able to take down 2 more of those units, maybe there was a world where Lusher wouldn't have gotten knocked down. In this fight up against Scapeus, you can see Nuri already standing up here, is absolutely unhappy with this matchup against the giant of giants, Mighty Mechs, that is standing there. You can't really see it, but the HP bar
tie
for that front line is not good enough, and that tie is going to eliminate him as well in 6th place.
He knows if the animation finishes, it kills the Morgana, and they go to tie mid-animation, and they both take the damage. Oh, I can't even imagine the frustration Nuri's feeling.
Loses a placement because of that as well. Lusher already being eliminated this turn. Tragic turn of events for Nuri.
Good news is Nuri has decent amount of points, so even this 6th place shouldn't be a neck breaker there, but for Salam Shady and Scapeus, a lot is riding on this game here. He has defeated the behemoth once already. Can he do it again as he goes up against Skip? Skip is in a weird situation, and Salam Shady is in a very similar one. Both of these players are stuck on 8 now, whereas Sappho has gone to 9. Hora also looking to be stuck on 8. I'm not sure how close he is, but that's, yeah, no, not going to come together. So everyone here kind of broke.
It's a lobby where I think everyone has aimed toward a more consistent stage 4 and the start of stage 5 and the lower cap overall, and they're looking at each other saying who's the high cap player that's going to win this lobby, and there doesn't really seem to be anyone. Maybe it's Sappho, who has quietly stabilized his position on the Xayah board, is now on a 5-win streak, outplaced Lusher, who bullied him off the Lulu line, and I think it's a classic trademark Sappho game, to be honest.
Considering his point total in the event right now at 21 points, this is going to be an incredible finish for Sappho. Even if it ended right now and he finishes in this top 4, you continue up another very strong game. 4OX though, we did see him losing to a handful of the people remaining. Salam Shady is one of the players who has a pretty humble board relative to maybe what Skip and Sappho have, so should be pretty close. Looks like the front line's going to fall though, and Horo will go out in 4th place. We'll see Sappho up against Skip on the other side. This is the true battle. Both have such strong front lines, but Skip's just does not die. He's going to take out Sappho there. Sappho will drop to 18 HP.
And 3 LeBlancs back in the pool from Horo's board, so Skip has a chance now to roll these 20, 30 gold. Maybe hit the LeBlanc 2 upgrade finally.
He found the Karma too just now, so that was a big upgrade already coming onto his board. He was also sitting on that Karma one, so I agree with you, Panda. I think that should be coming together momentarily, but Sappho now needs to find an answer. I also thought he would have a good shot here, but this loss puts him in a little bit of an unfortunate situation. 18 HP, should be making it to Dragon either way, but can he maybe knock down Selim Shady just a little bit?
This front line looks a whole lot weaker than Scapeus's did, so I think if you're Sappho, you're definitely expecting to be able to whittle through this front line. That's just an Orin 2, which he can be a demon, don't get me wrong, but it's certainly not what Skip was showing on the other side. Yeah, we're starting to see the front line for Selim Shady is crumbling. Sappho takes a win there. Now at 9 HP, Selim will die if he goes up against Scapeus and loses there as well.
Honestly, the idea of playing around the Stargazer emblems, I think players have not done this enough this set, to be honest, where you print the emblems just for playing Stargazer, and then you don't play Stargazer. You either reforge all 3 emblems and play 3 emblems for free, essentially, in stage 4, if you can get away with just playing Stargazer on your board in stage 2 and 3 and not play for a loss streak, for example. Or just use it in a creative way like this, where Scapeus just plays around the uplink and has value on all his units, for example. I think it's just really, really smart.
It is, and it would be even nicer if he can get that final upgrade that's so relevant here. Onto the LeBlanc, goes 9, says I'm not going to be stuck here no longer. Item selection. Gonna be going with the Steadfast here to help our front line to be just a little bit stronger. No Orin to be found, so the rest needs to be holding in comparison to what an Orin 2 with an artifact can do. And I agree with you, Gangly, that is a beefy unit. Let's see if he has the power to take down what stands before him. Skip, notably still on LeBlanc 1.
That's right, yeah, this is just the LeBlanc 1, but we have the Vex in there as well. I mean, and we saw Skip winning these fights before, so it shouldn't be too scary of a fight for Skip. Some of those frontline pieces are falling, though, but he's still got the big ones. The Morgana and the Nunu are still alive. The Blitzcrank, though, has a lot of displacement. Not sure if it's going to be quite enough. The Nunu comes out. Oh, it's actually a very close fight. Wow. But just barely. The LeBlanc 1 with the Wit's End heals enough to get him there.
Oh, double? Oh no. Sappho still has enough life to hang in there. We were close to what could have been a double elimination, but Sappho hangs in there, 5 HP. Does he have an answer?
And this 1v1 is special for many reasons. Those very deep in the trenches of EMEA TFT lore will know that Scapeus, all the way back in around like set 9 or set 10, he cursed all the Spanish players and he said he will always outplace them, and essentially that he's infinitely better than all Spanish players. He's had to eat his words a few times since then. Spain has done pretty well the last few sets, and Scapeus has not been in the TPC, but we'll see if that's the case in this final 1v1 against Sappho.
Look at that Jin 2 in the back line now, with the IE Gold Collector and the Stargazer emblem. Just so much power, and even the Zaya with the Edge of Night is a really powerful tech to let you get that additional cast to pull back on the feathers to get a little bit more damage. Frontline's starting to fall on both sides, though.
Big notable difference is LeBlanc 2, long sought after, has finally been found, and that is going to be the difference maker here. Panda, as it was written in the history, you know, apparently it is true again. Scapeus found back to his original form, it seems like, anyway. So we have a very interesting game number 4 here. We're, of course, super excited to see how all of our other lobbies are going to be playing out after this game. And we will tell you more about what exactly led to everything and how the artifacts all shaped this particular game after a short break. So grab a snack, get ready, and we'll be right back here with the EMEA Regional Finals.
Welcome back to the analyst desk here in Space God's regional finals for EMEA. Week 2 is shaping up extraordinarily well, and we're already very close to the end of our first day, all the way to the end of Game 6. We'll be seeing our first eliminations coming in. But just before we update you guys as to all that's going on in the tournament overall, we gotta talk about that game, Barry. Of course, Mountain shaped so much of what we were seeing here. We had 3 different Mountain players, and all of them finished in the top 5.
And Skip AS really is the story here, because Sappho, yes, he played Mountain, he played around Zaya, he hit Jin, we've seen this before. But Skip actually, playing around that cybernetic uplink, playing Kale as well, he was just tempo, as many items as he could, and left himself pretty open. Obviously had this Rage Blade early, so could have took it in standard Zaya way, but as Skip does, got creative, Peter, and ended up on this AP flex board, which we've seen falter in a lot of other variants. But Skip AS just had so much raw power from his augments, from the Mountain, and it just set him up for this just incredibly executed game.
So, is this, because of course we were expecting to see Skip AS come through and demonstrate why he's very much the mad scientist of the EMEA side of things. Is this a kind of approach which you could see people pulling off in other games, or is it, as they said in the cast itself, something only Skip AS himself could do?
I think maybe Skip AS is the only person that would bring it out initially, and most players are like, okay, it's Mountain, I can play Zaya. But I think now Skip showed that maybe you can just play around these flexible AP forecasts, then it has opened up. And I think, especially when the rest of the lobby are also leaning into this line of trying to find the likes of Karma, the likes of Nami, the likes of LeBlanc, if you find them early, not only have you unlocked a new variant for your Mountain board, which we saw him execute, you're also just denying everybody else. All these players looking for LeBlanc, looking for Karma, they're thinking, oh, well, Skip's playing it. So ended up shutting that out. I think there was a few interesting approaches, and unfortunately for some players, they fell flat. I think Giosko in this lobby had the prismatic up on everybody, so he thought, okay, everyone else, it's a gold augment lobby, I've got the prismatic, Cursed Crown, I can play this Jinx line, and he ended up just not being in a position to reroll for it and pushing to play around Kindred, but we just saw never really got anything going. So it ended up being a little bit of a lower cap lobby. Our Anima player not having the craziest cash out, just a fairly middling one, and then not being able to really get anything going. So I think it just allowed Skip AS to really run away with things and had that incredibly long win streak.
Well, to go back to what you're saying about the Anima cash-outs there, in our games yet to come, of course, only 2 more games before we are done with day 1 and our first eliminations happen. What are you hoping to see from our players? Actually, hold that thought. We are receiving word that our standings are ready, and we need to know exactly what's going on in the tournament, so we'll come back to that holiday in a second. Let's go and see where everybody stands right now, because Barry, even in that previous lobby, there was a huge gap between the various different players.
Yeah, we're now at a point where some players are really starting to be a little bit worried. So just a reminder, if you are tuning in, we're losing our bottom 8 players at the end of the day. That's it. Everybody else will keep fighting. So these players you're seeing on your screen here are the ones who are in the danger zones. And unfortunately for Zyko, you're starting to think I'm quite far behind. I think the likes of Zaza, after that miracle run to get here, having a really tough start. They do have 2 games left to potentially get themselves over the line and into tomorrow, Peter. But these are the players in the danger zone, and there's some big names there.
Yeah, and we can see Bensak just above the line there with 15 points. So currently 15 points coming into this game. You're right, there's still some way to go. We've got more names coming up. In fact, we've basically just got huge names here in week 2. Kabixon, Dasik, Jejusaw, all people we've been expecting to see dominate here in week 2, day 1. But instead, we're seeing some different names here on page 2.
Yeah, we certainly are. Some familiar names in the likes of Jungler, the likes of Coco that have been here time and time again. Coinid having a really good start. This is one of our players that hasn't actually been to a crown, and in many people's eyes, maybe the best that hasn't yet got to that point. So he's having a really good start to the day. These are the players that, as of now, points are carrying over. We're going to be eliminating every 2 games tomorrow. So these players right now potentially are the ones that, if they keep it going, could be seeing themselves into that final day, having that chance of getting to the Tactician's crown.
Look at the top of the table. Sappho, Arzu, Hypno. They've not taken a single bottom 4 as of yet, so they are tied on 28 points. As much as in the immediate, we'll be worrying about players who are getting eliminated at the end of these 2 games to come, because points do not reset between days 1 and 2, as much as they reset coming into the event. If you come out of day 1 with a huge lead, or at least ahead of the pack, you've got the best chance of making it through to day 3 and fighting for the regional crown.
And Azu and Hypno are 2 players I actually want to talk about there, because they've had such a good start from last week. They came all this way through. We'll be able to see if they are able to carry it on as we get into our 5th game with me, Counterfeit, and we're joined once again by Gangly.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here for the latter half of the day, last 2 games before we say goodbye to 8 of our competitors. Nothing too spicy. I was kind of hoping to see, this is maybe a hot take. I mean, I consider it a little spicy to see something like Howling Abyss, something that is fun to play because it opens up a lot of 1-cost reroll stuff right off the bat. But for today, for right now, it's going to be cheaper levels as we enter the gods of Varus and Evelyn as well.
Yeah, it feels like these cheaper levels opens up these fast 9 comps, but we've seen them before. They're not. They might be the most exciting boards where you're like, oh, look at all these legendary units. But in terms of for the players cooking up something interesting, Peter, these are things we've just seen time and time again.
I kind of want to float the idea here, just because, because it's a set amount of XP per level. Sure, you can go for level 9, but I'm curious to see if any of our players will use this as a chance to move up levels quicker and get into the reroll side of things. Maybe try and squeak out some of those more sure points before people hit the full elephant-sized boards.
I think that's a great point. I think many people, when they see cheaper levels, they immediately think, I gotta go level 8, I gotta go level 9. The reality is, if you're playing reroll in a cheaper level portal, you're effectively losing between 4 and 6 gold at a point in the game where you're already normally weaker than those players. So it actually is pretty fine to play reroll, especially if it means you're gonna be playing uncontested.
We're starting things off with our gold augments to get us kicked off. Again, Barry, as we were talking about before, we've got some pretty major differences in place here. I mean, of course, Sasa, the weightless warrior, in here, along with Gobster, both very low on points. And I'd like for Sasa to see him take a more aggressive augment and slam items immediately.
I think Weightless Warrior, in the first week, that was okay, that this is a unique scenario, but I think he's shown last week by getting through that he's more than earned his spot here. But as you said, unfortunately had a really rough start to the day, so maybe just trying to play a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more in the ascendancy where you're setting the tempo of these lobbies. And I think when you're at the bottom of the standings, not a bad idea to approach these last few games thinking, okay, I just want to tempo as much as I can.
Yeah, I always think of this first gold augment as deciphering who is putting the fries in the bag and who's ready to cook. Because we have right off the bat the 2 players that stand out as games that are relatively on rails to me are Nuri and Tardaman. We have early learnings and loot singularity, which kind of already locks them in, especially to just 1 line if you're Tardaman, but only to 1 or 2 lines if you're on the early learning side. But then you have players who are opting into a much more variant game, thinking players who are taking things like the Anima Commander from Bialy List, who is willing to flip the game to get themselves more of an upside.
The player I want to keep an eye on, though, Zaza is 8 out of 9 on Teimo's already. So we haven't seen... This is early on in the set, Teimo was a little bit of a menace with that Vanguard front line. If you just spawn it in... we do only have the 6 here, so unfortunately won't be seeing the Insta Teimo 3, which I was hoping, someone would pull something spicy out, but doesn't seem that'll be the case.
I mean, we can dream big, and of course, for Sasa, if he wants to go aggressive, Bialis is more than happy to accommodate him with that extra bit of HP in the tank. I mean, Gangly, of course, we were talking a little bit about an Anima coming out of that last game, coming to this one. It looks like, at least in this lobby, as far as I can tell, I believe we've just got Bialis who's fully committed into that line.
Yeah, and Anima Commander is something that I always feel in pro play can be very scary to take, because not only does it lock you into a certain way you want to play the game, it broadcasts what you're doing to the entire lobby. There are some times where you can sneak into Anima or go for a late stage 2 Anima when people have already built a board out. When you're saying on stage 2-1, hey, I'm playing Lost Streak, don't contest me, you oftentimes do put yourself in a position where someone can just grief you. But thus far, it doesn't look like anyone is really willing to fully open into Bialy.
Yeah, it feels like sometimes when there's someone else on a Lost Streak line, you might think, oh, this is worse to play Anima, there's someone I have to avoid. But it does kind of mean that that's the one player you have to keep an eye on, and the rest of the lobby suddenly doesn't play Spoiler. But when you're the only player we've seen just randomly 3-3, a board is sold, it catches you off guard, and that's it. Your game plan is over. So he'll have to be aware, he'll have to be constantly having a look around. Especially with the likes of Daysick, a player known to be willing to play the Spoiler.
Yes, very much that we cast him as a villain coming out of week 1 for ruining a lot of people's endgame boards, but very much a player who's hoping to pull back. Again, 16 points is not what we expected to see him at this stage, being that he has one of the most dominant players coming out of week 1, but week 2 is a whole new ball game as our players will be getting set up. We've got Hypno in the ascendancy on the 3-round win streak rather, and he's been bringing out the Primordians and early combat power.
Oh, wow. That is a beefy front line. And he takes the Evelyn boon there to get the free 2-star 2 cost. And what do you know? It's a 2-star Belveth, putting him at 7 Belveths on his board at 2-5.
I mean, you can see it on his cam. He's a bit like, okay, I guess. Like, no complaints here. And a player that's already doing really well in the standings. So if he has another solid game here, which things are looking like that might be the case, certainly will be in a very comfortable spot come the end of the day.
Of course, if you've missed week 1, you wouldn't have seen quite how strong Hypno was. He was doing absolute work there.
I do actually wonder if this Belveth 2 is a slight bait, only because our item economy does not really allow us to play Primordian Reroll with what we've set up thus far. There's a world where maybe we do just drop perfect items for something like Belveth, but I feel like if we lose this round and then don't actually streak all the way through stage 3, oh, such a close fight. Barely is able to get that win there. But I'm not actually sure if you want to be playing into reroll as all that much here. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe you just take the Belveth 3 and figure it out later.
We'll have to keep our eyes out. I mean, certainly, it does seem, slightly rude to just throw what the game is giving you back in the face. You can see we found another Belveth as well for Hypno. It's looking very, very good. Gobister, of course, who we checked in for a little while, the Magic and Mayhem EMEA regional champion. Certainly a player looking to try and prove himself right now on 13 points, the second lowest in the lobby. But this early board looks reasonable, if not outstandingly strong.
He's in a pretty good position. It doesn't have an awful lot of econ though, so already has so many copies of Pantheon. He's leaving himself open to essentially spawning this in for free, but as we can see, it's costing him so much gold. Doesn't really want to have to commit to dipping below 20 here, so unfortunately Gobo does have the potential for this free 3-star, but don't think you really want to be committing to it.
Hypno is able to secure the 5 streak on the bottom side. Bialy and Hardiman both able to protect their lost streak, so both lost streakers able to avoid each other, which means Bialy is going to be on a 5 lost streak for Anima. So keep in mind, as at the end of stage 3, Bialy will be our main character that will want to follow through stage 4. But for now, we've got a lot of other players kind of fighting in the ring to see who can get an edge on stage 3.
It'll be interesting to see what items Hypno does drop here, because as you touched on, Kangli, we don't have any items yet for Belveth. We don't have any items yet for anybody other than a tank. So waiting to see still doesn't really give him any clear direction. So I think he's just as confused as we are with exactly if you will commit to this reroll line. It's still no real clear direction, Peter.
Well, I did want to point out as well, as much as Hypno is trying to make the best of this, Hypno and Nuri into this one were the two players coming out of out of week 1 into week 2 who were looking so incredibly dominant. I mean, at this point, Hypno is got an embarrassment of riches, but for Nuri, trying to do something a little bit different here.
Yep. Yeah, actually, a very interesting spot from Nuri as you're calling out there. He's playing this sort of tempo, one-cost stuff going on. I mean, this Talon, we've seen Talon do some disgusting things this set. It looks like he might be able to pull it off this fight as well. Yeah, just 1v9ing, go overboard on the other side. Really, really impressive fight win for the Talon there.
It feels like he's just trying to save a bit of HP, being fairly flexible with his items still, though. So, as you said, Talon, at least if you lose rounds, you're going to kill a few units. It is generally one of the best for saving HP. Salvage Bin could have saved his just slammed items and figure it out spot. Instead, opting for the Rast augment here. So really is just looking to play around potentially these legendary units.
Yeah, sorry. I said I got them mixed up. I said early learnings. This is late game scaling, not early learnings.
True.
Darn those pentagonal emblem or augments with helmets in them. But yes, that is going to be the late game scaling. So Misfits makes them a ton of sense there, right? You're going to be playing a ton of the legendary units that do have those unique traits, have a ton of HP on all the units of your board.
Oh, holophone though. We have got early learnings on this board, which you'll notice is a very distinctly different one. We've also constructed ourselves a Lysandra 3 to go with this Vagar board. So Dasic's got some alternate angles he's finding through this one. This does feel like a very Dasic board though.
What feels like Dasic is he's playing spoiler, because we do have a player that was Liss, Cho, playing around Darkstar early, and Dasic just went, no, I'm gonna print the Vagar, so I'll just buy the list right now and just ruin your game. Like, no problem.
That's such a great call out. Dasic is one of those players that historically has always been someone who operates off the flow of the game, right? He's not overly centralized on comp data or unique stats, but he's just fundamentals. And what is more fundamental to TFT than griefing your opponents to give yourself an edge? It is just the most basic thing you could see.
I think
One thing
he's
I'm
the
surprised
king
is
of
that
runes.
I'm surprised he hasn't swapped over the items just for a few rounds. He just, Lysandra, no items, never mind. But we do check in here with Bialy, who, of course, is our Anima Commander player. Able to put at least not full open. There's no one really threatening him in this lobby. We've got a few reroll players, so they're not really in a position to sell. Obviously, players that are looking towards Fast 9, so similar. So feels like he's got a pretty free hit at being able to at least play a strong enough board to pick up a few kills.
And for any of you folks who haven't come across Bialy as of yet, talked to him before, there's not a huge amount to say about him as of yet. Coming in from the Polish domestic scene, he does not have history behind him, but he's getting his chance to compete with these incredibly experienced, regional players. And so far, finished 5th in week 1. Here in week 2, he's looking good as well.
Nothing that you're really too excited about if you are Bialy. I think you're just taking the gold from the Varus boon there. I'm trying to think if there's anyone that would really be excited. I think there's a world where Hypno actually does take Steamroll. I'm not sure if he did.
Yeah.
Oh, also, it looks like Nuri did as well, right? Two of our win streak players.
In week 1, we saw this be a massive turning point, at least for the players who can conceivably actually get this streak going, because Barry, the amount of money you make out of this, it can get completely out of hand.
Okay, Assault and Blitz, so the Anima cash out just already arriving ahead of time, which does help, but as you touched on, our 2 win streak players will really want to try to just get themselves rolling over these lobbies. I think Hypno maybe even tempted to, he has rolled a little bit, 1 off that Belveth, does get the Belveth 3, so I think picking up Steamroll, getting that Belveth online. We'll see if he does actually finally have an item. Don't think so yet, but definitely in a good position.
Hypno is 8 gold. Yeah, he sent it to get this Belveth 3. Wow. That is a very aggressive play from Hypno over in the wings. But Bialy here, not trying to pick up any wins. Very happy to lose this. Should be able to get him over the 400 threshold, 407. Don't think there's a world where you can get to 500 with our life total. Don't think we really want to try risking it with 2 loss. I guess it is possible. But we also have the Reforger that we picked up from the grab bag. So even though this cash out of the Battle Bunny crossbow is not ideal, you have an opportunity to reforge it if you want. Or there's a world where you can just play this Jinx on your board for a while and stabilize that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense to go for the, power immediately, because we are being told by our observer that 4 different players picked up Steamroll in that last encounter. So we're fully expecting everybody's board to be as strong as it could possibly be. And if the other list took more losses, they would be crushing losses as well.
And we've got an item. We finally made an item for the Belveth 3, and IE, not really what he wanted to, but as you can see, would rather keep the tempo going. Knows there's anima cash outs in the rest of the lobby. You're playing this line which does fall off, so I think he's just playing for steamroll value, just tries to keep the streak going. And just does make the difference here, it feels like, as well. So wanted to hold off on that slam if he could, wasn't able to do so, but Hypno has went all in and still a ways from hitting quite a few things.
I just want to outline a concern, and this might be nothing, and Hypnospot might be completely fine, but I do feel sometimes in TFT, it's very easy to get caught up in the how do I win right now, or how do I win this stage, but you need to have a plan. And my concern with Hypno, especially with slamming the IE, is yes, we won the fight, we continued our steamroll, but at what cost? We really did hurt our item economy there, where we could have been able to slam things like Giant Slayer plus QSS to make this Belveth 3 even more powerful. And my fear is that even though we're 97 HP right now, there is a world that we go 5th or 6th. And I think that if that is the case, then we almost certainly left points on the table.
Checking in here with our Anima player, though, who we saw already take the cash out, leaving the Jinx in play for the time being, does finally get the ASL 2 on the line. It should be in a pretty good spot for now, and we've seen a lot of players, they'll either leave the Jinx in for a little bit, or they'll actually just run it for the rest of the game. And I think for the time being, he's looking at his items, he's thinking, okay, no need to pivot off this, Jinx is going to give me more than enough extra damage. Doesn't need to, hopefully he can get to that Mighty Mech 2, and then should be okay.
I mean, item-wise, we're looking okay. We've definitely got very good items for Mech, but good items for ASOL, as well as just randomly having a Jinx in. Triple items, we can see she by herself is providing really good target access, taking out the backline. Wet Jungler takes the hit to the face. Hypno does lose off of this last round, so the doomsday gangly, at least that first omen has arrived.
Well, I'm not hoping for it. I mean, I hope he turns it around, but that is true. It has arrived. It is possible he is facing his reckoning, but maybe he can find an item augment. A handful of options in the gold tier that Hypno could be looking for. We are instantly seeing grab bag picked up on the side of Wet Jungler, though, who has a lot of the pieces here, but doesn't really have all the upgrades. The Nunu 2 is huge, finding a Sona as well, but we really do need to have some sort of upgraded damage.
It feels like these are the saddest spots to look at. Like that, it's not too bad, but every game there's just someone stuck level 8 playing around one of the four cost AP carries, and it's just a bit, oh, not quite. They're always sitting on a pair, and we've seen it time and time again just fizzle out to normally ends up going middle of the pack or sometimes even lower.
I mean, I think there's nothing more perfect that could have happened there to reinforce your point when we saw Wet Jungler reforge into a second Sunfire Cape at that exact moment, just to really drive the point home that things are not going great.
Hardiman has found the Lissandra 3. I believe he did find that last stage, but we haven't really talked about it too much. But despite Dasic's best efforts, Hardiman saw through to the other side of the tunnel. But his health total's not exactly where you'd like it to be. For being a one-cost reroll, you'd like to be a little bit higher tempo on the lobby, especially because this is the point of the game that's really hard for you to win. Everyone's hitting their upgraded 4 costs, which means that it's going to be a minute until you can find your next spike. Dasic, playing the reinforcement, does find his 6th meeple, finds the Rammus 2. Still in need of a Corki, though, before he can start printing those last few Vagars.
And it could be the case that he plays spoiler, he chooses to buy the list, and then he gets punished and never gets to 7 meeples, so he can never print his Vega. And maybe he'll just get punished for that, but should be able to at least get there. It feels like finding at least one Corki, he's got plenty of time to do so. Checking back in here with Nuri though, obviously off the back of this early push towards level 9, still a long way to go, still carrying items on top of Talon, so a player that certainly is weak for the time being, but has the potential to really cap this board if he can get to 9 with a few lives.
I'm kind of interested to see where this one goes for Nuri. Again, he's been doing extremely well, though currently on 16 points, puts him very firmly into the potential elimination zone after the next game is done. Currently the cutoff is 15 points. We'll see how things progress. No real streaks apart from Bialis, who is starting to pick up some momentum from the lower HP standings.
Also worth it to note that while Nuri was going up to 9, we did tech in Anima for stage 4, so just going to be trying to get a little bit more of some drip econ coming in. Given the amount of gold, I would actually be surprised if Nuri tries to fast 9 on this next turn. It felt like he'd be a little bit short on gold and has the Anima in, so I actually wouldn't be surprised if we saw him level off interval on 4-6 instead. If not, then you know, certainly going on 5-1. Yeah, I love this tech from Bialy. Finding the graves, it actually allows you to play into the marksman graves. One of the graves that we don't get to see all that often, but with the Battle Bunny crossbow and the Rage Blade, it's some really nice DPS that you can bring to your board, and also lets you scale very far into the game with a very tall top end.
Yeah, and still picked it up in stage 4 as well, so early enough to get plenty of upgrades coming through. And also the fact that it's a pretty weak lobby, he was just able to keep Jinx for a few rounds, not need to worry. I think when you look around, there's quite a few players that are going 9, players that have kind of desperation rolled to just stabilize because they're worried about the potential of the likes of the Anima cash out. So Bialy had a few rounds there where he could kind of just go, okay, Jinx is fine for now until I get to something else that'll give me an out.
I am a little bit worried that Bialy doesn't have very much room to maneuver here. If he makes any mistakes, he's only got a couple of chances before he's out of there. But both Nuri and Gubbister go to sub 20 HP. Gubbister in particular could be in major trouble.
It is the off interval, but there's so much gold that you have from waiting that one extra turn instead of trying to go on 4 or 5. Able to find the Shen 2, gets the Vex. No, there's a Graves 1 on the board though. We might need a little bit more sauce to win this fight, but the Tompkins 2 is very tanky. That might actually be enough. Let's see how many items he ends up putting on the Shen. Yeah, look at this. We actually get to see the fighter Shen build coming through.
Yeah.
It might just be for a round or two, but we'll see if he can at least survive long enough in this one. And it feels like coming up against the Anima cash out, not exactly what he would have wanted to see loading in on the other side. Shen is trying his best to chip away here. Has managed to just get around there. He's on the ace, so... Oh, not quite.
Wait a second, the Edge of Night actually lets him bypass the front lines. Get him! Get the ship!
Oh, Nuri!
Look at
Nuri called out to Shen, but he just didn't answer.
Man,
I'm a Shen believer. He tried his best. He tried his best.
I think people underrate Shen. I actually do think I would like to see the damage dealt in that last fight, because I think that Shen with 3 items can actually be somewhat of a menace. Once we actually get upgraded Vex on this board to get even more DPS, I actually think that the Shen and Vex will do quite a bit. Granted, I imagine once you get a Blitzcrank 2, you're probably putting items there instead. But don't count out this Shen guy. He's pretty good.
I know, I'm absolutely with you. I think he did a ton of work in the previous round. And now, as you say, got a little bit more coming out of the Vex. Then hopefully things will go. But Gubbister and Nuri, they're both down to single digits HP with Bialy lit on the win streak just above them, and Wet Jungler as well. It feels like getting out of 8th place is going to be a pretty big ask.
And for Gobo at 13 points, this could be his tournament life on the line. I'm actually not sure if he goes 8th in this game, if he has the ability to get himself out of day 1 of the competition. So this is going to be an extremely important fight for Gobo.
Not facing each other. Topman, I don't think at full power as of yet. The loot singularity, of course, been ticking away quietly. We'll have to see. It's Shen time again, Barry.
Shen is ramping up. He's onto that Cho'Gath early. And then maybe Nuri just has put together enough here. Tardaman, the Cho'Gath's living an awful long time, but Shen is still there. The Edge of Night is procced, though. Vex is chipping
so
away.
close.
And for the time being,
Oh!
enough from Nuri. But that was too close for comfort, it feels like.
10,000 damage coming in from the Shen, but we have to acknowledge off in the wings, Goboster, one of the highest pro point earners of the set, goes 8th, and almost certainly that will be the end of his regionals run.
That's such a heartbreaker as well, because Goboster, of course, a player who was so determined to get back and can keep grinding away at the crown level, will not get the opportunity unless some absolute miracle happens. We've still got Nuri, though, in play with the 1-win streak. Bialis still is controlling access towards anywhere close to the top 4.
Arden's Horde just has so much damage on it. You can see it just ripping through that front line. That does actually look very strong on the other side. Oh, but the Rogue proc keeps the Kai'Sa alive just long enough to make that a win. Nuri on the other side, his front line's down. But the Shen, once again, is just holding it down. 14,000 damage! 14,000 damage almost for this Shen. It's crazy. This guy is really good.
It's happening!
And it feels like it's fitting on the Misfits line, because he's the ultimate Misfit. He's the guy that everybody all set long has been like, oh, I have to spend all my gold on Shen 2. I don't want to do that. And he's been disrespected, Gangly. He's stepping up here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. We haven't checked in with Hypno.
MF3.
That's true. He did find a plan. Found a way to try and make himself a little bit stronger. 5 lost, though, does not really inspire confidence. Up against Nuri on the other side. There's a lot of bursts coming in from this board, though, so it's possible the front line does die. The Vex is getting hit by the Akali in the back line, but I'm not sure if that's actually going to be able to take it out. Oh, actually, the Akali's still working on the Vex.
Time.
Wait a second.
You just gotta believe harder.
Wait, the Akali killed the Vex? No, okay, it's not enough. I was watching the Akali a little too much.
Oh, man.
This is kind of what we talked about at the end of Stage 3 with Hypno. At what cost were you willing to full streak through Stage 3? Because it did leave him in a spot where it felt like his board was going to be a little lackluster later on in the game. Granted, it's possible he felt he was backed up into a corner and didn't have a lot of options, but that's why I was concerned about that second Belveth 2 on Stage 2, where maybe it made him feel like he was locked into a line that he wasn't truly locked into, and I'm curious to know if there were some other ways he could have navigated the game.
And that MF3, he got 6 copies so early that he thought, okay, this is something I can play around, but so expensive. Meteor not going to itemize Kindred instead, which it feels like if you get to Kindred 2 is just going to do more anyway, so maybe baited by that as well. But we do see Tartaman here with this Darkstar line, is at 6 Darkstar. We know how much damage Lissandra can do, has the D-Claw up against this Vygar and Lissandra duo carry from Dasik. So the spoiler, temporary spoiler, he attempted from Dasik, falling down to the Lissandra player there, which feels fair, all things considered.
Well, we're left with 3 players on a single life each. We said before, no, my apologies. Nuri does get knocked out in 6th place. We're talking about players who needed a strong finish. Nuri was one of them. The 6th likely going to at least put him into dire position for the final game, if not eliminate him entirely.
Okay, we get it, Anima. We've seen enough. Like, we know how it goes. Yeah, you get it. You get to go all the way, 10 loss. And even if you don't get exactly what you're looking for, it wasn't necessarily the perfect cash out, but made it work, got to this Graves, and just now in a position where 10 loss into 10 win for Bialy, running away with things.
I'm curious to see the upgrade path that he's taken on the Graves, by the way. I'm actually not super familiar on the optimal marksman path, just because it's something that we don't see as often. So I'm curious to see where Bialy landed, but he's up against Dasik, who the Rammus 2 is holding its own for sure, but not quite going to be able to do it. Bialy will take that win there, lock himself in the top 4. Dasik will finish this game in a 5th, unless Tartaman has got his back. No, Wet Jungler doesn't either. But Dasik will have to be happy with a 5th there.
All right, let's see. So we've got the, of course, we've got the rapid fire. We've got the spread as well. I don't know, like, we've got most of the stuff we need here. We've got, of course, thank you very much, the fragmentation rounds. So we've got great AoE coming out of the Graves. We've got the crit from the Infinity Edge. We've got the attack speed from the Ginsies. We've pretty much got everything we could ask for.
Double tap makes a lot of sense because of the Battle Bunny acting based on the amount of crits. So obviously the more that you attack, the more likely you are to crit as well. So I wonder if even taking something like, I think Rev Up is like the attack speed buff. No, instead just takes a fragmentation rounds as well. I wonder if the fragments have the opportunity to crit as well. Because if that's the case, that would make a ton of sense with Battle Bunny Bow.
Yeah, it feels like might possibly be the case, and just so much AoE damage coming through that the ASOL chips away at some of these backliners.
Oh.
Same with the Graves 2 now, and we just see slowly they just whittle away the backline between the two of them, and for the rest of these boards, it doesn't feel like there's really anything they can do, Peter.
Well, as he comes up against Sasa, it feels like we're seeing the beginning of something big for Bialy Liss in this tournament, and it may well come at the expense of Sasa. You see the front lines getting nailed through pretty darn quickly. The Graves 2 damage is just ridiculous. Hopefully seeing the top right, but Sasa gets completely run over. And he will be, yes, the double elimination. Sasa and Tartman both gone.
Once again, we're seeing the kind of AP LeBlanc-based compositions that stabilize on 8 do pretty well. We saw it with Scapeus in the last game, and then Wet Jungler this one. And it does go to show sometimes it is worth it to stabilize your board extremely hard on 8, especially in a lobby where there's only one person who's playing for super high cap. These boards, when you have the upgraded frontline, just have so much damage behind them.
Yeah, it feels like we saw that jungler, as soon as he saw the Anima player hitting this point, he was just rolling on 8, spending all of his gold. We saw the little thumbs up from jungler. Getting that second for him feels like a first in this particular lobby, knowing that Bialy is loading in. But Bialy, one of the most lesser known players coming in, having that incredible week 1, and in this lobby coming up against some of the best names EMEA has to offer, making quick work of them and taking down a commanding victory.
I think we might have to start getting used to Bialy Liss and saying that he's doing incredibly well, because he seems to be absolutely fearless when it comes to facing down these big names.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the beautiful things about TFT that you can have this breakout set. It's the accessibility of the game. You don't need to be a big name or a big streamer to make the big splash or have a big impact in the scene. And we might be witnessing some sort of history here with Bialy Liss having this breakout set and possibly going all the way. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if Bialy or any of our other players have anything else extra in store for us after our analyst desk take us away.
Thank you so much, guys. We are back here, and Panda and I have been paying close attention to all the tomfoolery that happened in that game, be it the Shen or the Marksman Graves. Personally, I was greatly entertained during this game, but what was the thing that spoke to you the most? Was it that Bialy Liss game, Panda?
I think overall, the encounter itself shaped up to have a little bit less reroll in the lobby, despite the casters mentioning that maybe reroll could be an option with the cheaper levels. But we saw mostly just immediately fast 8 boards, some fast 9 boards from Nuri with the hero Shen build that didn't quite work out in the end. I think the coolest thing was definitely the Graves adaptation with the Anima cash out. Time and time again, we've seen just the Reforged earlier on, or just selling the Jinx, for example, when you get that cash out. But in this case, making use of the Battle Bunny crossbow and the Rage Blade, and making use of Graves Marksman build and having a dual carry that can be your guarantee to win some of these fights with the DPS, because Azel sometimes gets into melee range of some of the melee units and just kills himself. I think it was a really good adaptation and a deserved first place for Bialy. And Anima, maybe, considering what we saw last week and now this week 2 again, just a little bit strong in the right hands.
Yeah. definitely has been showing up again and again, but I will say, in fairness for Anima, those who rise high often fall quite far. So we've seen some high and some low finishes for some of those Anima boards, but let's talk a little bit more about the cheaper levels. You already brought it up. The casters were talking about it as well. When you face into a game and you see that cheaper levels kind of come up as your portal choice, what many people do is kind of just instinctively go and try to think of level 8, level 9 boards to run into. And I kind of want to highlight the players that have done the opposite, saying with those cheaper levels, I'm just going to easily reach my reroll compositions while also preserving a lot of that econ. And I want to highlight players like Tartman, like Hypno, who, even though the result wasn't super high, I really liked what they were cooking.
For Chippers didn't really work out. I do think one of the downsides of this is the fact that even players who are playing for level 8s, they can push levels early and play for just higher tempo, stage 2 and 3, and they can contest some of these stages against the reroll players who are spiking on stage 3, for example, because they're not losing that much econ by leveling to 6 or 7 much earlier, and they can play just a much more aggressive game overall. The entire lobby really just becomes much more aggressive, not just the higher cap and level 9 boards on stage 5.
I personally liked it. I think chat was highly entertained. I also want to shout out Nuri, who is playing this Misfit augment, not an augment we get to see a whole lot. We mentioned that hero Shen as well, and I'm so sad that the Shen wasn't able to do any better than that 6th place that we did see in that game here, but I was still very much impressed with how Nuri maneuvered this entire game, and as a player that's still rather young to breaking onto this level of competitive, it's just something I really want to shout out and kind of highlight here and make people aware of how cool this really was, even if maybe the result wasn't exactly where he expected it to fall.
I do agree with Gangly in some cases. I was a kind of a Shen believer at the start of the set, and he only got buffed more and more in terms of being a solo carry and not a tank. I think there are some builds that can work well for him. He's clutched some fights for me, but couldn't quite do it for Nuri there, unfortunately. I do think Misfits on 3-2 is a little bit harder to execute because you just have not really that much value from the augments for all of stage 3, all of stage 4. It makes it harder to make it to 9 cleanly and in a stable and kind of healthy manner. Whereas the 4-2 Misfits, when you're already stacking stage 4 and you're just going to have 3 or 4 losses into a huge stage 5 roll down, is I think the easier Misfits board to execute on.
We also saw, of course, Zaza taking that 3rd place there. He was one of the players that found themselves on the lower end of the standings. What we asked him in the interview, he said, please don't put pressure on me. I don't perform well under pressure. I feel like every time I see him play, it's the opposite. As soon as pressure is applied and he's like this close to maybe being eliminated, somehow he finds a way to claw back and clap back. And this 3rd place, I'm just saying, it's looking awfully like that might just be the case here once again. Of course, his route into this game was, I would say, a little bit more traditional, although many people, when they pick up that Blade Augment, they end up dying before they actually get the cash out of the 40 gold. So whenever he was able to survive and get the money, I was like, okay, we're chilling.
And he had a similar game to What Jungler, but both with very different frontline, where it was a Leona 3 for What Jungler, a bit more stable, whereas also was kind of spiked early, but then really wanted to get the extra econ to the Nunu, and was playing around a very just stally comp. Archangel, Gunblade, Rageblade, LeBlanc, you want to have a fight that lasts as long as possible. He had the extra frontline from the dummies as well, so it just was a well-executed game. Everything was quite cohesive in terms of his augment pickups and the board he set up at the very end, so I think a well-deserved top 4 for both What Jungler and Sasa.
Well, let's take a look at our standings and see how they have shaken out after that game number 4. And we mentioned it here, Zaza finding 2 3rd places in those last 2 games is putting some distance between him and a very rough tournament start. But for some of those players, it's going to be barely impossible, if not impossible, to make it back out here. There's one more game to go. All of those players that are sitting on 18 points will at least reach the 19. So Psycho not going to be able to make it out of that elimination bracket. But for the other players, there's still a chance. It could still toss up in crazy ways as we are moving up in our standings.
And I expect some big risk from everyone on these first 2 pages, simply because it's not just about surviving this first cut. You're really aiming for a top 8, right? So you're looking for a attack crown spot once you've made it to week 2 and you guarantee your spot in TBC. So players don't have to just think about surviving this first cut now and just barely get over the line, but instead think about how many points do I need to make top 8 tomorrow if I do qualify today too? That's really the biggest question for most of our competitors. Everyone on this page and the one above it, of course, is going to be sitting very pretty coming into this last game. Pretty confident in their game plans and their meta reads coming into this week 2.
And honestly, I love what I'm seeing up there. Arzu, who had a fantastic tournament start. Game 4, a little bit of a faltering moment, but even then, still top 4 placement. You aren't going to be too mad about that. Doing really, really well here, followed by YU Mapro, a player that I've been really excited to see in our competitive scene and show up in the ways that he have, and that is not just because he's German, but also because I think he's just genuinely a player that's very fun to watch. It's very interesting in the way he approaches the game, almost similar to what Nuri has been doing in my opinion. But I believe we are going to be starting our next game, and our casters are ready to take you into it here at Gangly, Counterfeit, and Barry Baden.
Guys, I can't believe it. We're almost at the end of day 1 already. And as the desk was saying, we are jumping into a lobby with one of the real breakouts of today. Arzu, the Tunisian, he's come from the tier 2. He's destroying things here today.
We saw it last week. He had an incredible showing. He was one of the strongest performers in the first week. Having that practice in week 1, coming up against some of these TPC players who were just kind of on the benches and they were watching. They've earned their slot here, but they didn't get that hands-on experience. And Arzu's carried that momentum on. And representing one of the lesser regions, he's got to be feeling really good about himself.
I'd like to turn our attention to the players that Panda was outlining. There are a handful of players in every lobby right now that are going to need to flip the game. Whether that means they're flipping the game to qualify into day 2, or whether it means they're in a not great position in the tournament and they want to ensure they have the best chances at a top 8. Who are the players that have the most to lose by having a middling placement right now? To me, it's looking like players in that 20-ish point or lower. So players like Kubikson, players like Losher, players like Clemu, and Og are the 4 players that I really think are going to be willing to flip their game.
No,
Yeah, Losher actually...
we're even in this lobby.
Yeah, and Losher actually already kind of flipped it a little bit last time round. He got a first in the previous game, so he's got himself into this position where he's just above the cutoff. But shown that one good result can really change things. As we do load in here, we have obviously extra augment rerolls, and in gold augments, very significant. Some very niche lines can be enabled in the gold augment setup, and we'll have to see if any of them are selected.
Birthday Reunion has been a very popular augment this entire set because of how it allows you and enables you to go for a fast 9. Clemu, one of the players we just outlined, needs to go for a big finish if he wants a good shot at top 8 and picks that up instantly.
We've also got players like Kubikson picking up the spreading routes as we see Org laying down his path very on. And it's looking like, unfortunately for our 2 tanky player, they will not be necessarily alone in the space groove.
We've seen it struggle when just a single other player is on the line. You have to get to this point where you're re-rolling both On and Samira. If you just hit one, it's not enough. And if there's a single space groove player in the lobby, we've seen it struggle, and feels like, especially if you're playing it from a lose streak angle, you're down your entire gold augment for the beginning of the game. Certainly not ideal.
Yeah, it's an augment that really does come to life when you can find some level of econ on 3-2 or from your gods. So that's another thing to keep in mind. If you can find a way to get additional resources from the god of this game, then even taking 2 tanky on 2-1 without the augment or without the additional econ can be pretty easy to play. It's really all about the additional benefits you get from other factors.
We'll just take in some of the other pieces here. We've got no scout, no pivot from Arzu, which is certainly not something we would have been expecting to see. Of course, we know he's guaranteed to make it through to tomorrow, but as was sent on the desk, every point will matter in terms of fishing for that early promotion to the final day of play. So you can't slow down at all, and this feels like a big swing.
It certainly is a big swing, but we know Lissandra Cho, when it can get going, and Cho just scales so well into the late game, very, very impactful. So having that direction early going to be also important. But Lokoko, we've got to mention it, an Anima Commander has been spotted, player that will be trying to go for this full loss streak, and we know how powerful it can be. And in a game like this, at the end of the first day, maybe someone's going to have to play a spoiler. They really cannot let him get away with this.
And at 22 points, Lococo doesn't necessarily need to play like this, but I think he recognizes, like we've been talking about, if you want to play for a top 8, then you really can't afford to play for middle placements when you're sitting in the back half of the standings. Maybe he's saying, listen, if I take the flip early, it's better to get it out of the way now. So that way I have the freedom to play for my 4th and 5th when I'm in a better spot in the tournament. It would be a huge statement for Lococo to make the deep run after having multiple sets of just not performing like the Lococo we've seen of the past.
And just following up on what you've said there, if we, as you said, when we get to tomorrow, a lot of other players are going to be taking those flips. They're going to be playing riskier for those final 2 games potentially that they may have. And then if you're in a position to just play for a 4th or a 3rd, it's a lot easier to do in a lobby where everybody else is playing risky. You can just play tempo. So I think definitely something that you will be keeping in mind.
Yeah, players very much trying to earn that kind of position to go forwards. Of course, with Varus and Kale in the mix, we are expecting to see a lot of very strong units and a lot of very well-equipped units. So far, in the early going, we're seeing Travis, Kubikson, and Lusher all managing to put together an early streak, so expect to see at least one of those collapse very soon.
We do have 3 players contesting the win streak, Travis, Kubikson, and Lusher, all of which we've seen so far. I find Kubikson's spot to be very interesting right now. I think we've seen a lot of Space Groove today, actually a little bit more than I think some people would have expected. And largely just off the back of the level 8 variation rather than the Samira reroll, which was so popular in weeks past. And I think this spot that Kubikson's found himself in feels like the most stable, the most standard way to play. You have the emblem, you have the Vanguard +1 as well to give you additional early and mid game power until you find that blitz. Actually feels like a very on rails, fries in the bag way to play the line.
Yeah, it should be okay to. Just as you were going to say, we have Travis has also put together a Space Group board though, so we have our 2 players that I think are going to be getting there with our 2 tanky option, but already, Peter, 2 players pretty much putting together the board. We see on 2 coming through already for Kubikson.
Ooh. That's just one of those things that I think could be the tilting of a player immediately. So you've not only got 2 players who, at least in one case, who don't necessarily have to be on this line, but are choosing to be here anyway, hitting units early. I mean, we're talking about the idea of how difficult it is to navigate when you've got one person contesting you. Now you've just got 2 people doing it. And one of those just for fun.
And one of those players has already hit Samira 2, the other one's hit on 2. And if you're Org, you're thinking, now what? I'm playing lose streak 2 tanky, I'm down my gold augment, and these 2 players are probably just not going to get off this line. They would be stupid to do so. And we haven't seen anybody pull out 2 tanky with any other combination. So it really feels like he maybe will hyperfixate on getting this standard Samira online going, but maybe there's something creative he can come up with.
Actually, I do think that this is a particular insult here to Org, being that this is 2 teammates from Maus who are the ones throwing this forward.
That is true. Yeah, I guess maybe their thought is that it won't hurt so much if they're the ones to put him down, but I don't know if I love that from the teammates coming in.
We're getting some bad prep ahead of EWC for these players. The vibes in the team are already decreasing here, but we already saw that they keep coming and Org keeps coming and looking at Kubikson's board and thinking, why? Why just instantly handpick? As the second Samira comes through as well, and really just makes it so difficult for Org to pilot this game.
I mean, I suppose the cold comfort for Org, but of course, maybe why Travis and Kubi don't feel so bad about this is that Org is almost certainly mathematically out of the equation unless things go crazy in this game, which of course we'll update you guys as and when that maybe happens. But Travis and Kubikson, by contesting their teammate, they have both put together a very strong win streak and are dominating the lobby.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where generally you would think of contesting as an action that would reduce or worsen your AVP, but in this specific instance, it actually, by contesting, is increasing or improving your AVP, because there are so many people that are all playing it, and one person who is very clearly leaning on playing it on level 8. It's basically impossible for one of those players to ever hit, right? And the one that's hitting on level, that's rolling on level 7, is almost always going to be the one that doesn't find the core units they need to stabilize. So you kind of have like one player out of the lobby. It's almost like you're playing a 7-person lobby for these players. Now, granted, it's not always true. It is possible for Travis or Kubi to be the one that misses, and that Og does hit everything he needs. But I would say in general, their spot to play for like a top 5, top 6 is not that bad at all.
Well, Travis winning out the head-to-head there means that he suddenly moves into pole position. We've got ourselves Prismatics, though, to kick off our second part of our final game of the day.
This is a huge opportunity for Og, because the one augment that instantly would bail him out would be Prismatic Ticket, and this is the reroll portal where you get the additional rerolls. And you can see he dug everything to try and find it, and unfortunately could not get there. Belt Overflow is kind of interesting. Maybe that does enough, but yeah, I mean, I think Og knew, he understood the assignment, and unfortunately the augment did not come to him.
And unfortunately, having that chance at the bailout and missing just means that all of a sudden it's went, oh, now everybody else has got prismatics that they probably wanted, and I'm just stuck with this. So things have just got a lot worse, and I think makes it just a really difficult game to try turn around. But I think elsewhere, though, Travis did pick up the Cursed Crown, so he's on this win streak, and he's just going to be just punishing the rest of the lobby, just trying to just steamroll his way through them.
Hey, is this a rerun? Because I'm seeing another Darkstar Shepherd emblem coming in for an EMEA player who's playing into the line. How does this keep happening?
I think that's the thing. You're in a position like Arzu is here. You can afford to take some bigger risks. I mean, sure, it's not Darkstar Sniper, but honestly, I think I would be okay with the Shepherd emblem as well.
Isn't this actually just like 3 perfect emblems for your spot? Because you're re-rolling the Lissandra, so you're always going to have Shepherd on board. You get to play 4 Darkstar and 3 Shepherd on level 5, and you're playing the Pantheon as well, so you'll just have naturally 15 additional attack speed on your whole board. This is like the best case scenario for Arzu.
And not a single Reforger has been used, so if you're taking anything back to the Americas, it's just how to play this emblem fiesta, just best in slot every time. That's the method. Okay.
Emblem fiesta is perhaps the best way to describe what has happened today.
I mean, it's certainly been a fiesta for Arzu in terms of celebration. I mean, even if he's going to be losing out in this round, he's absolutely set up for success. Travis may maintain control of the lobby, but as we've been discussing before, what it does cost to keep up this level of dominance. As we see, our next blessings coming in, Org at the bottom is on the 8-round loss streak, so even if he's not hitting his units, he is getting in maximal gold.
Player I do want to check in with, just once we get back to them here. Lusha is the Legion of Threes. He got the instantly got that Marauder coming through, so we've seen Marauder Emblem MF be a really good option, and now he's got Sword Overflow coming through, so he's got a bunch of swords coming through, potentially to carry MF and Urgot. So he's got a long way to go, and it's a very expensive board to put together without an econ augment, but certainly a player that could end up turning this around.
Of course, we were told, even though it happened off screen, Gangly, that Lusha, of course, one of those players who looked like he was out of commission in the tournament, but managed to pull out a first place in the previous lobby to bring him back into potentially making it out of day one.
That's right, and I think recognizing that his position in the tournament was terrible, right? He might as well try and play for a first, and he did. And now he's in a position where he doesn't have to play for a first if he just wants to make it to day 2. Maybe he says, listen, I tested my luck last game, it worked out. I'll play for this 3-cost reroll, which is not always going to be like a top 1 angle, but can be something that gets you into the top 4. I think Barry outlined my core concern for Lusher as well, though, which is that this is a very expensive board. And the one thing I will say is it does come back to the fact that we're in the +1 reroll augment portal, which means that he has the ability to dig for any specific augment that he's looking for, which very well may just be any sort of econ, right? And depending on which what level of augment this is, he might have a handful of different options.
Marauder Emblem is a econ augment, you know.
True.
if he high rolls, so problem solved.
All right, well, let's settle in as we come to the end of stage 3. Travis still remains in control. Org still has that massive loss streak. And the rest of the players will have to settle for what they can grab right now. But of course, guys, we talked about the Cursed Crown before. The fall from grace from Travis could be very abrupt. And Lusher might give him a run for his money.
We have said so many times on the day about when you play Cursed Crown, the one thing that you really need to do is have a plan not for right now, but for the next stage as well. And I actually really like how Space Groove aligns with Cursed Crown, because generally when you're playing Space Groove, you're kind of fighting this urge of, okay, well, I really want at least 5. I could play 7 because I hit the units, but there's some better units that can just fit on level 8 to fill out the rest of my synergies. Having 2 extra slots allows you to do it all. And again, he's another player, though, that does kind of rely on having enough gold to be able to upgrade your board. Because the worst thing that could happen for Travis right now is that he levels to 8 with a kind of reasonable amount of gold. I mean, he's not particularly rich whatsoever, and then isn't able to upgrade anything on the board. Oh, he's rolling on 6, actually. Is interesting. I was expecting him to roll on 7.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he has been rolling already. I mean, maybe... I mean, digging obviously for this Gragas, it feels like it's the most immediate thing that it was potentially hoping to get. But I'm surprised that we aren't rolling on 7. Unless it was a mistake. Maybe we didn't realize.
I think he didn't realize. I think he did not realize. Oh no.
I'm going to choose to believe it was all part of the plan. I trust Lusher to get this. Do you want to take a second to recognize on the right-hand side, we're seeing several upgrades coming in from other players. We see Horo very close to hitting an absolute ton. Arzu has also been pushing through. Horo hits the 3-star on the Belveth. I think we're about to see some of these strong boards really coming online.
In terms of a player that...
The move who is trying to go for this fast 9 that we outlined, taking the hedge fund to sack most of stage 4, so he should be a free win for a handful of people, but he's running out of lives. He's gonna have to go level 9 a little bit faster maybe than he would have wanted.
Yeah, I think that's one player that we'll have to go keep an eye on, because he's got the birthday reunion, so potentially things can work out amazingly, although from last week, what we saw is it was sold pretty much the entire time. So fingers crossed it's a little bit better this time around. But I think we can instantly see he picked his augment really fast. He kind of knows that he has to be quick. Does get the bard coming through. Gets the Nunu from the reinforcement as well. Should be okay here. Doesn't really have the items, though, for bard right now.
No, it's not ideal.
Just sell it.
Again.
Okay, finds Graves. I mean, he has some pieces here, but this does look relatively weak. We don't have any of the Fioras. We don't have Shen. Graves 2 is interesting, but how do you get there? What can you sell on your board? Something with like the Cho'Gath 2? No, it doesn't even get us there. Okay, we're just gonna have to wait till next round.
Up against Org this time. Let's take stock of the players really to watch. So Lusher, Clamu, and Kubixin. We've got Clamu down here with 30 HP. We've got Lusher in the middle, starting to build. And Kubixin towards the top, absolutely rushing through. Those are the 3 players on the lowest points with some real chance of making it out of day 1. So we're seeing how they compare against each other, as right now that Graves is not good enough.
And it's just, you have no augments now. You've spent all this gold with your game plan of going to 9, and he was so tunneled on that one particular setup where you're playing around Graves, Fiora, Shen. But there's so many of them that you can hit. Unfortunately, he gets the bard, doesn't have the items for it, has to sell it off. And now it's just no augments and no real gold to recover your spot. And no combat power is just going to eventually just bleed out. And I think, unfortunately for Clamu, very rough spot to turn around.
It looks like our Anima Commander on the bottom there has stabilized. We saw Mighty Mech 2, Karma 2, Nunu 2, all coming through. It is another one of the Jinx 3 Battle Bunny plus Rage Blade cash outs. Still have to get all of our things on board. And Clemu, who has stabilized with the Graves 2, is on the other side. It's actually not a super free fight. The Morgana 2 is going to be putting in a lot of work here on the side of Lake Coco, and there's just so much damage. It looks like this one should be relatively easy. You can see the frustration coming through on the side of Clemu, though, who knows that this might be a very, very sad ending for him. And at just 19 points, he is not guaranteed to be making it into tomorrow.
You could see Coco realizing how lucky he was to get that matchup at that time. They're now the two French players tied, or practically tied on HP with each other, fighting to try and stay out of last place.
A player that has managed to stabilize, surprisingly, we haven't seen him for a few rounds, is Org. He's on a 4-win streak. We're on 6 copies of Samira. Now, we might not be getting any more because of elsewhere in the lobby, but this was a player that I kind of thought was fairly doomed in this particular spot, and yes, he needs a big turnaround, so maybe still won't be able to get enough points, but has ended up, he's got the 2 dupes as well if he needs them, so could potentially still recover this game, which, considering his spot, that would be a hell of a turnaround.
You can probably, I think it's completely fine to just dig right now to try and 3-star one of them. He's going to keep rolling. Okay, yeah, is he going to double dupe this? I think it's fine if you... Oh, he doesn't have items for it. I didn't realize he's itemizing the Nami, huh? Yeah, I guess you can't then.
Considering he really needs like a top 2, I think he has to play greedy. I think maybe if he was in a position to just save HP, but I think Org knows that he needs the on as well.
We'll see Clemu fighting up against Kubi, of course, who's been sitting on those Space Groove units the entire game, along with Travis, who has moved off. But Clemu will survive one more round. Coco is still live as well. Arzu will take the hit to drop down, and we're starting to see those bottom 4 HPs getting actually remarkably close to each other.
Especially as we go into stage 5 and people start taking some heavier hits. Travis, also keep in mind, does have Curse Crown, and so anytime he does lose, it's going to be a heavier hit than anyone else. See where he is landed. And yeah, this is kind of exactly what we were talking about, playing around the Space Groove, but being able to flex into all of the good units too. The one thing that stands interesting, though, stands out to me is the Jax 3 here, which I imagine was picked up off of Booster Pack. So a really cool transition, soft transition from Travis to get off of the Ornn and onto the Jax.
As much as everyone else is trying to be strong, Horo is there right now. He's got all those upgrades. He's got so many swords, you can barely even keep count of them. And right now, he's the one with the win streak. We've got the Kahuna for extra attack damage up against Clemu. If Clemu drops here, this is done for him. It's going to be a close round. Onto the backline, the Vex stays up. One more shot, but no. The Jinx will get one hit in. He removes the Vex, and Clemu is gone. 19 points. The 8th place means he is all kinds of finished.
I can't help but feel that Clemu having 2 items on Graves, 2 items on Vex was at least partially to do with that loss. Items and units, all of this scales multiplicatively, and not being able to find a 3rd item for either of your upgraded carries is such a bad feeling for Clemu. A heartbreaking 8th place finish there that might just be the end of his run.
On paper, really, it should have been one of the better matchups. Yes, Horo's on this win streak. He's got combat augments, but he's still stuck level 6. He's still on Jinx 2. We saw he was just donkey rolling every turn for that. So Clemu really was one of the players that had the chance to potentially pick up a free win against. But we're checking in here with Losher, who is still digging for this MF3, and Urgot and a bunch of potential 3-stars. Hasn't arrived at any of them yet and has started to bleed out.
I always start to get a little bit twitchy whenever you see the board, or rather the bench rather, full of potential upgrades, and Lusher with no money left in the tank at all. He's still a player, even if he did very well last game, that needs to get big. He will dupe his way up to MF3, but this will need to be good enough pretty much from this point forwards.
Coco has continued to be strong since cashing out. Only at 8 HP though, so certainly not guaranteed, but able to sit on this Jinx 3, which is something we saw from our last game as well until we were able to see a transition onto Graves. Question is, how long does this front line hold up? Because this Orin is pretty tanky, but no, the rest of the board will die on the side of Og. And that is also just the ghost fight, it looks like, so Lakoko will very easily take care of that one. No real concerns.
It's worth noting as well, as we're let know in the chat by Petrus Panda, Coco just needed not to go 8th in this game to make it through to tomorrow. But of course, we know that the Coco has much bigger designs to just making it to tomorrow. He's a player who absolutely wants to be aiming for the top.
Yeah, and a player who also is wanting to aim for the top here, Kabixon, was running away with things pretty early on, got this +1 space groove down, and we always knew he'd be just playing around the Nami and Riven variant, but unfortunately bleeding away on a 5-loss streak here. But Azu, a player who also had this very clear direction, is coming against Org, who has finally made it to that Orn 3 somehow.
That Orn 3 is looking so beefy too. I don't really know how you get through this. There's a lot of damage from this Lissandra though, and the Jhin online. 6 Darkstar does a lot. It's really a question of what falls first, the Orn 3 or the Cho'Gath 3. The Nami and the Samira are whittling him down. It looks like the Cho'Gath will fall. The rest of the front line's going to fall too, and Og's going to take this win over Arzu. And Travis, from 28 HP because of the first crown, is going to die there. And Travis is going to go in 6th place, Arzu in 7th. Lusher does secure at least a 5th at 19 points. That probably is... might get him to tomorrow, but certainly won't put him in a prime position as the Gragas 3 is found, but still no Urgot 3.
I mean, Arzu could definitely afford to take the L there with the amount of points he came in with, but for Travis, very much not the case. He took the big gamble. I think he needed to with his tournament position. We've got, as you said, Lusher, very happy with where things are. I don't know if he's strong enough. I think against the Ghost, perhaps, he'll be able to bounce his shots from the Misfortune through and remove the backline.
Samira and Nami whittling through the Gragas 3. The Urgot 3 is also going to fall. And yeah, no, the bounces aren't actually able to get past the Orn there. It's just all too beefy. Lusher will go out in 5th, and Og is sitting at 14 points. And I don't know the exact math, but I will say it's not likely he makes it to tomorrow. But the only chance he probably has is with a first. And he's on a 4-win streak. I'm not saying that he's going to be beating Lakoko, because I think that's a tall order. But I'm just saying it's worth thinking about.
Yeah, certainly is a possibility that he can at least give himself a fighting chance in the standings. And considering how rough this game looked like being, to even get this, turn it around to this spot. Yes, we know 2 tankies pretty good, but still not the most simple game to execute by any means. And I think he's played greedy. I think a lot of players maybe would have pulled the trigger on Samira, for example, but he knew on way more important. And he's held his nerve, and as of now, has kept himself alive.
Well, this is what he was holding his nerve for. Org versus Coco, they're both on win streaks. Coco, again, he's got designs on the big time, and Org's backline will get evaporated just like that. I think Org did well to get to this point, but the miracle, it's not coming in this round, and Coco's the one who's positioning himself to go first.
Bixen looking like he's going to be losing out to a 4th place finish. You know, when you're playing Space Groove, it's certainly not an outcome that you are deeply unhappy with. And I will say in general, this is a Space Groove that landed on level 8. Whenever you are playing Space Groove, we've talked time and time again about how much this composition comes online. When you can make it to 9, you add a Shen, you upgrade your Blitz, that's where the true cap of this board lies. So I think Kubiksin is probably pretty okay given how the rest of the lobby shaped up.
Yeah, and he knows he will be falling down here to the Anima cash out. It will just be too much for this board to deal with. And ultimately, Kubiksin has only won 1 of the last 8 rounds. So he was on this massive win streak. He played early as possible to save as much HP. Does fall down into 4th place here. I think on such a contested line, he will be satisfied with that. Org does beat Horror, so into the top 3 for Org, and this is a miracle run he's made of the standings in this particular game.
Still can't help shaking the feelings, though. I mean, given how strong Coco is, certainly from his previous seasonal performances, when Coco's been on form, he's not just dominated, he's destroyed absolutely everybody. And just in this lobby, he looks like he's unstoppable.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be a battle of HP that HoroX will most certainly win. So, unfortunate for Og, despite the fact that his board looks very strong, it's going to be an uphill battle. I mean, I don't know if there's some way to cheat a fight against Coco. Unfortunately, the nature of the Samira Ornn board is that it's actually extremely honest, right? It is just playing front to back in a way that no other board can do, right? It's kind of value checking front to back boards, but Coco is bypassing these front to back boards entirely by just playing Aurelion Sol, which can wipe out Og's backline while they're still working on the Aurelion Sol and the Nunu.
Yeah, and if he was able to get to the Samira 3 at least, maybe she can just survive long enough, but without getting to that point, shouldn't be able to. As we do see coming up against Horo here, who I think played this Primordian Jinx line just textbook how you should. We saw basically zero gold most of the game.
Wait.
He's getting
Wait
his
a
way
second.
through here.
Whoa.
Not enough.
Okay.
Closer than we expected.
There goes Org into the night. He did not get that first place he needed.
Man, I actually cannot believe that Coco almost lost to HoroX's board there. That was a way closer fight than I expected to. I mean, we are seeing the power of having the sword overflow on this board, right? Jinx is something that really does just want to have that raw AD and has the ability to do so much burst damage. And the Mighty Mech on the other side wants to be able to slowly cast over time and soak up a lot of damage. So the burst damage coming through from HoroX's board is actually doing quite a bit into this board that clearly does outvalue it 1-to-1.
We've got Jinxes on the left, we've got Jinxes on the right. Coco did some positioning, lovely snowball, knocks up the Jinx on the back line. That should be the difference maker. Horror's got the HP, but that round wasn't even a little bit close.
No, much better positioning from Coco that time round. I think unless some wrapping shenanigans occur and there's a way possibly round, then I shouldn't be able to take this board down. We saw Nunu there just doing so much work, and potentially the Edge of Night on the TG this time might drop aggro and cause a few problems, so something that we'll have to keep an eye on. But I think Horo, even if he drops out in second here, will be more than satisfied.
I'd like to see Horo try to set up his board in a way that will bait out the Nunu ult onto a target that's not actually dealing as much DPS. There's a world actually where, depending on where the Kindred moves, that a Nunu ult might go onto the MF and on the right side, and it does. Nothing on the left side does get hit until all the DPS is still free. It breaks through the front line. Actually, the Jinx cast is going to come through, but no, the Jinx on the other side is barely enough. That last cast will do it, and Coco will take the win off of the Anima Commander.
Wow. I think this is a statement game from Coco. He was being pushed so far down in the standings, but he's absolutely not one of those players you can ever afford to take your eye off for a second, because he is terrifying.
Yeah, and he's a player with so much experience, but under the pressure doesn't always necessarily get over the line. So able to see that one out, playing that game on a knife's edge, expertly done.
That's exactly what we want to see from Coco, right? We've said it from the pre-show, all of it today, is that we know how good Coco can be. We've seen it for sets. He was the only person that really contended with double 61 for years, right? In terms of average AVP across the EMEA region. And then it just felt like, where did he go? And here he is back up against the wall. He says, listen, I'm not facing elimination, but what I want to do is make it to the top 8. I want to have another shot. He's never been able to perform at the Tactician's crown to the degree that we know he could. And this could be the comeback for Coco. That's how it starts. As we're hopping over into lobby number 1, where we can see the top 4 here. See how this game shapes up.
Oh boy, okay, so let's catch up very quickly. So some Pipagard, Enzo, and Sappho all have been taken out already. Giosko, our remaining top points player, left in the lobby. With Zyko, our lowest points player remaining, both with a small streak.
And to catch up, it's Dark Star stuff. We've got Lissandra reroll from Zabroian on the top of the lobby. Ben Sachs playing around this Voyager Acel line. We've got Darkstar ASOL from Giosko. So just to catch everybody back up, it's ASOL and AP shenanigans, as it often is the case.
Zyko is playing this Nova Fast 9 board, actually playing it without the Vex though, playing around the Yi board instead, able to make it to level 9. But it does seem like there's so much damage on the side of Giosko right now. It's really a question of what front line holds up. No, the ASOL will instantly snipe out that backliner there. Zyko's run will end. We shape up our top 3 as Bensack will fall 2, down to our top 2.
And this is so fascinating to see because we've been talking about this before. Giosko has been watching, as so many fantastic Spanish players have been going forward. Dalasov, of course, as well, and Safo. It's been a pretty good day for the country overall. But now we're left with these final 2, and Giosko's looking really good.
He is looking good, but look at Zabrosin's HP and look at his gold. So even if he picks up this round, Zabrosin has a lot further he can take his board. So we'll have to see how dominant Giosko's win can be, and if Zabrosin would then be able to turn it around.
Yeah, it does seem like he also has a handful of places to go there, right? Has not actually hit 10, still is on the Jin 1. So like you're saying, he has the gold, he's got upgrades waiting on the wings. The question is, does he even need them? Because he has been winning quite a bit. This ASOL's pumping, so it looks like Giosko is going to at least be able to force him to use some of that gold if he wants to win the game.
Right now, at least, Zabrosin is taking another hit for a 3rd round in a row, but you're right. We've still got more to give. So we've got the upgrade on the Tam Kench. We're going to level 10. Zabrosin's not messing around here. He's trying to put the final pieces into place.
Part 2.
Looking for the Jin. Didn't
Rolling pretty
quite
heavily
get
here.
there.
Trying to say, I want to end it right now. Finds the Bard 2, finds the Jin 2 as well. It's going to be a huge upgrade coming in. Have to imagine, based on how the last one went, that this should be enough. Going to make the Jin the Supernova as well.
We'll see if Zabrosin's got enough in the tank. He's pushed his power forward. This will be the last lobby of the day as we see unlimited power being pumped into both sides of the board. The ASOL will sweep anything before it. Frontline's almost gone. This will be huge for Zabrosin if he can lock this one down. This is his first time back in regionals in a year and a half, and he does it! Punches right through with 37 HP left over. Zabrosin on 24 points, picks up maximum chance of making it to day 2 in good form.
Wow,
And that was a close round.
Quite a way to finish it, right?
Yeah, we got a treat. We got thrown into a business end of what looked like a crazy game there, but Zabrosin just had that little bit extra resources to get himself to 10 and get himself over the line.
Well, gentle friends, that is our official last game of just day 1. But we'll keep you waiting no longer to find out who has made it through to day 2. We've got Makes and Panda to lay out the day.
Thank you so much, guys, and thank you specifically, Gangly, for joining us here on the EMEA broadcast. See, I can't even talk anymore after all that commotion that our players have put out in those games. It's been a pleasure to have you here as a guest, and we just saw 1 1/8 of a game there, Panda. Let's talk about the one we saw last, just very briefly there, with Zabrosin running that Lysandra Cho'Gath comp to take the final win. Let's talk about this one first and production with Lakoko and the Anima board making that run for first.
It was a really cool game, especially for Lakoko, because I mentioned it earlier. Players like Lakoko, they don't really care about making day 2. They care about making it day 3 and making it to Tech Crown. That's the ambition that there's there for Lakoko. He just needed to go 7th or above to make it through day 2. He took the riskiest line possible into playing Anima, which you could very easily end up 8th and not even making it to day 2. But he managed to just have the confidence to go into the line, executed perfectly. Very similar to the game we saw in game 5 with a duo carry, not with Graves, but with Jinx this time. And as we've seen all day, he cashed out, he stabilized, he took over the lobby. And Jinx on the heels, as we also saw throughout the rest of the day. So it's been kind of a very familiar lobby finish in the top 4 makes, with Jinx and Anima being the 2 standout comps, and then the rest being the AP players that survived.
I do want to make a call out for Og, because I mean he's been doomsayed by our casters. Loading into the game, finds himself on that 2 tanky, 2 other players opting to run Ornn and Samira, as well as caught between a rock and a hard place. You think that prismatic ticket is going to roll around and maybe save him? No, does not. Everybody else gets pretty good prismatics. He does not. He is the one that's just suffering there, in the end able to bring it online and run it to that 3rd place, despite never finding the Samira 3. I think is a story that really was very beautiful to see here, even if he didn't get that very high finish. Just goes to his caliber as a player to not back down, to not give out, even when the story looked a little bit doomed.
I do believe our standings are ready. We can check out who are the players who did not make it through the day number 2. Have the regionals run, their TAC crown run ending. They're in TBC next set at the very least. Silver lining, you know, they're going to still be kicking it in that elite tier of competitive TFT. But for these 8 players, a salute, an 07, an F in the chat. A valiant run, so much effort to make it to this week 2 in the first place, either through tier 2 or through the TBC. It's hard. TFT at this level is just one day of bad TFT, and you can find yourself on this page.
Honestly, the waitlist warrior, great run, better run than you could have ever thought, from thinking that you're not going to play at all into making it all the way into week 2. In the end, not good enough. But here are the players that will certainly feel the heat tomorrow as this competition commences. They need to find those high finishes. Players like Gobuster already on the right trend here in that very last game. Same for Silum Shady, who we saw time and time again all throughout our tournament games. But it is not going to be an easy battle to get away from all of those eliminations as we are moving towards the higher end of our standings.
These players are in a much more comfortable position. From around 27, 28 points onwards, you have a realistic chance of clawing back through your day 2 results and making it into that final lobby, into that top 8 at the end of day 2. For everyone below 27, it's very hard. Historically, we've had very few times where someone has been able to get in from 24 points or so. It's just, you have a heroic comeback. But at the very tippity top, a very close race between Arzu and Hypno. Giosko also climbing up to 3rd place, Safa falling to 5th. Overall, a page that is quite varied in terms of the stories that these 8 players have.
Honestly, I find it very exciting. I would very much like for EMEA to have a spread like this going into Tactician's crown, because that really would represent the region as a whole. It is a pan region, it's gigantic, and we love seeing it. But what we also love is hearing from our players. So we have one on the line right now. YU Mapro, hello and welcome to our broadcast. I don't want to say congratulations, but well, definitely a well-played day today. How have you been feeling after day 1 of week 2?
Yeah, pretty good overall. Obviously, 35 points is a solid start, but I mean, it's a 3-point lead, and anything can happen.
How have you felt overall throughout this set? You had 2 fairly good TPC cups, 1 not so good TPC cup in the middle. You were kind of one of the big standout breakout players last set, especially on, I remember the Slayers line you were very good on. Have you felt kind of the similar level of confidence in this set as a whole?
I mean, obviously, when you have a really good first cup, you are pretty high on confidence. But when you go 32nd, you kind of start thinking like, I mean, did you high roll before or did you low roll now? So, I mean, it's just it's from tournament to tournament different.
For sure, that is the case. But of course, this is not the first time we're seeing you at the very top of a leaderboard. You, especially in recent sets, are a player that has shown up in big ways time and time again. What do you think was kind of the flip for you that came in and that allowed you to, in your words, high roll or maybe just perform really well in tournaments?
mean, I didn't really play tournaments before set 14, so I think I played like the last cup in set 14, and I didn't play like tournaments before, so.
You just came in and you massacred the rest of the competition.
I mean, I don't think I massacred anyone, but I mean, I'm doing okay, I guess.
Coming into this weekend, while you Mad Pro, have you had any comps or any game plans that you felt very confident on, that you felt you had some edge on compared to the rest of competitors, that you felt you just had a better idea how to execute these plans?
I think like the main part is just not playing the comps that are terrible. And I think like some comps that are like really popular, I think are just really bad. But like I think there are just some comps, if you high roll, it like looks really good, but if you low roll, it's just completely terrible. And I just don't play these comps.
Well, usually staying safe can be a good thing, but of course, at the end of the day, Tactician's Crown awaits a tournament where checkmate is a big factor, and we could also see checkmate in day 3 here at our regional finals. How do you feel about the potential of ending up in checkmate where you need to flip games and find those high finishes and a first place?
I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of checkmate, but I feel like it like not that much changes, because it's not like you can just full open and just pray to somehow make it out. I think most of the time you just need to play the game like you usually do, and like maybe take a risk more where you otherwise maybe wouldn't. But I think it's like pretty like not that big of a difference.
Coming into this day tomorrow, you're in a very good position to make final lobby again. You were 6th place last set. I imagine that was a bit heartbreaking in many ways. What are your goals coming into this day 2, realistically speaking? How confident do you think you are in achieving them? Where do you see your career going? Not just this set, but going into next set as well.
Well, obviously, I'm like trying to get to day 3. I don't really think. I mean, obviously, I want to stay in tier 1 for the next couple of sets, but like going to Worlds would also be nice. But I mean, I'll just see where it goes.
Very humble. It would be nice to go to the Tactician's Crown, you know, as we all say. It would be a nice thing to add on to TPC. But thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today, YU Mad Pro. Is there anybody you want to shout out, practice partners, friends, family? Stage is yours.
I guess I kind of want to shout out like the public scrim server, like mainly Opal is the one like organizing them, and yeah, I mean that's just really nice, even though he's like unfortunately didn't make week 2, but still goes out of his way to like organize scrim blocks, so shout out to him.
Well, thank you. That's been it from us. Best of luck in the competition tomorrow. We'll be watching. And goodbye. Have a rest and good evening.
Good evening.
Great to hear from Paul being an important part of the community. He's always very involved with the French prep group, with Lakoko, Experian, etc. Back in the day, doing stats for them when he wasn't qualified at TAC Crown, but also with Experian, they've been organizing scrims the whole set. So a really invaluable part, making sure that everyone, especially the week 2 qualified player, gets some good prep in before this weekend, and not allowing just the week 1 players to come in and steamroll with how much extra prep they got on this patch. Great to hear from YU Mad Pro. I think definitely one of the rising stars in EMEA. Was a huge, I wouldn't say shock, but just a little bit surprising how well he did on his breakout set in terms of just immediately flip a switch, came in playing very confident as if he had been here for sets and years, but he had just started his career really. So excited to see where his career goes in the next few sets.
Me too. I'm very excited to see it. Of course, we have more competition coming up tomorrow, so mark your calendars for that. We're going to be starting at 4 p.m. CEST, and right after this, the Americas are going to be starting as well. So Gangly not casting that today, but the rest of our caster friends are waiting in the wings for it. If you want to stay in contact and get informed about all things pro players, competition, TFT memery, and everything else, you can check out Compete TFT over on Twitter, as well as Teamfight Tactics on Instagram, or Play TFT on YouTube and Facebook. And if you want to check out the caster, you can do !casters in chat. You also see your names down below here, as well as Gangly _Barry Baden and Counterfeit Cast. Check out all of the team. put a lot of work in there. And of course, a huge shout out to our entire production crew that make this possible, as well as a huge shout out to our observer who is praying for less Thrush games, I'm telling you, as we are closing out this tournament day. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for watching, and until then.